Shining Force 1, not Shining Force 2. Can we split this between the 4 of us?
4 of you. I'm getting in on that, too. It's push-ups.
Everybody's doing it.
You know?
It's a good way to wake up.
Yeah.
I'll take
Okay.
it.
Janot and Fralky
Oh, God.
are the 2 top names for Max.
No, J-E.
Yeah. I got it. Double N-O-T.
Oh my god, you smashed it, Ty.
Oh, of course.
Put a little exclamation mark in there as well, just for the
You want me to
frames.
lose more time?
Oh, sorry. Mate.
That's a perfect frame
Every
that I
character, every character matters.
Yep.
I want it. I don't want any more than that.
coming from the guy who goes out of his way to name his character John Cena.
It has great success, don't you know? Yeah, that big
If you
name's
can't
done
be
too.
seen, you can't be hit, right?
Very true.
Are we live, by the way?
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
live,
crikey.
correct.
We're live.
Well, you guys are still doing tech things.
Yeah, of course. Always makes things awkward. Well, this is Shining Force 1. I think we should do a roll call. I am ty2358.
I am NoWorries.
And on commentary, I am TurboDog702.
And I'm Bowie the Hero.
All right. So this promises to be a very, very strong race here. These are the 2 highest ranked people on speedrunslive.com. Also, they've done quite a bit of casual races between the 2 of them.
These guys have raced quite a lot, obviously, here at the venue and at previous events, and it's always been very, very close. It's one of those runs that, despite the fact that there is, you know, it is a Shining Force run. We saw it last year in Shining Force 2. RNG is a thing that plays a part, but the way that these 2 have kind of rooted their marathon races is they have maybe they have slight differences in strats overall, but their adaptability is both of such a high level that they're able to keep it within you know, a good few minutes of each other.
And we'll be able to kind of discuss some of that, like the skills required to make that happen, even despite what the game throws at you as it goes on.
Exactly. So I think if everyone else is ready, we can get started here.
Ready.
Excellent. You want to give a countdown, buddy?
I was going to let someone else. Neutral party.
Okay, then I'll do it. I'll
Yes,
gladly
neutral party. Neutral party. Announcer guy.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Let's have Meta get it down.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
Excellent.
Claps,
indeed.
clapper.
Okay.
Don't be afraid to make some noise, by the way, guys.
Oh, that's easy
That's
for me.
okay.
Don't give me that. No.
I like that the JPEG for the Sega Mega Drive is kind of having a moment. So welcome to Shining Force 1. You'll all instantly notice a bit of a difference in the way that the original worked. You have chapters, very, very obvious and specified chapters, 8 in total throughout the game, consisting of about 3 to 5 battles each one. So different lengths. The game works pretty much very, very similar to Shining Force 2 as you saw last year, but obviously as this was the first one, there will be a few things that Shining Force 2 did that this doesn't, and obviously some things that this one does that Shining Force 2 didn't. Is that the exact same thing I said anyway?
Kind of. It's all right.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, we'll be kind of covering some of those compared contrasts as they've come up during the runs.
I think the first thing that I'd like to bring up now as a kind of precursor to how it all works is that in this game, experience does not roll over when you level up. So for example, if you have 80 experience and you get 40, you're not going to go to 20 into the next level. You're going to stick to 0 anyway, which means that as an entire speedrun, this game's experience routing is much, much tighter and much, much harder, making this an incredibly tactical, well, I actually want to say a much more tactical run than Shining Force 2.
There's a lot more to keep track of in that regard.
Numbers are a much more important factor.
To exacerbate that somewhat, coming into this first battle that's going to be coming up in about a minute and a half, the runners are going to be turning off battle messages. And what's extremely relevant about that is not only do you have these very specific experience breakpoints for leveling up, but they won't even see the experience that they're getting via the chat log inside of battles. So they just have to know, or they have to spend time checking after the fact to make sure that they're on pace for what they need.
And coming from Shining Force 2 to learn Shining Force 1, it's one of the scariest things to know is that these guys know pretty much every single experience value for every single level up for how much damage you do every single time, which is quite impressive. No worries, just gave him a cheeky grin there. He knows it's tough. He knows it's tough.
I'd almost say it's too much time.
It's been an ongoing process. We're still learning the numbers.
All right, so we're going to have our first slight divergence from a traditional RTA setting for the marathon safety, or for a no reset. They will be picking up a few medical herbs here. Normally you'd be holding off on that until a fair bit later inside of the first chapter, if you decided to even take them at that point. But right now they're going to pick those up just to make sure we have a relatively smooth first chapter.
I was really going to skip them, and I was just like, I should not do that. I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, so also picked up an Angel Wing. So Max does obviously have Regress, but he's not going to be the fastest character throughout this game. So having an Angel Wing on one of our fastest characters is going to help later on. So in terms of narrative, we were in the land of Guardiana, and we were, well, basically they've been infiltrated by the forces of Rune Force, who go to the gate to the east, the ancient gate to the east, because they're trying to open it, and the sudden earthquake happens when the Shining Force reaches it. They were sent for the king to go and investigate this area. So the first thing that we're going to...
Also, your main character, Max, is the pupil of the renowned knight Varius.
Yes, of course, yeah, sorry. So Max is not actually from Guardiana, he's just here training. He just kind of found his way here, and he's training under Varius.
Surprise.
That'll get... that gets a little bit retconned and changed when you go into the GBA remake, but for the purposes of this marathon, we're going to try to stick to what's inside of this game. Just for simplicity's sake, let's say.
Good job, Ken. Way to start off with no miss.
That's
a positive start right there.
That's
Good
the
old.
thing.
I think we should actually have a Ken hit counter rather than a Ken miss counter.
Oh, come on.
All right. So you see Ty is seemingly brazenly running out both Hans and Lo, which is his healer and his archer. This is completely according to plan, because he does want to exhaust those two characters. The reason you do that is because, just as in Shining Force 2, there's a lot of cursor movement, and having to bypass a turn every single time, make them stay or whatever, just takes too much time up. We want to get rid of that cursor movement, and the best way to do that is to just get the characters off the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, so, and also it kind of speeds up the next one as well, because certain characters are going to be able to do certain damage, and it'll be quicker for them to kind of set up particular KOs using the characters that are left over from this first battle. The most important thing to know is that both players are going to be trying to get Tao to level 2 in this particular battle. That's going to take 2 kills and 1 hit. She has 7 MP, so she's got 3 casts of Blaze, and ideally that's going to be 2 kills and 1 hit. To get that first level up, and hopefully get at least 3 MP to get 10 MP, so 5 casts of Blaze into the next level.
Correct, and that'll help her snowball into another level in the next battle. While this level 2 is important, the real goal we're trying to reach here is we really want Tao to be at least level 4 by the ending battle of this chapter, which is the 4th battle of it. That'll set up for a lot of Blaze 2s, which is an AoE magic. We'll kind of touch on that a little bit later as it comes up. Lo, fully exhausted there.
Nice.
He's not dead,
Completely.
he's so exhausted that he exploded. Okay.
Very strange world is Shining Force.
Ooh, big crit there from Hans. Nice if he was trying to get the kill, but not so much when he's trying to feed experience for Ty right over there.
Tough moment here for Ty. You'll notice that NPCs, enemies tend to they'll mostly kind of focus on Max, but they kind of have this tendency to sometimes kind of conga line it. So it's a lot more about kind of abusing the enemy AI to be able to kind of lock out positions and kind of trying to funnel enemies into a space.
Yeah, this game is much more structured than Shining Force 2 as far as how AI should act appropriately. There still will be, some occurrences where things happen that are a little bit odd, but for the most part, they know how to structure their movement, what the enemy will trigger to, how far up the map they can move at any given time, things of that nature. So we're seeing here that, I guess, really quick noteworthy thing, Blaze does tend to do 6 to 7 damage, so there is a damage range on magic. For the most part, that's not going to come too much into play, although these first couple fights, it can be a relevant number to watch.
So we got a level up there from NoWorries, or Tiki Soccer that you're seeing on the screen there, his max. So leveling is something that I think is quite important to talk about in Shining Force 1, because it's very, very different to Shining Force 2. Shining Force 2 is a little bit more consistent. You'll always be getting level ups, but there are some kind of variants, either up, down, based on a percentage. Shining Force 1 is famously known for being a little bit more erratic. Now, this is not random. I mean, it is random, yes, but it's not as random as you think.
It's random on the level per level,
Yeah.
but once you kind of stretch it out over the course of your levels, it'll kind of it'll hit a curve, kind of.
So, NoWorries put this as a way, it's kind of rubber banding. So if you start falling behind in experience, the game will kind of catch up, because you're supposed to have a certain amount by a certain level. So if you do find yourself how much, and 3 MP there for Tao, so no
3
worries.
MP's really good for this level. It's
Gets,
just, yeah, sets you up really nicely.
So yeah, I mean, in case you are losing some stats, the game will give it back to you in emphatic fashion. We've seen some high, I think the highest I've ever seen is like speed 13.
I've seen a speed 16 through
Speed
Tao.
16?
I've heard one of these guys say that they've seen a 21 HP on a single character.
No worries.
Arthur gets some pretty insane levels.
Nice smack with the cherry wand there by NoWorries.
Well-
You know, every once in a while the hit is, you know, it does work out for the mages.
What is your highest upgrades, guys?
Highest we've seen?
Yeah.
I'd have to say like the 13 or 14 speed on Tao, because yeah, it has to be. I would say it would have to be. I would think, considering for people that we use.
Yeah, that'll be about as high as we see today. Hopefully we don't see higher than that. The higher the number, then the worse the character was before that level, and that's what we want to avoid.
This is something to note here. You'll notice that Ty is currently killing off Ken. Ken used to be a little bit more integral into the first parts of the route, but we've kind of trimmed the fat when it comes to that, so that it's now basically just Max, Luke, and Tao going into Battle 2. And once you get into Battle 3, we'll even only have Max and Tao. So
the Rune Knight taking 1 damage from Tao. NoWorries is forcing that kill to finish it off, with Ty having just finished a little bit sooner, so just one character turn behind. But NoWorries is kind of trolled by Luke getting 2 turns in a row, just because of turn order is still a thing in Shining Force 1. So
And it's a very random thing for the most part, at least in the beginning game.
So they're swapping over swords here between Luke and Max. Max has the stronger of the 2 weapons, but in order to get certain damage ranges on this first set of goblins, they swap over the weapons because they know how much damage each character will do with that. And it just works out that the 2 of them working together, swapping weapons allows them to kill a goblin each turn if they want to.
Should kill a goblin.
Yeah, it just
is
depends
true.
on how Luke wants to react.
yeah, if he wants to do good damage.
I suppose this is a good time because this is the first map where we're introduced to the mechanic, and this is probably one of the notorious maps for it. Would you like to kind of talk about land effect and terrain
Yeah,
and
so
how it applies?
yeah. So land effect, as you see, if you see on the top left-hand corner, it's got land effect 15%. It'll say sometimes say 30%. This basically acts for the most part as a kind of defense buff. So this is
Supposed to.
Yeah, supposed to. Kind of similar to how Shining Force 2's works, although Shining Force 2's works a little bit more consistently. But the biggest thing is that the terrain that you're on, different characters will have different kind of ability to move through certain terrain. You'll notice that Tal will be moving 2 spaces on the mountains, and Max and Luke will be moving 3 spaces.
My audio keeps flipping in and out.
Audio.
My game audio.
Okay. Just going to sort out some tech issues there. But yeah, so...
Okay, it's back.
Okay, it's back. So yeah, Luke and Max have a bit of a better ability to actually move on this terrain, and it's going to be the biggest point is knowing when to
I lost it again.
knowing when to use or specify specific characters for particular aggression and moving them forward. So
Yeah, so it's
literally like...
So as mentioned,
and
it
out.
is pretty important to route out this experience as well. It's not just for the first battle. This is something that's going to be very important, especially going into this first chapter. A new strategy has kind of been implemented over the last, I would say, it's about 4 months or so, regarding getting Max just under level 4. And we'll kind of get into the full strategy there once we reach the next battle,
It is back
but
again.
they do want to get it so that Max is at level 3 at high experience value, so that they can implement a strategy.
it's really interesting. I'm not sure if Max will be able to do this for NoWorries, but yeah, 1 HP left on that
Yeah.
goblin. You really want Luke to hit for 8 and then Max to hit for 4, but Luke's got this thing where hitting for 7 is just so much more exciting for him.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Luke, as we actually just saw there with Ty's level up, Luke's second level tends to be either empty or very lackluster because he starts off as a very strong character.
That was a
Nice.
fantastic level up for NoWorries Max there with 3 attack, 2 defense.
Oh, lucky.
So if you remember from Shining Force 2, Peter getting an attack +3 is like the exciting thing in the game, but it's just part and parcel of this game. Very nice hit from for 8 from Luke from NoWorries again there.
So this is just a strict abuse of the trigger mechanics here. They knew that they could chase the goblins early on because they weren't going to turn an attack, and now they know that they can engage them in this mountain pass without the dwarves coming in to support.
Yeah.
The trigger for them is somewhere near the peak of the mountain there for the mountain range, so they're going to try to delay that at least until they feel like they're in control of this goblin section here.
Yeah. Important to note as well that in this fight,
Nice attack 3, defense 2, and
But
that's a good level up.
he got the extra HP though, so we have Ty with a little bit of a stat lead right now. It's actually interesting to note that Max can start with anywhere between 12 and 14 HP at the beginning of the game. Both of our players, I believe, had 12 to start with, which is bad. But you know, they may not get these stat ups, but it's kind of nice for those early fights. Just kind of not have to worry about getting 3-shot.
It's very important too because especially when you're talking about Max potentially taking a Dark Dwarf hit here or there, having 14 is very relevant.
Very nice indeed. So Ty just moves, NoWorries moving in to attack this goblin as well. Does he get the 8? He does. Very nice. Yeah, so an empty level up is, for the most part, very annoying because it's like, you leveled up, what did you get? Nothing! I feel stronger. However, it's not actually the worst level up. Some characters who don't really need to necessarily worry about speed, if they get the speed up or if Max gets more MP, it's a complete waste of time because Max can get MP just like Bowie in Shining Force 2, but unlike Bowie, Max doesn't learn any offensive spells. He only has
the
aggress.
best of offensive spells, sir, because he
In
doesn't
the
need
remake.
mana.
Have you had any misses yet?
I have had no misses.
Same here. This is amazing.
I'm worried about this.
Touch wood, touch wood!
You
sorry,
just.
I'm sorry.
Oh God.
Someone's missing the
Great
room.
job.
I mean,
Everyone tells me I need to just put duct tape over my mouth because anything I say, it just happens.
I have been double attacked 3 times already.
Oh, man.
1 in 100 chance from what you told me yesterday. Oh hey, look, 2 in a row.
Yeah.
I'm still having audio issues. I can't hear my game right now. It keeps kind of flipping in and out.
Giving me the advantage. Oh, I appreciate it.
The audio advantage.
So the Dark Dwarves will start moving as they kind of crest over the mountain here. So as we are making this way, it will start activating these kind of nice just to kind of bring them in and then kind of counter-attack quite hard. Again, maybe hoping for potentially for a small out turn so that they can kind of get attacked and then kind of go in twice. So going to make our way forward there. Luke, for the most part, will kind of be a damage soak because he's strong enough to do it. He kind of acts as like a tank for the most part in this one because we're going to be trying to get rid of we're going to get rid of him in this fight.
Correct. We're gonna wait until we reach the end of it, but yeah, he'll be leaving our team shortly. Let's put it that way.
Careful with that video.
Yeah.
It looked pretty good to me. I don't know.
So, I guess this would be a good time to also talk about objectives inside these maps. So, in the first map, we run into one of the first objectives, which is bosses. Technically, the Ruin Knight at the end of that stage, if you were to just kill him, you would win the battle.
Yeah.
This introduces the second way that you can win a battle, which is to make your way to a physical objective. Usually, it's to the town.
Yeah.
So in this case, we're trying to make our way back to Guardiana because we found that Ruinfast has started to invade from the north.
Yeah. So whilst the Shining Force was sent off to investigate the gate, it was like a kind of pincer attack. They kind of set a bait for them, to weaken the defenses of Guardiana and then smash through whilst the forces were away.
Yeah.
Obviously, note that the Shining Force is not the entirety of the Guardiana army, but the youngest and newest. What's the word I'm looking for?
Brightest.
The battalion.
Recruits.
Battalion.
Special forces.
Yeah. Nice +3 MP for Ty there with his next level up. So I think that's 14 for his Tau. One more level and should get 15, allowing at least 15, allowing a little bit more
So here
casting.
we're seeing that he is sacrificing Luke's attack onto the Ruin Knight. That's to get a little bit more experience for NoWorries here. Kind of divide that up a little bit better.
So he'll move Tau into get that KO.
Yeah, he does have the little bit of extra mana. As I mentioned, that extra MP is always welcome and relevant when you're talking about your casters.
And yeah, and then getting the double turn, moving stuff, very, very nice turn order to get the double turn. Jump into Guardiana, and then NoWorries will finish that battle right there.
And I would have been okay sitting there because that Dark Dwarf just moves forward.
Yeah.
Once you cross that bridge, he just takes one step forward. Even if Max is right next to him, he'd rather stand next to the bridge.
Listen, it's his bridge.
It is his bridge.
And here we're going to come up to one of the first major plot points of this story that's being told to us, which we have this rather dark presence Kane here, who slays Various, who's supposed to be our mentor, and the father of May, who is now making her way onto the scene. Kane's a pretty bad dude.
He's pretty bad, yeah. Very, very powerful.
Pretty bad at spelling.
Well, yeah, we'll see how that goes a little bit later. So you notice he was called Kane, K-A-N-E. Just keep that in mind. You notice that he said, "I'm no longer, you know, Guardiana's no longer useful for him." Kane came in and I believe stole the Sword of Light.
The Sword of Light, yeah.
Because Guardiana was holding onto the Sword of Light. That'll play a bigger part as we go on later on.
It should also be noted that without doing too much, Runefaust used to have another name. Did you know that, Bowie?
I did know that, yes.
Yes. It's a Protectora.
Yes. Because there was Guardiana and Protectora, and you can kind of tell by the theming of the names that it's supposed to be a two lands of protection.
They are stewardship over the two gates of the ancients.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and raid the treasury here. For some reason, the Runefaust guys just thought it'd be cool to leave the treasure there. How nice of them.
They only needed the one treasure chest at the very
Defense
top.
2.
You can check it. Defense 2. You can check it,
Nice.
and there'll be nothing in there. But yeah, so normally when you come in here, you walk up and the guard pushes you back. It's very nice. It lets you get halfway up the room before it pushes you back out, just to kind of tease you a little bit there. But there are loads of kind of really nice small things you can do in every single village, actually. So there's if you start, there's like a cart just by the corridor that NoWorries went past there. You can push a cart down, which kind of lets you know that you can do that for later on.
Yeah. Very soon, actually.
Yeah,
later
actually,
on.
indeed. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to be coming up, and this is the battle where turn order is going to be extremely crucial. We're going to have... We just got May to join our force. She's going to be departing fairly soon, but
Yeah,
she
I was gonna
will...
say, like, who?
May actually doesn't have a name. She's actually just an extended health bar for Tau for this battle. But we'll be seeing that very shortly here. Bats. Bats are some of the most notoriously difficult things to deal with. Not only do they have a very high evasion rate, but if they hit, they can, every once in a while, put a character to sleep. And sleep lasts anywhere from 1 turn to, I believe, 4 turns is kind of the max that you're working with.
Yeah.
However, you can be repeat slept as well.
Yeah.
So,
Whenever you're procced with sleep and then they attack again, the proc will refresh the counter, which is annoying. So May was just going to sit there and tank some hits whilst Tau will go through and knock them out. Hopefully May doesn't fall asleep so that we can attack the right side and then hopefully die after that, but you know.
all right, so we got a couple minutes here where NoWorries is going to be making Max north, and we won't have to worry too much. He's just going to put on his juke boots for a little bit. So, Mr. Host Meta Sigma, if you had anything to let the viewers know about.
Oh, baby, do I ever. We have a couple of donations. We'll start and get through these as quickly as we can. We have a $25 donation from Blackfire67, donating towards Rip Run because Rip Run never dies. Also, good luck on the run and bless RNG. We have a $25 donation from Frolky84 that says, "Good luck, brother. Your niece is watching."
Thank you, brother.
Oh, $25 from Red the Reckless. Let's go, NoWorries and Ty. Let's get those Rudy Patooties in motion for push-ups for Shining Force.
All right.
I hope you guys will be ready for push-ups because I'm sure there will be many more to come eventually.
This should be happening for sure in this battle, but you haven't missed yet either, have you?
Yeah. Very fortunate on that. So, we got Blaze 2 on Tau there for NoWorries. Something to note about Blaze 2 is it has the AoE template.
Yeah.
When you do cast a higher level magic, more often than not, it will get an extended template where instead of hitting one enemy, it'll hit kind of the cross section of them for a maximum of 5. During the course of this run, very typically you'll see 3 hits and 2 hits. And it'll be very relevant because in certain fights, they will position themselves in such a way that they'll funnel the enemies into these formations for large amounts of damage.
Yeah, so this is where the conga lining of the enemies is kind of going to be quite important. So as I said, we're going to players are going to try and get rid of May here, like that.
Good job,
So and then what they're going to do is bring Tau up the right side of this river just to kind of minimize the extra cursor movement, just to lower down the time. This is potentially the hardest fight of Chapter 1 because this is gonna be.
I guess we could talk about it. So
yes.
Very briefly to touch on turn order. Turn order is affected by agility, but it is not a indicator that you will go necessarily first all the time. Shining Force kind of like takes that agility, puts it into occasion, spits out a turn order based on it for every single unit. However, what we're going to try to do, and the reason why getting a high level 3 experience value was important, is for the most part these Rune Knights are going to kind of outspeed Max. By waiting for certain Rune Knights to go so that we manipulate turn order, we can get a hit off and hopefully get a high roll on the agility stat. And what that'll do is Max will go very late in the turn, he'll get his hit, and then he'll go very early in the next turn and hopefully make his way up to Alterone, which is our trigger for this.
And it should be noted as well that these Rune Knights are vicious. They are very, very, very powerful.
Ooh,
Massive
20.
MP.
Yeah, we got the check.
What happened? I missed it.
6 MP on Tau, having 20, not 15.
I have just
so.
16.
Yeah, it's like the level ups in this game can really like be pretty high or pretty low even in the beginning of the game. So it's like at level 4 when you're getting Blaze 2, more MP the better, and you can be as low as 14 and as high as like 22 you've somehow seen. I've never seen 22. Highest I've seen is 20, so I'll take 20.
So what's very nice about also kind of getting that huge level up there is Ty can be extremely liberal with his magic usage. That means like Tau will basically every turn she'll have something that she can do that's going to do at least 6 or 7 damage.
You may notice as well that NoWorries is actually kind of just not moving Max right now. Max can reach the Rune Knights, but he's hoping for a good enough turn order that all 5 of them go, so that he can make his way in. I believe both players are going to make a safety save beforehand to make sure that they get there. They're looking for speed +3 basically at this particular level up. That should give them enough to have a higher chance. There we go. So all of them went out of their way. Here's the save. You'll see a lot of save resetting in this game because...
Would you like to cover save resetting, actually?
Yeah. I mean, save resetting is actually quite quick. It's going to happen quite a lot because there's going to be a lot of item usage. For the most part, what's important to know is that this game's magic factor is much better. Magic is really, really powerful, really, really useful because for the most part, speed +1, no. For the most part, enemies have, on the whole, kind of a lower HP pool, so it's kind of important to make sure that all of your magics or your items that have magical effects are going well, and there's going to be a lot of power ring usage to kind of buff up our characters.
We can kind of cover that as it goes, but I was more speaking towards like the general mechanic of save quitting inside of this game. So
Well,
Shining
just gotta
Force,
believe in the +1. +1 does it every time, I'm telling you.
so Shining Force, like Shining Force 2, has the ability to basically make almost a save state in combat. You can basically quit out, it saves exactly where the character positions are, whatever the turn order is, and allows you to resume your game. And so doing that, we don't manipulate the RNG, but we can re-roll the RNG until we find a value that we're happy with.
Okay, so NoWorries just got...
see.
Yeah, he just got speed +2 there, but the reason he's going to see it through is because he also got attack +1. And that's really good for Max's overall attack power. I believe he wants to have about 23, I think it is.
Yeah, we want
for
to
the-
have 20 after this battle.
Yeah, because we're going to get two power potions that we're going to use. Very, very nice. Gets it. There's the turn order, and battle 3 done.
Nice.
All right, so I guess you could talk about kind of the buff items, because you mentioned the power potion. We picked up the defense potion earlier, I believe.
Yeah, so they work a little bit differently again in this versus Shining Force 2, where you'll either get nice NPC trolls. You'll get either +1 or +2 for your attack and defense. it's I'm pretty much sure it's a 50-50 shot there. But the reason that they're going to get 2, they want to have about 23 attack power, because it's going to allow Max to one-shot pretty much all the enemies in this next battle, really trivializing this. So they're going to push this cart, which is what you'd learn if you'd done it in Guardiana, and then speak to her. You got mud on my dress, and then she throws you into the water, and you go for a little swim.
It's very nice that it takes this pattern to get to the chest.
Just you see that animation just a little bit longer.
Just you actually just take the other path and end up in the ocean. It's just game over.
Lucky the current's working that way. And then it goes back the other way as well. It reverses. It's great.
Well,
so
there's
yeah.
my first miss.
No, +1. We'll just tally that up to 1 miss, please, Mr. Meta Sigma.
For good old Ty.
Got it.
Okay, so
All right, so we're just kind of making our way through Alterone, getting kind of these triggers taken care of. So currently, the only people that are alive on our force are good old Max. We're going to be getting Ken revived here soon enough. And then we're going to get a new party member as well, which is Chris. She's supposed to be a healer. She might actually do some healing, but not for long.
yeah. Healing with Chris is a marathon safety strat, let's be serious.
Yeah.
Speed +1 for Ty. He's not getting the rolls right now. What it
Ones
is,
for days.
it might be important to note as well that something's a little bit off in this particular place. You know,
If you come here early, they are very hostile towards you too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so they're not exactly happy. Oh, it turns out that Alterone have allied with Runeforce, and Kane is waiting for them.
But this wasn't part of the deal. But I guess you just pray that Kane doesn't alter the deal further.
Yeah, Alterone the deal.
Oh man.
Dang. Oh, come on,
Don't worry, don't worry.
one.
I scoured NoWorries PB video for the circus.
Yeah.
There's some real gems in there.
Good. Hey, you can't talk, buddy.
All right, so Ty gets a 2, but he does get an attack 2, so I think he's going to try and see what happens here.
Attack +2 is quite nice
Yeah,
this
the
particular
beat.
section.
Yeah, it gets me to 20, so I definitely would like it. Oh,
Nice.
Oh,
Very
very
good.
nice. That's very good. Getting lucky there, chaps.
So,
Indeed.
I mean, that is kind of worthy of a clap because it's like 1-3 is actually kind of a difficult map to get through.
Both 3 got through first time. You know, that is nice. That is nice.
I guess we could kind of talk about a small variance since that map's still a little bit fresh in people's minds. So one of the big differences for the Japanese version of this game is we mentioned how turn order is very fluid in this game. In the Japanese version, the turn order is extremely stagnant. It is your agility determines your turn order, and that means every enemy type will go at the same time. And that map, I have no idea how you wouldn't just lose 2 to 3 characters every turn the Ruin Knights go, because they just have 6 turns and they're
Yeah,
so hard
nuts.
hitting at that point. So
Yeah.
a nice advantage for the US and European versions of the game.
One of the things as well about this game that is, I'm going to call it, you know, one of the most key things to optimize in this game, but I'm also going to just have the, you know, just have the underside of very frustrating. The menu system's a little bit different in this game. So if you press B when you, well, not rather when you press B, item management's much more important because whenever you pick up a chest or open it, only Max can hold the item. So if Max's items are full, you have to get an item transferred to someone else so he can physically pick it up. Now, in the beginning of this game, we're picking up a lot of chests, which means that a consistent flow of item management is really important. Either using an item or moving it off as soon as possible. So this is why both our players are going to use the defense potion they get immediately to have that space available. Now, whenever you use an item or move it, it literally completely takes you out of the menu rather than putting you back in the item menu we were back in. So it's all about knowing exactly how many times you have to menu, where you have to menu to, and doing that consistently, and knowing where your items are as well if you need to do that kind of thing. So item management and menu optimization is one of the things that these two players have really got down to a T, and separates them from a lot of the other players because it is very important.
Yeah, to contrast that with Shining Force 2, we mentioned experience rollover. There's item rollover for that game as well.
Yeah. Ty, didn't you say that it made more sense that it did it because like Max can't hold it all and he's the one opening the chest?
I mean,
then how can he pass it off to his mates whenever? Because they're all over at headquarters.
it's magic.
Just,
Gotta
you
use your
know,
imagination a little bit.
UPS was around at this time, right?
But there's a pretty interesting thing. You mentioned how it'll kind of kick you completely out of the menu at some points.
Yeah.
There is going to be probably 1 or 2 points where I know NoWorries does. I don't know about Ty, but there's going to be 1 or 2 points where you can actually go into the headquarters, and when you go into the headquarters, Nova actually allows you to manage items a little bit better as far as giving them off to other characters. So that can be implemented for a couple times in the run, I think.
Yeah, I'll probably do it in Chapter 8 at least once.
A ways away then, but
It's a little ways away, but
yeah.
And worth noting for
Of course,
for speed
yeah.
of menuing. So
What's to note here as well is we've got like 4 specific gaggle of enemies, I'm gonna say. You've got the bats, you've got the knights, you've got the mage and his archer posse, and then the dwarves. So each of these are going to be dealt with at different times. The most important one is getting rid of these bats. You've got to get a good turn order to get the bats kind of done. Regarding the knights, they will support the bats, and then 2 will support the bats and 2 will stay up by the bridge. So we're going to hope for specific turn orders and specific positioning so we can maybe get a Blaze 2 off. They're going to just go for a simple Blaze 1 at this juncture. So because NoWorries has only 16 MP and Ty's got 1 million, NoWorries is going to be a little... he has to be a bit more conservative with his MP when dealing with this first bit.
He definitely needs 10 going into that second group with the Dark Mages and the Snipers.
So the ideal scenario is, because we're going to have the Mage and Archers stack up, is that they're going to stay by the river. I'm going to do 2 Blaze 2s to nuke all 3 of them in 1 fell swoop. Or 2 fell swoops rather, because you need two casts. But yeah, so you need 10 MP for that. So because NoWorries has got 16, he can only really use 3 casts of Blaze 1 before that moment. Ty's got 1 million, so he's got 998,000 or whatever.
Is it 1 million or 1 million plus 4?
I lost track.
There you go.
there we go. There's our first miss.
Plus 2.
Wait, your first or second?
1 each.
That was
so
my
yeah,
miss.
yeah.
First miss.
Well, it's all going under one umbrella.
All right,
so
2 misses.
there we go.
So there we go. We've got a nice kind of set of 2 there for the bats. So there is a potential Blaze. Well, he can't really use it now that I've Blazed like that because he hasn't got the MP. But he could.
So you'll notice here, like, we used to defend Max very, very aggressively inside of this fight, but because of the new strategies for gaining him a few more levels, giving him access to the defense potions, things of that nature, they're much more... He's kind of your front man, especially since Ken is basically either level 1 or 2 now. He can't take any hits, pretty much. But we do need to get him experience in this fight, because he will be important going into the second chapter.
And this is actually really important as well for adaptation. So you'll see that, even though I said that NoWorries probably can't afford an early Blaze 2, there's situations where it's actually just really worth it to go for it because you'll be able to blast out the early section. Unfortunately, didn't get the 1 shot on that Rune Knight. So the adaptation in this game is very, very important. Just to kind of, notice where you can make a difference.
Another miss.
Yeah.
1 misses.
Thanks.
Yeah, there we go.
Was that my boy Ken?
That was your boy Ken.
Oh boy, here we go.
See, right here, we've got 2 Rune Knights stacked up and a bat. Now, really, ideally, you want to kind of go for it because this kind of first section is really important to get through quickly. It can get very dangerous to have our characters here. So will he go for it? He decides to go for it. So he won't have the double Blaze 2 on the Mage and Archers, but you're still able to get a Blaze 2 and then Blaze 1 to knock out, ideally, the Mage, really, because that's going to be the...
I think this is a fine option as well, just because Rune Knights can do quite a bit of damage. He could have opted for the Bats as well, just because Bats have the higher evasion rank, and getting slept in this battle is actually pretty devastating. But he chose the Rune Knights, which is fine. It's just kind of a decision-making on that point.
Yeah. And also, it kind of allows... I'm looking at NoWorries screen here, not Ty's, so I can't really quite see it. But
Ty is currently setting up to kind of create his own formations for his Blaze 2.
Good. So yeah, it's also that kind of key thing of getting Ken the experience he needs. Notice that NoWorries did shift over the Bronze Lance from May to Ken because obviously she comes with a better weapon and Ken's only got his piddly little spear right now. Again, using those 2 different weapons when you want to take range, quite important and quite interesting. But
that is one of the big advantage of the Knight characters, is that you can kind of swap out for more power if you're close, or if you do need the extra versatility from the spears, you can use those as well.
Yeah,
nice big hit, yeah.
A 1 shot from both our players here. Level 5 for NoWorries Max, getting 3 HP. Ty's just on level 4 as well right now.
I'm actually quite worried. I have such low HP and I've gotten all defense +1, so Rune Knight's actually going to do a lot of damage to me at this point.
Yeah, he actually did a reset point at the priest in order to force a +2 on his power potion for Max as well. He did get the +2 on his way to Alterone as well, so his
+1 to the misses.
That's another
there.
miss for Ken.
Oh my gosh, Ken, you're killing us.
Ken's on my team. I don't know why you use him.
How much did you pay him?
The thing about that was really unfortunate is that Ken got the double attack, and that would have been massive in time save for this particular fight.
This is also kind of dangerous for Ken as well. As I mentioned, we want to try to keep him alive to put some experience onto him.
Yeah.
And as you saw there, the bat took over half of his life in one attack. So he's going to have to play a little bit cautiously, but again, this game's very trigger-based, and NoWorries has a lot of experience, as does Ty. So they kind of know what they can get away with for the most part.
Ty also had a very, very nice formation there. Could have had the 3 part, but you know, got a 2 because Max decided it would be a good idea to one-shot, which is very good, obviously. Defense and speed +1 for his Tau at level 5 now. No MP. I think that's because of the intensity of that +6.
Yeah, the +1 defense is actually pretty important as well going into the second battle in Chapter 2, because there's going to be a lot of damage flying around there between the mages and Max. But, we'll touch back on that as it comes up.
Ken just got
Okay.
Yeah, they sting a little bit.
It's just a flesh wound, huh? So here comes the Blaze 2 onto the Dark Mage and 2 snipers. Nice crit on that final sniper as well. Can we minus a push-up for a crit? No. I'm not scared of push-ups.
But that is something to note. I was actually going to mention that magic can crit.
Whatever.
That is something worthwhile to note inside of this game.
No worries, having a bit of a mare there with the 12 damage from his Max.
What are you doing?
Max should be just a note. Max should be one-shotting everything at this juncture.
Wait, does he have 23 attack?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Not possible, game.
So I mentioned, as far as land effect is concerned, that it's supposed to increase your defense. Land effect is, as far as I know, 100% bugged in Shining Force 1. It just either does not work at all, or it's so inconsistent that you might as well be completely off the table.
Okay, so Tau outturned the Dark Mage. So basically, the Dark Mage and Tau are kind of at a similar speed, so it's very possible for the Dark Mage to outturn Tau. If that does, she dies, and that's really bad because it's going to add an extra menu and heal to the route.
Also, I got a miss. Put that on the counter.
Thank you very much. That's very honest of you, Ty.
Was it Ken? That's all that matters.
It was.
My boy!
So something else that's very nice about Magic, we'll be seeing that later on in the run as well, but Magic cannot miss. So when it comes to bats and other flying enemies, very, very good to, you know, either start the kill with them or particularly finish a kill with them just to make sure they don't get their turns.
So, yeah, so Ken just got a level up on NoWorries side, and he got attack +2, which, you know, as much as we kind of like to rib on Ken for being a little bit rubbish, he is a good knight. He genuinely is a good knight, compared to Chester at least, anyway.
Good old Higgins.
Higgins. Yeah, he's versatile. He's very tanky as well. He gets a lot of HP, and you know, he's able to survive a lot more. You'll notice that NoWorries is going to leave Ken on the left side. It used to be that he'd bring Ken around with him, but because he had to stick behind a little bit, he's going to keep him on this side. So Max is going to just one-shot the world.
Yeah, he's just going to skewer all these guys.
Yeah. Whilst Ken just like peppers the other Dark Dwarf from the other side. Should be, wasn't the 6 damage you wanted, but it'll give enough time. Basically, that will work out so that Ken will get a one-shot, the Dark Dwarf will stay, Max will get a one-shot, sorry, or Frolky will get a one-shot, and go through it all getting one-shots whilst Ken just finishes off the final.
He's
Dark
basically
Dwarf.
Lancelot from King Arthur and the Holy Grail right now.
Yeah.
Well,
John, he is literally John. Double attack, Ken,
Nice.
please.
See, what a legend.
I can't wait to see the repeat of the chat for this. It's just going to be just a wave of just like renounce Ken. And
Don't worry. We don't need healers, Meta. We don't need
Ken
healers.
No. It's like, so Ken now decides, oh, wait, I'm going to do my job and then some?
hey, in Ken we trust, right?
Yeah.
Ken we trust.
Ken's my boy.
This was the easy chapter for
gotta
Ken.
believe.
Next chapter is a lot harder for Ken, so we'll just see what happens.
So each double attack, he just screams Shoryuken and just takes the guy out.
Pretty much.
Yeah, the levels of HP are much lower in this game compared to Shining Force 2, and that's another reason why Magic is particularly potent.
So we'll notice as well actually that despite Ty having a lot more MP, he did actually blow out a lot more MP earlier, so he still only had only one Blaze 2 on that formation there, leaving Ken behind again just to finish off this Rune Knight, and very, very nice.
So a little bit of menuing just to open up Max's inventory for NoWorries there. Frolky, I should say, is going to be picking up a very innocuous item, but one that has very, very important uses.
That was the Orb of Light, I believe.
The Quick Ring, actually.
Oh, sorry, no, the Orb of Light later.
Little bit later.
Sorry, I had a moment there because you know that. Yeah, you get in the spirit of spring. Sorry.
So,
the Quick Ring. Sorry.
Did you, NoWorries? Did you kind of want to mention a little bit about how the Quick Ring impacts the run?
Well, sure. So, I mean, we kind of talked about it in 1.3 with how important it was to time Max's level 4 so that he could get that huge burst of speed so that we could basically double turn those Rune Knights and sneak in. And the Quick Ring, when equipped, gives us 4 speed. So you can see from equipping it, unequipping it, we can really manage to alter somebody's speed. And if we're lucky, we'll be able to do that at a couple spots to be able to achieve those double turns. Otherwise, we're going to be using it to, or at least in this battle, we're going to be using it on Max to just keep him going at the top of the turn order. So it'll kind of move around, but it's kind of the same idea of being able to get people to get that proverbial double turn.
All right, so just to cover kind of in this map that NoWorries is in right now, 2 distinct but very, very important parts. That's the bridge that's coming up here, which he's going to have to hold that position and push through while being assaulted by Dark Dwarves and Bats. Again, Bat sleep is very dangerous.
Hasn't really happened yet, has it?
Yeah, not quite yet.
What time?
We still got.
Best of luck.
I was gonna say we still have about a dozen bats to get through before we can kind of breathe a sigh of relief for some time. The second part of this is going to be making our way into the town of Manarina, which is where we are aware that the Princess of Guardiana is at this time.
Yeah, so it hasn't been mentioned too much in terms of story. Anri, the Princess of Guardiana, needs to be notified that her father has passed, and she's a studying mage at, as Turbo just said, Manarina just here. Which is, and in Manarina is where the Orb of Light is. Because you mentioned the speed ring, I was like, wasn't it later? But yeah. Anyway, again, very, very small force. Again, there's no healers. Going to be kind of abusing the fact that we have people with distance, people without, and enough kind of damage to kind of burst through this first section here by sending Frolky in now, yeah.
So right here, Ty has just pulled the chain inside of the dragon head. That's kind of one of the places as a casual player that held me up for a long time because there's so many things that look like dragons in there, and they're like, look at the dragon's head for the chain. But both of the runners look like they're wrapped up to Chapter 1 and on to Chapter 2 at this point. Since we're kind of fending off on the bridge here, we've covered some of the beginning parts of this. Meta Sigma, if you had anything to do for your host duties over there.
Did you come level 4?
Wow, if I had anything to do.
No.
Oh, it'll be fine.
Okay. Well, we've got quite a few, so I'll get through as many as I can as quickly as I can.
All right.
Very worried.
$5 from Debonair, $4.40. It says, "Where's my bleeping tea?" I can't do it like Bowie, I'm sorry.
Where's my bleeping tea?
Thank you, sir. Anyway, I think this is the last donation of the run, unless I get paid today, so there's some more donations. But anyway, things goes best of luck to the runners, and don't forget to be awesome. Not like you could even if you tried. Okay, yeah, I mean, in Bowie's case, yeah, whatever.
Did you have to throw that shot out?
That wasn't a shot, it was a compliment.
He said in Bowie's case, whatever, but you know.
But anyway, things go best, you know what, you're awesome, that's all that matters.
Do you know who's awesome? This guy.
That's true.
He's
that's
awesome
true.
and a half.
You know who's all awesome? Everybody here.
That's
true. That's true. Except you. You're not. Anyways, we have a $200 donation from Beepo.
Add another miss on the calendar.
Doggone it!
It wasn't Ken.
It wasn't Ken?
It was not
Okay,
Ken.
we still trust in Ken.
Yes.
Had to donate during the Shining Force race. We have a $20 donation from Rubastian. Shining Force family, good to see you all at RPG Limit Break again. Now, don't have any worries. You may you not tie. Okay, I get it.
The only way we're getting a tie here is when both of them break the power ring.
Or the entire power of the building just drops off, and it's like, does that count? Maybe we all meet up at RPG Limit Break 18. Long live the Shining Force family. donation to Bob the Ninja Goldfish Choice. We'll let him know when he wakes up.
Really nice formation here, just very, very quickly. Great formation from NoWorries. So
Yeah, he got some pretty nice luck there getting through the bridge relatively quickly, and then they grouped up nicely for this place too.
go for it, yeah.
All right, we have another $25 donation from Slytherin 42. Hi, y'all. Good job to the runners, especially crew and commentators, for all your work so far. Fantastic limit break. Had to get my donation in during Shining Force since it's the first RPG I ever encountered. I have the fondest memories going over to my cousin's house who owned it. Watching him play was amazing. And when he finally let me play every other battle or death, it was life-changing. Can't wait to see it done fast, so good luck to the runners, and let's get to that 100K. Very much, guys. Let's get to that 100K.
Yeah.
We have a $25 donation from Gravedigger. Or Grave Danger, I'm sorry. Gravedigger, Danger. There's a G in it, you know.
Yeah.
Took vacation from work. Found limit break. Spent entire week watching streams. Time well spent.
Agreed.
We have a $5 donation from Manic Ascendant. Shining Force and Final Fantasy IX in one day. Man, I was supposed to stream today. Oh, well, I guess you don't really need sleep, right? I mean, Bowie, guys, do we really need sleep? I mean,
No.
I've managed without it this week.
Well, fantastic work on both of the runners' parts. And here's hoping Ken winds up the Centaur of Attention.
Oh,
Got him. I like that one.
Well played.
just think, all of you typical Shining Force chat members, remember, you can put in a donation with a pun and just watch NoWorries progressively shrink into a ball on the ground.
Is that considered like performance enhancing against NoWorries though, as he slowly just can't play because his hands are just like,
Don't
I hate this.
It's hard to
don't
play
worry,
if I'm
we got-
facepalming.
One-handed.
don't worry, we got some zingers coming up for 2 battles from now.
We got two $25 donations, one from Kotaso with no comment, thank you, and one anonymous. A race of my favorite childhood game? What did I do to deserve this fantastic luck? Keep the force marching on, and good luck with that post-race workout.
Oh,
Hope you
man.
boys got the flex ready for those push-ups. It's going to be awesome. Ken, you have one job.
Miss everything.
We have a $2 donation from Spiral. Good luck to the runners. My donation goes to include the face that remains, or the face that runs the place, AJ Styles, into the phenomenal Final Fantasy IX run.
Oh, man.
$25 from Kyle Thomas. Good luck to the runners on such a great and nostalgic game. I still remember losing my Shining Force save file on Sega Channel right before the final stage.
Sega Channel, there's a
rough.
nice service.
Oh. It doesn't matter what game it is. When you lose it right before the final stage of any game, it's
We've all felt it.
it's almost like F in chat where you just
Well, you're going to get to see the ending twice.
Oh, there you go.
That's
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully we can. Thanks for a great event and for a great cause. And finally, we have a $10 donation from Geister Carle that says, because I'm away for the weekend, this run is the last run I will be able to see from Limit Break 2018. At least live. So, I have to donate one last time for a great cause. Because the is nothing special. I think I meant because there is nothing special left to donate to. I will do a full Jeff round, and $2 are up for a drink.
Listen, it's hard to type on the mobile apps.
Especially when you're
I get
excited because Shining Force 2 is on the stream, is all I'm saying.
I have a dumb phone, so I don't even know anything about all this newfangled technology you weirdos speak of.
You kids, you darn kids.
I mean, technically, this is still like before cell phone age, isn't it?
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, but
Millennials are killing the dumb phone industry.
Which is actually a wonderful kind of point to end up on because we're coming up to the final part of this fight, which is, you'll notice this massive desert. It is a desert, although it just looks like, peanut butter smeared on the land. So again, this is where we're going to abuse that turn order that, Turbo and NoWorries are kind of alluded to regarding the speed ring. So these mages are pretty fast. We're going to basically hope that we can get the mages to go first and then move Max into a position where on his next turn, he can then get to Mana Rinner and then move up and equip the speed ring so that his next turn allows him to go straight through. The reason this is so dangerous is because these mages have Blaze 2 and they will focus Max. And if you do get unlucky on the turn order, good luck. That's pretty much it for you, GG. You know, they'll probably finish. I mean, I think NoWorries got 17 HP, so he could get lucky with double 8. But, you know, it's not something you really want to rely on. Luckily enough, he's very strong, so he can one-shot one of them. And then, so here's the setup. On his next turn, he'll move up 1 space or 2, equip the ring, and then go for it.
Yeah, so mentioning these new enemies that we have here, zombies. Zombies hit very hard, and they are actually quite tanky. They also have the ability to poison your guys on a hit. Poison, in general, is not too bad of a thing. It's just 2 damage a turn. What is more relevant is that it does bring about text
the out
boxes.
turn.
Got the out turn, and there is the speed ring equipped. So even if the mage does now outturn him, he won't die because it's only going to be 1 turn. But based on the fact that he's got the speed ring on, he probably won't. There it is.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I was going to say, he's actually really safe there also. Even if the mage had gotten a Blaze 2 crit, I don't think it kills Max there. So
it shouldn't unless it was insanely high.
So this NoWorries dojo right now is meeting Anri, and for the longest time, Ty, you were quite stubborn about this character, weren't you?
I think a lot of people were.
Yeah.
It was another runner of the game.
I stood alone with my waifu. Okay.
I was going to say another runner of the game, Nakuri, who I believe is probably going to be on the German restream right now doing an announcement. He was one of the people that kind of really pushed to have Henri be a part of the run. Maybe not to quite as much success as she is now, but being able to feed Henri effectively really makes the last 2 chapters of this game fly by very quickly.
She is, without a shot, I mean, she's the strongest spellcaster in the game because Anri, where Tao uses Blaze, and Blaze is very strong, Anri has access to Freeze, which is a stronger spell, stronger magic spell, costs a little bit more than Blaze. It'll cost, I believe, like 10 per cast, and it's 8 per cast for the highest level of those spells. And you'll see exactly how strong that is later on. But again, as Turbo said, feeding her and keeping her alive at the start is so crucial to that, because she is a little bit squishy at the very start.
To that end, NoWorries is going to be using a Bread of Life on her right now. Bread of Life gives you a little bit more of your maximum HP, and that's very important for Henri right now because she starts off the game with only 9 HP. So even only getting 1 is still very relevant for this. Because it does give her the potential to say, like, survive a Blaze 2. It lets her take more bat hits, which are going to happen in this next battle. Yeah.
And also, as a kind of precursor to a later strat, they did pick up the Domingo egg. This is scary for Ty right now. He got caught by the mage.
Okay.
Didn't get crit, so he's fine.
I was going to say, it crit me yesterday in practice, so I was like, I think we should be fine today.
You did save, right?
No.
Of course not.
So I'd like to point out, that it was presented to them if they wanted to make a gentleman's agreement on some of these more dicey places.
Yeah.
If they would make a gentleman's agreement to always save at them. They said no.
I mean,
so we're only going to be seeing saves at very specific places.
So
it's obvious that they hate each other very deeply.
I was going to say, it's like, should I start catching up now and just YOLO circus?
Is it hate or is it just, competition? Every little advantage you can take.
Yeah. So we all notice as well that the zombies have 15 HP, so NoWorries move Max into position to kind of shoehorn the zombies to where they are. So Anri started off and got you can either hit by 7 or 8 on zombies because they're weak to fire, so instead of 6-7, it's 7-8. Very nice that Anri hit by 8 on the first turn, meaning that Tao could go in and finish it off. She got a level up as well, so... Also, Anri has a power stick on, which not only increases attack anyway, but it's also got a kind of natural attack buff to it as well. So it's a very strong weapon that he'll be using. And Anri does have the speed ring as well, so being able to manipulate her turn order allows kind of the players to set up a much higher chance to get kills with Anri, increasing her experience and getting her up in the levels.
So the zombie could have attacked there. Another possibility is he could have decided to fall back to the other line of enemies there. I have seen that before, but he just decided to swing on Max, which is fine. Max has quite a bit of, or Frolky has quite a bit of HP to work with at this point. Again, though, you don't want to take too many hits from zombies. They hit very hard.
I also forgot to mention in that previous battle I had 2 misses.
All right.
2 more that I didn't?
Yeah.
2 in total. Oh, wow. Well, you're trying to kill us, Ty.
I don't think it's Ty that's trying to kill us. I think it's his cart that's trying to kill us. Ty's
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah. Just yes is the only answer right now.
So kind of a compare and contrast with Tao and Henri. Tao will the entire game you have her, she's going to do 1 damage on melee. She's never going to be able to do anything. You did mention that we have the power staff that comes equipped on Henri immediately. That means that for this battle, she'll be able to hit certain enemies for, I believe, 6 damage is where the power staff hits for on these bats. So it just gives her a little bit more longevity. She doesn't have to throw out that blaze if she doesn't need to.
Especially considering her MP pool at this point is vastly lower than Tao's, because Tao's got some more levels. Henri joins at level 3, so the important thing is you know, to be able to bring all the characters up to speed. So by starting off by blazing the first 2, the zombie and the mage, and then moving in to get the zombie mage and the sniper at the back, you know, effectively, you know, weathers the storm on the first 2 enemies, and then kind of like finishes them off, allowing Mac, or whenever Henri goes in, to finish off the sniper as well.
So he did decide to, or NoWorries did decide to hold off there, and the reason for that is specifically because he wants Max to go straight across the bridge and immediately set up in position to start forming the bats around him. That sets up for good Blaze 2s. It also makes sure that it hits your most durable character at this point, which is Max. You don't want to kind of rush that section, because when you rush this section, again, we've talked about it before, these are bats. High evasion, sleep.
And here's where the power staff's going to come into play. Again, equipping the speed ring to gain the advantage in terms of turn order. Good MP upgrade and attack. So Henri's now going to get her next turn and going to finish off that one with the blaze, because just in case the damage isn't enough. Really good turn order there from NoWorries. As for Ty, he's just making his way onto the bridge formation as well.
Yeah, so another thing that's pretty relevant inside of this battle, we recently picked up the speed ring. I do apologize, it's the speed ring in this game. Sometimes they use the Shining Force 2 names. It's, you know, they kind of swapped them around a little bit. At the bottom section of this map, there is a power ring. Power ring is kind of similar to the one inside of Shining Force 2. You can equip it for extra attack power, but just like in Shining Force 2, it has
4, not 5. But there is a difference. It's 4 in this and 5 in 2. Yeah.
Correct. One of
Ken!
Ken.
I just look up, and of course, that's what I see.
Stop looking at the screens, Meta.
I can't help it.
So, just like in Shining Force 2, the power ring can be used in order to augment your offensive capabilities. However, it works differently inside of this game. In Shining Force 2, it worked on giving you a percentage of your attack power, and then it would degrade as the turns went on.
37.5, and it goes down by 12.5, so it's back to base.
In this one, it is a base 15 attack power, which, although it doesn't help out if you had extremely high attack values, because the vast majority of Shining Force 1 numbers are much lower than 2's, 15 attack damage is actually way more beneficial.
Oh, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. You'll see characters who, you know, can barely do damage, end up one-shotting a lot of bosses or a lot of kind of enemies, making a lot of those kind of all-clear fights be a lot better. We haven't actually mentioned that. We've only mentioned kind of the snipes and the objective, you know, like the locations to get to. There is, of course, also all-clears in this game. Some of the most famous ones at the beginning of Chapter 3, or middle part of Chapter 3.
Yes.
Yeah, so it makes those all clears really, really good.
Yeah, ideally, okay, so this is kind of poor. And actually not so much because of the double attack. This is kind of poor because we really want Ken to be alive to go for the power ring, because he has much better movement than Max is going to have. So we'll have to see how quickly Ken kicks out of that.
He's already out. He's already out, yeah. Level 5 right now for NoWorries, and at level 5, Henri does learn her freeze spell, so it costs Blaze 1 is 2 and it does 6 to 7 damage. Freeze 1 is 3 and I believe it's 8 to 10 damage, or is it 8 to 9?
I think it's 8, 9. I don't think I've seen 10.
Well, you can get 10 if you're Domingo and you're lucky.
We'll mention Domingo more when we get there, but yeah, both players did obviously pick up the Domingo egg, which will, you know, they'll cash in that Domingo egg a little bit later, and boy will they cash in.
So we kind of touched on it very lightly, but obviously we have Tao as a fire mage and Henri as our ice mage. Talking about how, a little bit more comparing and contrasting them, Tao tends to get outrageous amounts of agility. She tends to be the first person to go out of anything on almost any map inside of the game. Henri will tend to get much higher levels of defense on her post-promotion, and we'll kind of cover promotion stuff when we get to it in about a chapter from now. Something to note between the magics themselves. So fire is going to never get an increase in range. It'll get that same cross template also. It won't get a different one.
+1.
The advantage of fire, though, is that it tends to progress and get its levels much faster than the other types of magic, and it does have certain enemies that it does increase damage to, like the zombies that Bowie had mentioned, skeletons being another one, mostly undead things.
Yeah. Yeah, the increase in range is going to be really important for like the later or like the mid game, where you know, our players are going to be setting up specific formations, and you can kind of keep both Tau and Anri at a good range, and they're both in. You know, normally you have to kind of like close in a little bit more. You can kind of have Anri or behind Tau, and they're still reaching the same range, which is very, very nice for specific setups.
And we did talk about how. And we did talk about how Blaze kind of what its niche is inside of this game. Freeze does tend to do a little bit more damage. What's nice about it is at level 3, it will get an extended range template. So like the template will be the same with the cross section, but it'll get an additional square that it can get as far as range. And as Bowie was mentioning, that can be pretty relevant in a number of maps. Even going into the end game, just that extra 1 square makes all the difference in the world when you're potentially, you know, only moving 5 spaces at a time. There is... Oh. This
Sorry.
is
+1 to misses.
There is not a movement glitch.
Was it Ken?
No, it was Max. My Ken would never fail me.
There is not a movement glitch in this game like Shining Force 2, that is to note, so movement is still very, very structured and very important when you only have so much of it to kind of adjudicate at any given time. We just saw our first use of powering on NoWorries side, and unfortunately, his first use also led to the first smoke of it. Would you kind of like to talk about the mechanics of using items? I guess we can have NoWorries cover it since he was the one that got it.
We've been talking a lot. We'll let our runners do some explaining.
Definitely.
What do you want me to say?
Smoking, cracking.
It's so frustrating.
Cracking and smoking of items.
Well, so contrasting from last year, as Bowie has mentioned a number of times with Shining Force 2, at least this game has the courtesy to tell us when an item cracks.
There's your orb of light, by the way.
Yes, and the big thing is, obviously we cannot afford to shatter the rings because we need to use them throughout the entire run. So it's, I believe the actual statistic is 1 in 4 chance for it to smoke, but sometimes it feels like you just get into a rhythm where it just cracks every single time. You know? I just found this super powerful ring. It breaks after 1 use.
Yeah,
When I go repair it, it'll probably break after 1 use because the shopkeeper just used Scotch tape, you know.
And it's very important to keep track of this because while the smoke isn't bad, you do need to remember to repair it.
Yes.
To that end, we actually have both runners, I believe, have a couple of items next to like their consoles that they can look at and go like, okay, was it smoked? Okay, did I remember to repair it? And then they would take it off or like flip a coin or something.
Yeah, it's like I normally at home would have like a bunch of different flavored of Mountain Dew empty cans to represent each ring. And right now I'm working with a penny, and I'm just like, I don't think this is gonna work for me.
You can always prop little Bowie up and down.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say if I was gonna be on the couch, I was just gonna send Bowie on the floor, and then it would be plenty fine.
Cheers, mate.
But yeah, that's pretty much the only way that this can go catastrophically wrong is if they blow up the powering and then save for some reason.
That would be a rip run.
Yeah, that's one thing we cannot do.
So we're learning right now at the Pool of Light on Ty's stream. After he used the Orb of Light, he's talking to basically the lady inside of this cavern, and she tells him that, hey, you need to stop Dark Soul. He's searching for the Legacy of the Ancients, and not much is known about the Legacy of the Ancients or what exactly it is. All they know is that the Gate of the Ancients is meant to seal away this thing, and they're trying to bring it out. That is to say, Dark Soul and Runefaust. So something to note that's not exactly expressed, I don't think, as well inside of this game. Dark Soul isn't actually the leader of Runefaust.
No, he's not. No, he is a kind of, let's say,
an advisor.
An advisor who's kind of like stumbled upon Runefaust and kind of won the favor of the King Ramlardu, who is the king of Runefaust. Again, a small caveat to this. In the remake, Resurrection of the Dark Dragon, you do see a little bit more about that side. I guess people, fans wanted to know that, so when they did make the remake, they did kind of, throw that out there to see a little bit of what happens on that side of things.
Ooh, 5.
5 MP is really nice.
So in this next battle that NoWorries is in, this is probably one of the first big tests of a casual player. We meet what I would say is like our first real boss, which is Marionette. Something that's very, very dangerous about Marionette. He has access to Freeze 3. You will not see this caliber of magic until many chapters later for this.
Like chapter 6.
Yeah, and he is able to cast that infinitely, basically, against your opponent or against your party. So it's very important that when you engage upon Marionette, you do it very quickly, because you don't want Marionette to just string along this battle.
Agreed, for sure. Also, the enemies that are kind of surround Marionette as well are very, very powerful. We just saw a 9 damage hit from the evil puppet on Max there. So, you know, Max is still, even despite all the defense up, is very, very, very fragile. Thing to note as well about Marionette is that she also, this is the thing about bosses as a whole, is that bosses heal themselves at the end of every full turn order. And I believe Marionette is the first one to actually have this ability.
Yes.
I believe how much regen? It's like 10 HP regen for her. It's like, I think it's a percentage of the overall. Is it a flat rate or is it a percentage of the overall? I don't. This is one thing I don't know.
It's a flat rate.
Flat rate.
I believe.
The main thing to note is that
She
like
heals,
you need to have enough damage on any given turn in order to get through that regen. If you can't, then you just digress. You cannot win that battle if you can't do that much damage.
And further to this as well, you know, to kind of, you know, to go on Turbo's point of this being a test for, you know, the casual player, is magic is not really useful against Marionette because she is a magic caster, therefore she has that innate resistance. So this is all about physical damage, and this is where that power ring is really going to come in handy, specifically for Ken.
Yeah, we're going to see NoWorries doing a suspend here in order to potentially get 2 power ring uses, both on Ken and on Max.
Yeah.
So that's what he's trying to manipulate right now. And then he's just got to make his way up to Marionette and try to deal with him as quickly as possible. Because, I mean, this whole situation that they're in is very, very dire, so you don't want to be clowning around.
Get him.
Really? Really?
Well, to be fair, Turbo did warn you. He said in a couple of times it's going to get a little bit heavy in here, so you were warned.
Yeah,
you
I was.
You
Fair
can't.
enough.
If you didn't see that one coming, you can only blame yourself. There's a circus in here.
I mean, hey, you just got to enjoy the sideshow, okay, Meta?
All right.
nerves are on a
On
high
another
wire
note,
right
I
now.
want to bring up one thing that we haven't mentioned: that evil puppet's attack. That was it's actually a special attack, which is something that we'll get into more down the road, where enemies will have their regular physical attack, or they'll have like an alternate attack, and in this case, it has the ominous incantation, is what that attack is
It's
called.
the fart slap.
Yeah.
Let's be real. I
It
mean,
goes, that's that wow, and then it attacks, and we'll have much more devastating versions of that later. But this is where the game first introduces it.
It is pretty dangerous inside of this fight because it's a large amount of damage to be dealt, and it can hit twice. Also, certain of these mannequins that you're seeing are able to cast Freeze 1, so that is undodgeable damage that's going to come out.
So a smoke from NoWorries, so flipping his coin.
The smoke's actually okay here because he's already buffed both Frolky and Ken, so he should be okay in that capacity. We see Ty is kind of in the same boat right now. He is going to be setting up for his power ring manipulation. So still a very tight race at this point.
Yeah, very, very good. I was going to say something.
Okay,
about-
there's a miss.
Can miss.
Thanks,
With
Ken.
this
What
is
was
the
that
other-
tie about? Ken being your boy?
The misses are going to
Yeah.
flow pretty freely when it comes to bosses.
Yeah,
Because
they've
bosses
got
have
a
very
high
high
evasion.
evasion.
Don't worry, Ken. You'll make me proud and crit this guy, right? Just
Yeah,
one
double
hit
attack
KO.
crit.
Just watch a one shot, one kill. Do it for me, buddy.
Okay.
That ain't gonna happen.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is actually something that you might want to notify about. This is very important actually for knowing how long you can keep your buff for. So the power buff is actually a little bit bugged in the way that when it runs out, wow, it's a big hit there from Max. So the power ring, when it says, the power, the boost spell has ended, it doesn't always end. So you tend to have a change. When it ends, you actually still keep the buff until a change in stats occurs. So if you get a level up, either at some point after the buff when it ends, or when the buff ends and afterwards, when that change in stat happens, that's when it disappears. This includes changing your equipment. Yes. So in order to kind of keep your buff, you either want to make sure that you're buffed and you're not going to be changing equipment. This actually does become a bit of a thing in a battle coming up, the next battle in fact. you want to make sure that you don't change your equipment and you don't level up in order to keep that buffer as long as possible.
Yeah, it's very important. It will last for 3 turns normally, even without that. So at the 3rd turn, it will get expired. But yeah, in general, it's like if you get a level up, if you get hit, if you change your equipment, as you mentioned before. There's a couple other things that I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, any type of change at all to the numbers on your character is going to be met very negatively.
Yeah, so Ty just finishing off Marionette there.
Nice.
Good job.
Thank you, Ken.
Both players getting through that, for the most part, very, very cleanly. So the odd miss here and there. But so in terms of narrative, the reason that we did that, we went back to, I can't even remember the name of this village. It's not mentioned at all.
This is Rindo.
Rindo, that's the one. When you go back to Rindo, the mayor, his grandson went missing, and he's there in the circus tent. He was kind of lured away. Come and watch the funness. So we went in there to save Rindo's mayor's grandson, because we need a boat to go to the east side of the world. So he's like, you know what? You saved my grandson. You can take our only boat.
Yeah, because, well, no. Because the people of Runefaust actually took the other boats. And the only one left was the mayor's. Yeah. And he's like, no, you can't use it. But now he's kind of warmed up to you a little bit now that you've risked your life to save his grandson.
So remember, this is the only boat that Rindo has. Just, you know,
throwing it out there.
I mean, at least they have the one left, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you know, one is better than none, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can just make our way to the Eastern Continent.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
yeah, then when we're done, we've saved the world. We can just bring it back and say, hey, here's your boat.
Good as new.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you know.
We've even tuned it up for you.
Added a little bling to it.
So another person that we kind of neglected to mention is appearing on Ty's screen right now. This is Michaela, the witch.
She actually appears in Alterone earlier on. After 1-3, you can go and have a little chat with her. And she says, don't go forward, turn back, you will die.
She passes herself off as a fortune teller.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But what she decides to do is, I swear, she's setting fire to the boat. That's what that is. That is setting fire to the boat. So the only boat in Rindo has been burnt to the ground.
To the water.
To the ocean, but yeah.
Look at that.
It's like this giant boat, and
then suddenly it's just ablaze.
I mean, it must have been made of just like balsa wood or something.
Yeah, it went
and that thing went up. It was filled with autumn leaves.
Yeah, it was like a fire, just boom. Yeah. Is it fireworks day or something?
They're celebrating freedom.
And so they say, in order to get to the next boat, you need to go to Uraanbaatar, which is further to the north. To that end, we will be making our way to Shade Abbey to ask advice of the friar there.
So you may notice that Ty made a little bit of a time save on NoWorries, but mainly because NoWorries stocked up on a lot of items at this point, because he's going to be stocking up for the vast majority of time. Ty likes to be a little bit more shotgun with his stockage of items.
I'll be grabbing it after this battle, so it'll probably flip-flop from there on.
So we actually mentioned how Marionette is like the first real test. It's funny that immediately after that you run into what I think is the next real test, which is Shade Abbey.
Yeah, so on Ty's side, you'll see that the priest in Shade Abbey, you'll see if you have a look around, all the graves are open and stuff. So what has happened is all the people in the abbey have been killed, and all the bodies have been raised from the dead by Dark Soul. And this is his first actual appearance, I believe. Dark Soul is a recurring character in the majority of the Shining games. For the most part, he's the same. I believe that Dark Soul in Shining in the Darkness is actually a descendant of this Dark Soul. Because Shining in the Darkness is much later down the general timeline, let's say, or the theorized timeline. Good 8 damage hit from NoWorries is Tao, so Amory can finish it off, and the same for Ty as well. It's a good start.
So since Ty got his turn on his Ken, you notice how he's kind of trying to block for the 2 mages there. That's very, very important. So this is kind of unfortunate. So we have Ty, who got a zombie on max inside of that choke point. NoWorries actually got a skeleton. Skeletons do considerably more damage than zombies. So even though they can't poison, it's much better to get the zombie on max so that they can absorb more hits and use their healing seeds more effectively.
Yeah,
nice formation set up by Ty there. That's exactly what you want to see in this battle.
Tao's in danger right now for NoWorries, and she survives. Wow. Okay. Very scary. Ty's like, oh, she survived, did she?
I was like, I'm surprised she was that tanky. Normally she survives with like 1 HP at that moment.
So the thing about this is that because Max makes his way into Shade Abbey and gets cornered, he's actually at the top of this map. We didn't actually mention that specific danger point. Yeah. But yeah, this is kind of like save Max the battle. So it would be a good speed upgrade for Henry there.
Yes.
Plus miss. But the thing about it is that there's so many of them stacked up that magic again here, the Blaze 2 is going to be really, really important for dealing a lot of damage. So very nice there to get that double kill with the Blaze. And you can see that it's just going to be, you know, time to go ham with the magic and clear this out.
You notice the sweet conga line of death?
Yeah,
just
there
waiting
it is.
for Max.
We mentioned it, the conga line of death, and this is our first showcase of it, really.
But they really don't care too much about anybody else on the map, as long as you move in very kind of prescribed ways.
Also, a thing to note about bosses for the most part is they will not move unless you're kind of next to them to kind of like to key their movement. If you're kind of attacking from afar, they generally don't move, which means that this is why Ken's really good and why the mages are really, really good, is they can stand at range of bosses and just pepper them and throw stuff away at them without having to worry too much about them getting attacked. So moving Ken round to the left-hand side and then buffing him, Ken's going to go ham and a half on our team. So this is also why NoWorries attack the skeleton to begin with, so that the Blaze can immediately get rid of that first skeleton. Nice crit there, and then make his way through. One final thing about the zombies before I stop talking for this moment is that one of them has a notoriously high evasion rate, the same as the ghoul. The ghoul's evasion rate is like 99%.
Yeah.
So get your hand on that miss counter for this attack.
I believe.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
You're
Got your back, no worries.
But the theorized thing is perhaps it was supposed to be a ghoul and just the template was kind of messed up or something of that nature.
There is a famous video of one of the older runners of this game missing, I think, about 13 times, and every single one of his party members dying, and then Poison slowly killing him off, whilst this one zombie just did not die. That was the last time that runner played this game.
Sorry, Pirius.
But yeah, and again, that's why magic's really, really powerful here as well. We do want the powering in order to get our first shot on the ghoul, but we can finish it off with magic as well.
99 evasion, too easy.
It's almost like anti-fire, or like reverse Fire Emblem. It's like 1% chance to miss, gonna miss.
So 1 out of 100 chance to double attack. I'll do it twice in a row.
Yeah, it might be one of the ways that you might tackle this fight from a casual perspective with more party members is you might even decide to just run Max all the way back to the force and kind of set up from there. But this is much safer for what we're trying to accomplish for the speed run.
The shoehorn, or that kind of the choke point, is really, really nice just for kind of keeping enemies on a focus, because obviously Max is the one they want to go for. He's the one that they want.
Yeah, I mean, as difficult as this battle is and some of the frustrating things inside of it, this is actually probably one of my favorite fights. You get this sweet...
I shouldn't have even tried that.
I was going to say, man, you just took the... Oh.
My apologies.
Yeah.
So actually the first hit is actually really important just to get done with Ken, and then from there on out they're probably going to use magic to kind of, you know, just slowly whittle the ghoul down. It's really resistant to magic, so this won't kill it. It'll do like, 5 damage. But Ty with a nice level 8 Anri, which is really good.
But yeah, the background inside of the battle is fantastic. I really like it. Something kind of artistically to note between Shining Force 1 and 2. Shining Force 1 tends to have a much more muted color palette, while Shining Force 2 is very bright, very colorful.
Yeah, and I think that when it comes to like people's preferences, either you get people who do really enjoy the kind of like the brighter side of Shining Force 2, and you get those who really enjoy like the maturity and the darker essence of Shining Force 1. Shining Force 1 is definitely a little bit darker in theme than 2 across the board, really. Both players have Anri at level 8 at this point, which is very important because that means she gets Blaze 2, meaning that the next chapter is going to be okay.
So we're going to recruit a very important person here, Balbaroy. He's going to be a flying unit that we're going to use extensively in this upcoming chapter even.
You also get his wife, Armin.
She's something.
Amon.
She's a character that exists in the game.
A man.
So
I
His
believe
wife, a man.
I believe the incentives have been met, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So
Oh,
she
yeah.
is actually going to be very important for picking up one of those incentives.
That's right. I kind of almost forgot about
So
that.
yeah, don't let her die.
While we have a
Yes.
moment while Chapter 3 is kind of loading up, Meta Sigma, if
Yeah, it'd be
anything to
great
go
time.
through.
Here we go. We have a $100 donation from Get Cooped.
Nice.
Hey guys, depression is something that is always around. Sometimes you don't even know you have it because that's the way you've always thought. I love how events like this bring more awareness to people, so people don't have to figure out late in life that this isn't a very good way to feel. Thanks for contributing to the cause. Really fun to watch these great games. Put towards Runner's Choice.
Nice.
$5 from Red the Reckless. Oh, holy shade, Abbey. Blessed be thine RNG. The turn orders come, and Max goes last, and Ken misses. As Blazes do their max amount of damage, give us this day our good damage rolls, and deliver thine enemies to death, as we save Guardia from Dark Dragon. A Max.
Nice.
Dark Dragon.
I wonder.
Thank you very much.
He probably had that just in a backlog.
Yeah, he's been writing that. He's been writing that the entire marathon. He's been trying to think of something very well.
Reciting
well
it to make sure it sounds perfect.
So we just saw from NoWorries side of things the very, very first promotion of this game. So promotion, as Turbo said, is very, very important. So obviously, when you hit a certain level, you can class up and rank up, and so we can get to the next level. So at level 10, you can do it in this game. There's a big, not gamble, but thing to note is that when you promote, your characters go down in stats, which is I think it's quite a nice idea. Conceptually, you're a brand new class, got to get used to it all. It's very, very nice, but it's kind of interesting to note that depending on the level that you promote, you'll go down to specific. You don't always go down to 12 HP and 20 MP on Tau. Based on what level she is when you promote, she'll go down to a set amount of stats. Now this is very important to note because different characters will be promoted at different levels because it's more optimal to have them at certain stats, or allow them to have the higher stats for a specific bit, and then you're able to kind of cool down and use the lower stats for a little while. So promotion will be happening at different levels. I think it's like 14 for a character coming up. We've got 10 for Tau now. Mainly because their damage is all magic based. They don't have to worry too much about raw damage. Nice double on NoWorries and Max, by the way.
We're going to go ahead and get into a little bit more about the promotion, but I did want to touch on what's happening with this battle at large right now. Balbaroy is a flying unit. He comes equipped with a middle sword, which right now we're in a power trough for sword users.
Oh.
However, we're going to overcome that by using the power ring on Balbaroy. There is a boss inside of this one, and it is the mage. That's to the south of us, well, to the south of Balbaroy at this point. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to use the flying property of Balbaroy to bypass all the terrain here, make it to that mage, and hopefully kill him before the priest heals him. If the priest heals the mage, it's not the hugest problem, but it will take some time for everybody to get their turns and Balbaroy to kind of finish his kill.
It will be a +1 turn, which is, as you can see, tick, tick, tick. It is...
It's a lot of enemies on this map.
There's a lot of enemies. A lot of enemies. Ooh, Max, really? Only doing 4 damage.
He's trying.
What is Max doing? His best. Yeah, so again, that's the kind of thing that's... So yeah, exactly. Balbaroy has got the exact precise amount of movement. So we're going to see if we can get the 1 or the double. No double. So sometimes no heal.
Wow.
So that's really important.
We both got 2-turn fights here, which will be really nice.
Yeah, another thing that could happen there is if the priest either went before Balbaroy or if he goes after Balbaroy in the next turn, you could still potentially get the 2-shot off. The real concern there is that if the priest heals, then you have to spend the next 2 turns doing damage again.
Yeah, the Master Mage is like, I'm being attacked, run away! Conveniently forgetting that Balbaroy can fly and can move for about 6 spaces, so that's not so good.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah. And we're also stacking up the skeletons to give Anri even more experience, because at this point it's very important to get her to level 10 by the start of Chapter 4.
On schedule, you want to be about level 9 by the next battle, I believe, is kind of a good metric for how her progression is going.
Yeah. Remembering that, of course, when you level up, you go back down to 0, so you can't just kind of get a level up every 2 kills or every 2 big kills. So NoWorries finished his particular fight, so incentives met. We're going to go and pick up a secret item. There are 2 of these. They are the daring dress and the what's the other one called?
I believe it's the awesome swimsuit.
The awesome swimsuit is called.
Mizugi.
From what I understood, Sugoi could mean a number of things.
Yeah, so basically this doesn't really do much. It's just an aesthetic palette swap for Tau and Anri, so they look a little bit
A little bit more risque.
Yeah, risque on the battlefield.
Why did I craft the moonstone? I was like, oh god, what am I doing? I'll give that to Luke.
That's actually something we could mention. So these
Yeah.
guys are very, very experienced with this game, and so because of that, they can cut a lot of corners on safety as far as it's concerned, because it is safe when you know exactly what's going to happen. If you were to play this game more casually, or if you were new to the run, that there are a number of characters that you could add in order to kind of alleviate some of the stress of that. The Moonstone is used to make Lunar Dew, which can be used to pick up Xylo, who is a character inside of this town.
He is a wolfman, and he is pretty strong.
He's quite strong for the time you get him, and quite good in this next map as well. One of the things that he as a Beastman can do is he can ignore terrain.
Yeah.
So that helps in the next battle, where terrain's going to be an issue.
Here we go.
Real big issue.
The ladies.
Oh,
we
yes.
got through it quite nice and quickly. Ty was stuck on those for about a minute and a half. A good solid minute and a half, but the ladies just would not move out the way. So NPC trolling is a thing, so you're gonna hope for that one.
Because of how spread out this map is, and because we really only have Balveroy in order to do damage like across the map, we do need to have multiple powering uses, so that's why these guys are making their saves.
And they're gonna be moving to specific points on the map at all times to kind of control the trigger points in this fight, because there's a lot of enemies. A lot of them hit very, very hard. It's going to be quite a interesting fight. It is a long fight, one of the longer ones in the early game. So it's all going to be about accurately managing your MP for the mages, picking and choosing very important snipes with the buffed characters as well. And normally we try and throw Armin under the bus, but obviously for the purposes of one of the incentives, keeping her is actually really integral for allowing the strats in the next fight to continue whilst also picking it up.
So how do you imagine medical herbs work?
How do I imagine that medical herbs work?
Yeah.
They heal by the amount intended on the label.
Okay.
Yeah, they should be
I
healing
mean, do
10.
do you chew them? Do you put them over a wound?
Oh, right.
Do you-
I'd say, get a pestle and mortar, rub them into a paste, and just kind of rub them into the wound, you know?
And they
would
really
say
have
that
time
they're-
for that.
I was going to say, I think that they're very high in calcium because each of these skeletons has one and it somehow heals them.
Oh, yeah.
So
I was
interesting one.
just going to say you throw them at someone, it hits them, and somehow it's just directly absorbed into the body.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's kind of like when you and your mates are kind of like, when you're throwing popcorn across the room. And it's just
exactly. They just open up their mouth and it goes straight down.
But where does it go? It just kind of like hangs around in there. It just gets caught on the rib cage as it goes down.
No, it just goes straight down. I mean, it's like
Doesn't
instantaneous.
In fact, their little dress skirt is actually just a bunch of medical herbs. That's
I mean, at least a skeleton's modest, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you're gotta.
So this next turn here that we're both taking, this is the that major trigger point you guys were talking about. We have to be above this purple mountain range. If we don't get up above this purple mountain range, the enemies move. Did that power just crack on me?
I think it might have.
I was too busy talking. I
Ty's
wasn't
like,
paying attention.
yes, it definitely cracked. Do a reset.
But the enemies move a little bit differently, and most importantly, the two Pegasus Knights that are on the right side of the map, they fly up to the upper left corner, and it becomes
man.
much more annoying to take care of them. So it's important here that we have that speedrunner equipped on Balveroy so that we can get them up here and stymie that movement.
Yeah, fair and balanced, by the way. Look at this Pegasus Knight movement range and these sniper movement ranges, and then you compare it to your guys.
Yeah. Also note that the damage that will eventually come out of those Pegasus Knights are something.
What?
There's the nice herb use from the skeleton there.
Whoosh.
Okay, so this is a little bit dangerous, but Max is very tanky right now, so he can take a hit or two. Those snipers would decimate basically anybody but Max that they hit.
It's kind of important to note there that because the AI is actually kind of well programmed and actually goes after the hero, that you're able to really use that to kind of stifle the culling power of the enemy to work through your mages, who will become the biggest damage dealers in the entire game. Therefore, you need to keep them safe at this point so they are always progressing with the fights. Armin doing her best there.
We also kind of mentioned a little bit about how positional advantages work in this game and how to set them up and why they are important.
We'll revive her.
One of the other general strategies of the game is to move in such a way that you pull enemies away from each other so that you're just within their movement range. or if you understand that they'll chase you up to a certain range, kind of hitting those points. That way you're mitigating the damage done to you and then like swarming the enemy afterward.
So here's a second hit that Max can take. Well, leaving less damage. I think it was Ty that got bodied, wasn't it? Yeah.
Roll me, please.
I'm going to use the medical herb here on Ty. Hopefully, NoWorries will be able just to clear out all those skeletons quickly. So, you know, Balboroy obviously has got his power ring buff, and he's going to need to equip the power ring as well. So, despite the fact that these skeletons have a lot of defense, the attack, attack +1 as well. I guess that's kind of a thing to notice. The difference is between Armin and Balboroy. Armin is more defense focused, and Balboroy is more offense focused. So he'll get more attack, she'll get more defense for the most part.
Yeah, and at the very beginning here, neither of them put out pretty significant damage. That's why the power ring is so integral for Balboroy.
My Geno is being spicy. It's like, you don't see it too often, but it's like with double attacks and crits being a thing, crits also just doing double your damage. It's like you can just have instances where 2 crits happen, someone's guaranteed dead. It's like,
yeah, that's particularly nice on bosses. When you get your power ring equipped guy to huck a couple of Valkyries and drop a boss.
So yeah, I'm just going to get rid of this Dark Elf because they are strong.
Very mobile too, as
yeah,
well, I mentioned.
that's the scary thing. And the range is just like they are walking death machines. Ken going to do his best as well. There we go, nice.
Well, my Ken is boosted, so that's why he's able to do that.
He made
so boosted.
So it says that the boost attack spell has ended. It has not ended until either a level up or a weapon change. That's why he boosted with the spear, with the power spear equipped. Obviously, it's stronger than the steel lance as well. But if he had or the bronze lance, if he just had the bronze lance, he probably would have gone down to the regular spear and boosted because it has the range and he can use that a lot more. But the power spear obviously is a thing, so just completely ignore what I said.
Very, very important to be able to set up that motion in order to stop the Pegasus Knights from running away. Because, I mean, if the Pegasus Knights run away from you, this battle gets protracted, and at that point, you just have to wing it.
YOLO.
That was bad.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
And you can see the specific usage of MP here is very important. So both of our players are now going to use Blaze 2 on this double team of the Lizard Man and the Dark Priest. Ty's got an interesting relationship with Dark Priests. The Lizard Men have a lot of HP. They're kind of one of the first few enemies that can kind of take 2 whole Blaze 2s. So that is really important to kind of get the 2 of those on there that another character can then finish them off. So, yeah.
Lizardmen and Pegasus Knights are a definite step up in the amount of damage that you're going to take on your party. Lizardmen in particular, you do not want them to touch anyone, especially in a battle 2 from now.
Yeah, because there's a little bit of an interesting thing about one of them. So Ty right now just resetting for a one-shot on this Pegasus Knight, not really wanting to cooperate, but there it is.
I hate to interject, but what happens if he misses on the Pegasus Knight and reloads? Does that count as a miss we have to add in?
That's a miss.
Yeah,
but technically it didn't happen because...
No.
Well, no, it's
hit
forcing the reset. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure we understand this.
Yeah, we always count those, so there's
+1.
There's one for me.
If it hits,
I take the blame.
Put it up.
I'll take the blame.
if it hits and doesn't kill, that doesn't count because we're not counting missed kills, just missed hits.
That's my point, though, is if it's just a miss in general, though, and you reset, technically it's not a miss.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
An enemy dodge.
Yes, there we go.
+1.
There we go.
+1 again. This was a bad idea for this game. It's fine for Shining Force 2, but
Nope, this was a wonderful idea.
I haven't had breakfast. I'm gonna die.
Well,
Can someone go and get? Is it still open? Someone want to
it's
go and
still
get
open.
me?
You have another 30 minutes.
Do you want to go and just like leave the mic for a second and grab me some Lucky Charms?
Why couldn't you just do it? TurboDog can handle commentary.
Well, I can't because I got to do my thing for my boys. You know.
I know, but you're no good if you're dead.
That's a good point.
No, that's a thing.
Power bar.
Use your mind, Bowie. Just like try and pull it there with your mind. The whole bar just comes at you.
We also get to see the updated battle sprite on Tau in this battle, both for promotion and then on the map, the Sugoi Mizuki. So.
Yeah, they get promoted and change their battle sprites, but at the same time, when they're, they'll have the bikini and then the dress when we pick it up. But yeah, we'll go into battle and you'll see them back with their normal attire.
Oh, I meant to touch on this, by the way. So we did mention how we have a stat drop when we do promote. The stats that you end up post-promotion are static, as long as it's at the same level that you promote. So that if you promote at 10, you will always start at level 10 after the promotion with the same stats. Because of that, the items that you use to boost people pre-promotion do not really carry over. So you want to, ideally, you would want to give it to them after a promotion, but with the way this game is routed, the early items really have to go towards basically your hero at this point.
Yeah,
you know,
just
we never
to
actually
keep him alive, really. Sorry.
Yeah, we never actually mentioned this, and it's a very, very important part of the run. Would you like to kind of explain how the hero unit works in this game and why they are so important?
Yeah, so generally in Shining Force, and I guess other strategy RPGs, is that we can snipe enemy characters and then or like enemy bosses, which ends the fight. If the hero dies, that is the end of the battle. He also has access to the aggress spell, so obviously you can get out of sticky situations. Nice crit there. And also he will be the target of a lot of enemies. So that's why we kind of use him and then kind of have other characters kind of stand in the way to kind of target and kind of draw the enemies towards us. But the hero unit, being the unit that kind of we need to protect, is kind of important to kind of make sure he does stay alive. And that's why we don't also in this game we don't promote Max. He keeps all of those buff stats that we give him with the defense, with the attack. Even, I mean, he's still going to be very weak towards the end of the game, but if we do promote him, he's going to lose a lot of this bonus that we do have, making him even weaker than he currently is.
Yeah, there's a huge difference of just having those few extra points of health when you get hit with a spell, or what we'll see later called a piercing attack.
Oh god, double miss.
+2. Crikey.
Wait, what happened?
+2 misses.
+2?
Double attack, miss, yeah. Shining
Those
Force
happen
1,
too.
Meta, Shining Force 1.
No, was it Ken?
Yeah. No. That's Balboroy.
Okay, I was worried for a second there. Ty, I was like, you're putting so much faith in Ken, it's like you got me believing a little bit.
Okay, so here was a structured
Holy crap.
So here was a structured decision by NoWorries. He did have the ability to Blaze 2 there. However, before he did it, he did check his experience on Tau. Saw that Tau had 88, and because of that, she was going to level up regardless. So he was trying to feed the experience to Tau. This isn't actually that bad because he has to revive Alman anyway.
Exactly,
so it's not the worst thing in the world.
So you can also see him now because of that moving Max back to the beginning. So at the end of the fight, you will always kind of regain control of Max and then be able to move him from the point at which you end the fight. So whilst going to finish off this fight here, we're going to be moving Max just back down to the bottom, just so NoWorries can get back into town, immediately revive both Armin and Tau, and then continue on to find the secret weapon of Runeforst.
Yeah, it was alluded to in the previous battle where it was mentioned the laser eye, which all we know about right now is that the laser...
Synchronized resetting, by the way, there.
You always save for Dark Priests.
No. This is like the first time I've missed this in like a month, but now I'm in a dangerous spot, so...
Yeah,
I got to.
The only thing we know about the laser eye is it's a weapon of the ancients at this point. So the reason why we took that save on the Dark Priests have a disproportionate amount of dodge. So you wouldn't think, it's just a priest in a robe, but they dodge quite a bit.
Also hit pretty hard sometimes.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I'll hit him so that he heals, and then they just smack you. And
yeah, twice.
Yeah.
Oh dear. This is a fun game. And that's the finished fight as well for Ty. I believe his Tau and Armin survived.
Yep.
So he's going to have a little bit of an advantage here over NoWorries, who had to go back. So as I said, we're going to use Armin for this fight. Normally Armin just goes straight in the bin. But because there is that incentive, the second of those, with the daring dress, I believe, is found in this fight.
There's a hidden chest, and I'm gonna guess that you'll never be able to find it casually, because it's one of those things that's like, if it was to be anywhere, it shouldn't be where it is.
I forget what the Genesis Nintendo Power was called, but they did have one of those. Just can't recall.
Sega Power.
Sega Power.
But yeah, we're gonna be picking up I forget what it's called. It's like the Katsui Haku or something.
Yeah.
It's a daring dress.
Did any rings crack in that previous fight? No?
They had saved to make sure that.
No, just making sure.
Yeah, definitely. So since this fight is somewhat of a slam dunk, I would say, Ty, since you got there a little bit earlier, would you like to kind of talk about what happens in this fight for
Oh yeah, we have a wonderful, like, you would almost look at it as a boss fight. There's this scary laser eye in the top right corner. Has 30 HP, it's doing something, you don't even know what because we have battle messages turned off, but it's just counting down from 10. When you just are not sure what's going to happen once it gets down to 0. We will finish the fight before that 0 comes up, and we're just going to do a simple snipe. We're going to kill this boss of this battle and move on. It's actually a very easy battle. And yeah, I think
Who
it'll be
is the
thoroughly...
boss of this battle?
You'll see.
This is an interesting enemy unit, actually.
I'm ready to destroy this laser eye.
Yeah, it's the laser eye, right? That's
Yeah,
the boss. I mean,
yeah.
they've been building up this thing for such a
So
long time.
let's go for it. So, yeah, I mean, because we're gonna end the fight before the laser eye actually gets its chance to do it, we are going to destroy that thing very, very easily. I will say what it does. Every time it gets its turn, you'll see it has this massive kind of range that goes all the way down this bridge. What that means is that when it counts down, it's going to fire. Its laser with a Z and an O straight down that bridge and deal I think like 15 damage to every single unit. It's
13 to 15.
Incredibly powerful. That does not account for whether it's a goodie or a baddie. Everything gets destroyed. There is a small line that you can get to. There, those 5 spaces there you can see right now on NoWorries screen. However, with those archers on the other side, it's dangerous to stay in those as well. So this is where the birds, both Balboy and Armand, play a huge part in this particular fight, and we're going to be really, really, really handy. So we're going to just fly Balboy down the bottom half of the map, buff him up, and then go ham sandwich on the boss and end it in emphatic fashion.
Hopefully.
The boss being the laser eye, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's
Laser eye.
So just very, very nice and easy, making our way up to the hidden item as well. Normally you'd just be sending Balborough across, but you guys donated for it, and Henri is definitely a very, very important part of this run, so you'll be seeing it for quite some time.
I'm not sure even I can remember where it was. I picked it up in my most recent casual playthrough, but I can't remember what spot it's on. Our players know, so...
Or they could search.
Or they could just... So actually, yeah, you would be able to find certain items if you actually used... there's a specific thing that can happen when you open up the menu. Obviously, you've got this wonderful little icon menu that is a staple of many Camelot games. But back then they were known as Sega Co, I believe. They went through many names, Sonic Company, Sonic Software Planning, the whole lot. There it is, the Hitui Huku. There it is. So, yeah, when you bring up your menu, your icon menu, it'll basically say when you're next to it, it'll basically, instead of saying stop, it'll have search. So then you know you can search there and find something.
Interestingly enough, I've had it bug a couple times in my last casual. Not for these ones, but for the other ones, it'll say stay, and then won't stay and search again, and it'll have search.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's just certain items or something like that, but that's definitely happened to me before. So.
Yeah, that position, as Ty alluded to, is really strangely out of the way.
You guys are moving really far south to be
Yeah.
hitting this laser eye here.
Well, we want to avoid the top
yeah,
side
we're
of the enemies.
sneaking around the enemies, that's all.
All right. Okay.
But your smoke rising for the power ring there, but doesn't need to worry too much. Because obviously we're going to go and one-shot this boss, right?
Yep.
Got about a turn or two to get there.
We'll do it.
The funny part is, like, if you had enough patience, you could literally just wait for this laser eye to kill everything down that bridge.
Yeah, but, oh man, waiting for that tick, tick,
All
tick,
right.
boom.
Alright, so I'm going to take out the Silver Knight first to make this a lot easier for us.
Nice. Good job, good job.
Wait, what? Is that a new bug that we just discovered?
Well, that was awkward. That's it.
And now we've
You
got
know
a
what's
horse.
more awkward is that guy walking back up the cliff.
Yeah, we've got a centaur just climbing the cliff.
Hey, nonsense. That makes perfect sense.
So, lo and behold, surprise, surprise, the laser eye isn't the boss, despite the fact that there is this amazing secret weapon of Runeforce. The Silver Knight is the boss.
I also think it's funny that there's 2 Silver Knights, but that one's the
Yeah, that one over there. That one over there is the we've got. He's slightly higher up in status than the other one.
But when you can take out heroes, I mean, you know, knock them off a cliff. Of course you're higher up.
It should be noted that we just got Pele, Pele, however you want to say it. Many names go through this character.
Oh, Balboy, take your turn.
There you go. There you go, no worries. He was knocked off the cliff by deciding to not ally with a Rune Force, and now he joins us. He is a strong horse, strong centaur, and he's going to be used a lot through this run.
We need to catch Ty recruiting a very, very important secret character.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's everybody's favorite.
So are we getting ready to ransom Nakuri here pretty soon?
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's something we've got to do. What's in the distance there?
But we'll see if. Yeah.
Oh, what was that?
Don't know what that was.
That appeared to be a hamster in a helmet.
Strange hamster. One thing that should also be noted about the Silver Knights is they are pitiful characters. Don't know why, but they are. They're about as strong as a Rune Knight, which we saw back in Chapter 1. So, this is Elliot, by the way. He's the last of the Dragon Newts, apart from the other Dragon Newts in the game.
He's either an enormous liar or extremely just ignorant.
Yeah, he's the last of the Dragon Newts, and he's
until the other games.
He's a very noble knight of Runeforged.
That is true. He realizes that Dark Soul has corrupted his king with his words, and pushed him towards more of Dark Soul's goal, which is finding the secret of the ancients and releasing it upon them. Or sorry, the legacy of the ancients is what it's called, and releasing it upon the world. Yeah. But he is a knight under Ramladu, and his king has told him that he needs to go out and meet Max on the field of battle. And so, also honorably, he decides to meet him in a battle. And there are some things that I know that NoWorries really likes thematically about the battle coming up. So I don't know if you would like to cover that real quick, NoWorries, while you're talking to Elliot.
Sure. So if you're unfamiliar with this battle, basically Elliot is challenging us to kind of like a warrior's duel, so to speak. So this is one of my favorite thematic battles because we're actually, as you can see on Ty's screen, we're meeting on the field of battle. So we actually have, normally we would have a full party of 12. Right now, obviously, we only have, half that number. But in a normal playthrough, you've got your full 12. He's got his big old army, and you actually walk out and meet in the middle of the battlefield and have a big old battle. And it's, I just think it's a really cool thematic battle.
Yeah, the only thing that kind of is unfortunate is that it is a giant battlefield and it takes forever to get over there. So I'd definitely say that if you got any donations or any comments at all, this would be a great time to do it.
I think I have a few donations that I can breeze through. We have a $25 donation from Anonymous. Great cause, great runners, wish it would never end. I know Bowie feels that way. Great thanks to all the runners who participated. $25 from Heroes Creed.
Yeah.
Good luck, Ty, and NoWorries. May Ken land his hits, and may the double attacks be in your favor. P.S. Don't pull a Ty in 8-3.
Come on! It's like, why is this a thing?
Don't bring it up. It's going to happen if you just look the other way. Look the other way.
Okay.
Wow.
We have a $100 donation from Todd Forsyth. It only said F for Todd, so I was like, yeah. Definitely going towards Zidane, named as Vivi. What a great cause as well. Never feel ashamed for having a mental illness and always feel proud about going towards medical channels to get help. Rock on.
I forgot to move my dress over to Henri. I can at least do that in battle, but that's kind of.
Where's your battle dress? Go.
Yeah, I need a nice dress on my Henri.
We have a $50 anonymous donation. I was totally stoked when I saw you were closing the marathon with FF9. And living in the UK, it's due to start circa 9 p.m. Which would be great if I didn't work night shift. No! Great marathon, guys. Shout outs to the FF Runners and the tech crew. And by the way, a car honked very loudly outside my window when you made that terrible centaur pun.
They know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. But hey, we have a $25 donation from Hans Moeller-Mann. Man, that battle is intense. Wasn't that joke done before?
Yeah, that was.
Okay,
Yeah.
kind of lost its luster.
That was the
I'm afraid.
circus tale.
That was a
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
you
yeah.
got to put it this way. I mean, if we aren't going to go to puns, then we're going to have to pony up some new jokes. So,
You're a wizard with the English language. There, Turbo.
Never use that word again, sir. Especially with me in the room.
Oh yeah.
Okay, listen, we'll stop horsing around, all right?
I'm just going to leave it right there. $25 from Tanaka Ranen.
Tanaka.
No worries in Thai. Pretty sure the venue is a no smoking zone. Can't you read? May you reach max speed and the power ring be with you. Well, it is a Sonic console, so it does work. Remember to pray at church so you don't fall prey to the forces of chaos. Shine a light in my dark soul. What?
Dark Soul.
Making it.
I get it, but I'm like, okay. Enough puns? Okay. And can we trust? Okay, I think Ty can agree to this.
I agree.
And I can slowly see the controller slipping out of NoWorries' hand as it just continues. He hasn't gone to facepalm yet, but it's going to get close, I bet.
It's okay, buddy.
$5 from RPD234. Shining Force 2 was great last year. Let's hope this run also has a song about... yeah, no. I just looked at it and went, no.
Is that the infamous shanking old ladies in the woods?
Yeah. I just was like, well, hey, okay.
We sang it last year.
I was asleep for that whole thing,
right,
so
okay,
I
cool.
wouldn't know. So I guess there's shanking old ladies in the woods, and if not, how much money will it cost for a reprise? P.S. Jogurt is best character.
I was actually really excited to get this run up because I remember I was hosting a couple days ago and someone was like had made a comment about, oh man, I'm really sad that no one uses yogurt in whenever they play Shining Force. I'm like, well, you're gonna be excited to see it when it comes out. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could kind of talk about that very lightly with that particular hamster that we recruited. He has a very, very, very niche role.
Yeah.
But it is still pretty important.
That's before you continue, there is something that we forgot to mention that you might bring up, but if you don't,
go for it.
Really important. You go first, then I'll.
Okay. Well, I guess the one thing that you were going to mention is that one of these lizardmen is an enormous cheater. Was that the thing?
No, not that. But that is also very, very good. Yeah. So one of the lizard men here. There's like 19 lizard men on this battlefield. They're all very, very powerful, but one of them has a heat axe, which makes their strength, I think, like another 10 up, 12 up.
He brought it through customs. He will basically one-shot every single person on our team except Pele. That's it.
It's bad.
And he'll destroy Pele. Like, he'll be in really low health if he takes a hit from him.
Yeah.
So very important to get that off the field.
Yeah, and my Heat Axe Lizard is not in a good spot either.
You want to hope that he walks into the jaws of death, basically. Speed's +6 there for Tao's first level up in promotion. It's very nice. So you were talking about yogurt there.
Okay, so the way that this game determines where your characters are at the beginning of the battle, like their order.
I was going to say that.
Yeah. The way that they're ordered up is based on what their character kind of like allocated slot is. I don't know exactly what the term would be for
like
it.
their class.
Yeah, well, the allocated slot on the field. Basically, certain characters will fill up certain slots in the kind of grid where your characters will show up at. So by having Joker inside of your party, he will push characters into a certain slot, which will allow them to take, will cut off a turn, basically, over the course of a fight, and set up for positional advantages at the start of a fight.
Yeah. And also to note as well, a difference between this again and Shining Force 2 is that in Shining Force 2, it's based on how many are in the fight. It's not set. It's not like a set starting place based on what number you are in the overall force list. But it's just there's a slot for the first person, the second person, the third in Shining Force 2. In this, +1 miss. And if someone dies, everyone's shifted up a spot. In this, if a character dies and remains dead, people still retain their location based on where they are. They aren't shifted up a spot if someone is dead. So that's why. And also, you can't take members out of the force in this game. You can speak to Nova to switch them around, but you can't actually take them out until they added it into the remake again. But that's not good. 1 HP remaining on that lizard man is not okay. But yeah. Important to note that when a character dies, everyone's shifted up. So that's why they keep people dead as well. They don't revive everyone.
Another thing to note, talking about kind of force composition inside of this, is that Shining Force 1 does not have the ability to just bench characters. You have to swap them out for other characters. So you will see much longer death lists when and if they do need to revive.
So the heat axe was actually quite a good pickup as well because, you know, the route's gone through some serious changes here and there. But I remember one of the original routes was using Gort and or Luke. You picked up one or the other based on how 1-2 went. But Gort was a character who was in Guardiani. He's a green version of Luke. And also a much older version of Luke, but he was actually pretty good. The gladiators, you know, do get some good skills, some good weapons, and the heat axe is really good for this point.
+1 miss.
Well, he's gone too. We'll be back in a second. We'll add it on in a bit. But we did get rid of the heat axe lizard man, which is the most important thing to do.
And yeah, just exacerbating the damage output on that. They already hit hard enough.
was that +1 miss for you as well, Ty?
Yeah.
+2 when Meta gets back.
We did also get to see that Tau did pick up Blaze 3. I believe on Ty's was where I saw it. I don't know if
I think they both have
Blaze
a
2 crit.
big crit as well from NoWorries.
So we now have the next level of magic up for Blaze.
Now, I noticed this in practice, but I'm not sure if Ty... I haven't actually noticed if Ty's done it today, but has Ty promoted Armory?
Not yet. It's like I have her promoted once she hits level 11 after this battle, and then she'll be promoted.
So this is a specific routing difference between both NoWorries and Ty. NoWorries likes to promote Anri early, Ty does not. At first I thought it was just because of being below level 10, but it is a specific choice to get to level 11 and have that bonus MP in the promoted stats.
It's also to have a bonus HP for this battle in particular, just in case maybe on the off chance you can survive an attack here or there. NoWorries to my knowledge and what he's told me will always promote ASAP if it's a character he is going to promote. So like he won't do it with Max because he wants to keep the stats, but any other character, he's just like snap promotes.
Yeah. So we've got 5 MP left on Tau, hopefully being able to get one final group up where possible. If not, just going to go for the standard kind of Blaze ones and just clean up any enemy that's kind of left over. But we do have this intense battalion of Silver Knights that can't do anything other than what a Rune Knight can do. They're a really weirdly programmed unit, and I don't know why it is, but they are pitiful, pitiful units.
Yeah, it's very... If you were to send Pele out on his own, I think he would probably be able to kill every single knight there on his own.
Easily.
Yeah.
It's like Ken can almost do it, and if I've had him do it, but it's not quite strong enough in this run.
Interesting to note here, we're bypassing these priests because they just stand on dimes and won't really do anything.
Yeah, they only kind of do something if you, move next to them or hit them and don't kill them. But our characters are boosted, so in we go. Kaboom! One shot and off we move on.
Yeah, trying to finish off Amon here because she served her purpose.
Yeah, so. But it's hard to kill off a weak character when your enemies don't do any damage. Like.
So going into the next part of this, so I guess talking about what happened here. So we're still making our way to Iran Batal.
Yep, we need a boat.
We made our way to Pau Prairie, and Pau is actually a moving town.
Yeah.
So we saw Pau at the beginning of this, and after this fight, we will see the next place that the Nomad Town goes to. And we are going to be able to recruit a very, very important spellcaster slash tank.
Yes.
At least for the early parts of the game.
So you remember back in Manarina, they picked up the Domingo egg. Now, we haven't had any way to really incubate and hatch this egg. Until now! Or until after this battle. Yeah.
Soon.
Soon. Soon.tm. So, do you want to talk about like, exactly why we use Domingo, or should we save it until we get him?
I would like to touch on one other thing inside of there, because we were mentioning kind of safety characters if people wanted to try to pick up this game, and maybe the route is a bit punishing.
Yeah.
There is another character in there that you could potentially take. His name is Gunts. He's a Steam Knight. He would have been introduced in Chapter 2, but we would be able to pick him up here. Nice things about him, he gets quite tanky, he uses night weapons, so he has a lot of versatility there, and he is not affected by terrain, which is very relevant in certain maps. Jumping back to Domingo, Domingo has a few very, very key strengths, and as you mentioned, I do kind of want to hold off until we get to it, but the main things to note right now is he will come with magic, he will float, which lets him get over certain obstacles, and at least for the early part of the game, is quite tanky.
So as we said, magic is the key thing about this game. It's very powerful because of the the generally reduced overall stats of a lot of enemies. So magic will always be relevant throughout the entire thing. Where you see a drop off in Shining Force 2 because the enemy's stats balloon as it goes on, it's kind of hard to keep magic relevant. But in this game, we'll be like on chapter 6, 7. You'll still see enemies with like sub 30 HP. So it'll be very easy to knock enemies down by using magic. Go on, Silver Knights. Give it your best shot, buddy.
Yeah, Ty is in a tiny bit of trouble here, but we'll see how turn order goes here.
If Bulbaroy as a flying unit should have quite high speed, so I can use him to heal myself. That is my plan as we move onward.
All right. So NoWorries also just trying to finish this off. Once again, checks the experience, gets an idea on if he should, ration the experience or get kills here.
Looking for level 3 here, so if she doesn't get it, it's going to really suck.
Yeah, so,
right,
and
good.
it does set up the other character to be able to
Speed plus 9.
Okay.
Dang. So now Ty's Tao's just going to outturn everything now. It's always nice knowing when she does get those big level ups, or when you can at least preempt the attempt like that, so you can kind of go in, deal a little bit of damage, knowing that you're going to immediately get another turn to blitz the opponent.
Yeah, and that speed, or that huge influx of speed we're going to be counting on coming into Chapter 5 to be able to implement a very, very basic strategy, but kind of an important one.
Yeah.
So we're kind of making our way towards the end of this battle here. Elliot is indeed another boss, so increased evasion, very, very high attack power, that regenerative property that we mentioned before.
Which is really annoying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of kind of interesting things about Shining Force. It's maybe just kind of not relevant to this game or the speedrun specifically, but I think it's kind of interesting from the series as a whole. There are 3 main Shining Force games, in my opinion. Shining Force 1, 2, and 3. 3 on the Sega Saturn, where you'll see elements and things come back in later versions. So the healing properties does return in Shining Force 3, but it's not in Shining Force 2. Shining Force 2 gave enemies 2 turns, and then kind of Shining Force 3 likes to combine them and have double turns with healing properties. And then promotion, in Shining Force 1 they lose stats, in Shining Force 2 they remain the same, in Shining Force 3 they gain stats. So making promoting even more important in Shining Force 3. Kind of interesting to see the way that the series developed over the course of those 3 games.
Plus 1 miss for Kent.
Also, we had 2 while you were out.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We also had 2 while you were out, so
Plus
3
3.
doesn't count.
Whilst, yeah. Oh, let's go.
Just don't miss, and everything is fine.
I'm just going to use this.
Why did I say it?
I'm going to use this
Alright.
boss being knackered down just to excuse myself for a couple of
Sure. So we're going to be making our way kind of into the second part of this game.
Okay.
Nice. In Ken we trust, at least for now. So, the dutiful knight Elliot does fall on the field of battle here. But we're going to move on to bigger and better things as the game goes on. We meet the roaming city of Pau here once again. And NoWorries is going to be making his way over in order to collect our next companion, Domingo. Coming up on Ty's side, it looks like he is setting up to finish off Elliot here momentarily, so still very, very close between the two. As mentioned before, the caravan is not a thing inside of this game, so you have to head to headquarters to add or subtract characters from your team. So we're starting to get to this point where we're going to start seeing magical items become much, much more common coming into the next chapter and moving beyond. Something else that we didn't note about the Heat Axe when we were talking about it is in addition to being extremely powerful from an attack perspective, it can be used to cast Blaze too. We mentioned that magic is always relevant, and that's entirely true. Even level 1 spells can be useful when implemented in the late game. Let us say you are fighting something with a particularly high evasion that's very dangerous, which is a few of the enemies in the late game. If you can get them low enough You know, sometimes it's better to just guarantee that you're going to kill them by, say, using an item with a spell property or having your caster cast low-level magic just to put them away. So Frolky is going to be picking up a steel sword. That steel sword is going to be going over to Balbaroy. That's going to be a very, very welcome increase in power. We noticed that we had that power trough when we were still using the middle sword throughout Chapter 2 and through...
Chapter 3 as well.
I was going to say, I think Chapter 3 as well.
There's no upgrade. You only get the one middle sword at the start, then you get some later, but then you don't get anything stronger than that until this chapter here.
Yeah, we just got the longsword for the previous chapter, so we kind of got out of that power trough for sword users, but we do pick up the steel sword here, which helps out as well.
Yeah.
So we're, again, making our way over to the Fort of Aran Batol, where we're going to hopefully find a boat.
Hopefully you find a boat.
Hopefully Kane didn't buy all those boats also, and then fill the other one with autumn leaves so it gets burned down.
So this is the first trip to Nova, really, where we are going to bring in both Domingo and, I believe, Yogurt at this point, or is it a little bit later?
I'm going to be bringing him in Chapter 5.
Chapter 5, okay,
so
cool.
Just Domingo for now.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Yogurt also has a unique property where he kind of likes to take aggro as well.
He kind of assimilates people, if you're talking about Yogurt, but you know, it's maybe we'll see that. I kind of hope we do, because like I say, that if that does happen, we can hold that ransom for Nakuri, who I'm sure is watching right now. Just we'll make him pay out the nose.
But yeah, the thing about Yogurt as well is because the enemies like to kind of get sometimes like to get aggroed onto him. He also has a
Domingo. We're talking about.
No, Yogurt.
Yogurt.
No.
Or both. I guess.
Well, I mean,
I thought you were. Okay, never mind.
Well, it's a case of Yogurt has a high evasion rate for some reason as well. I've seen Ty trying to kill off Yogurt and just not happening for some reason. But yeah, he has a high evade rate as well, so kind of helpful to kind of use that to kind of soak up hits where it would go to max. And as you're right as well, yes, Domingo's going to be coming in very handy in the next fight as well.
Yeah, I thought we were. I kind of misunderstood where.
That's fine. It's
where Bowie was going with the commentary on that.
What I was
going to say. Well, no, I just misunderstood. The big thing here is that I wanted to mention out of this is one of the very, very key properties. We mentioned that Domingo is a tanky mage, but he doesn't exactly get the best magic progression. No. And I mean, he will fall off in his ability to tank things later on. He won't be taking 1 damage anymore, especially as piercing attacks start to pour up more often. What is very, very, very key to Domingo, and the reason why he is another one of the linchpins in this run, is he is extremely delicious for enemies to try and fight. Let's just put it that way.
There's a particular enemy in the next fight that just loves going after Domingo.
Yeah, I mean, you could have Max and Domingo right next to each other, and the enemy will just run straight towards Domingo.
It's the first instance of a character that really overrides Max's aggro.
Yeah, and because of that, you can easily set up for different formations for spells. You can also guarantee safety in certain sections. Just a very, very powerful character in that regard. We're not exactly sure why it works, but we've theorized that it might be due to the fact that he counts as both a
+1.
We thought that it might be due to the fact that he might be counted as both a flyer and a caster for the aggro table for enemies.
So there's an interesting kind of property where certain units will get aggroed. I'm not sure on the complete tier list on this particular one, but I can obviously I can liken it to the things where for some reason tanks are just enemies in Shining Force 2 are just go for the tank, go for it now. Yeah. It's got your hero can have 1 HP, but the tank is right there, Let's go for it. So
we're running into Hellhounds here, and at least on Ty's stream, we saw the bark, so that wasn't a big thing. Hellhounds do have a Fire Breath ability, which is one of the first of the piercing attacks that I was mentioning. So piercing attacks will basically do a set amount of damage.
Regardless of defense.
Regardless of defense. It doesn't matter what they have. Interesting thing, as a compare and contrast from Shining Force 2. In Shining Force 2, the piercing attacks can only hit once. Just once. In Shining Force 1, you can get double hit. It means you're dead. If you ever get double hit by a piercing attack,
But
yeah,
yeah,
you're dying.
9 times out of 10, whoever's, unless it's like, you know, there's a character coming up, we'll get to this later. Musashi's a character with a bit of a high HP pool. If he gets hit, maybe he'll survive. Maybe he'll survive. But there's something quite special about getting double hit by like a 35 breath attack, you know, and just thinking there's no one on the force who can survive this. It's quite insane.
Yeah.
We're gonna hope that it doesn't happen during this run. No promises made. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of one of the big reasons why, for example, Domingo starts to drop off on his tankiness. These attacks become very, very common. So it's like to the point where most of the enemies on the map are either going to have a piercing attack or magic. So in that case, HP is valued much, much higher. That is one of kind of the nice things about Ken. Ken comes with a very high health pool. His defense is complete garbage, basically throughout the entirety of the run.
But it doesn't matter when you got piercing attacks. So,
yeah. So I mean, he can take a few hits here or there as long as they don't decide to melee instead. I've had
I'm on that whole sneeze, maybe not sneeze. Now we're good.
On a more humorous note, it's for some reason Camelot have this issue with not knowing how on earth to program archers. Hans at the start, we never used him. We just threw him under the bus from word go. Didn't pick up Diane. Don't really use him in Shining Force 2. Shining Force 3 has like one good archer. Archers are an interesting thing. Like,
there's usually like one good archer in each game. Like Lyle is the good archer in this game.
He's one that is passable, yeah. I mean, the thing about this as well is that like the weird thing about it is that Hans starts with a very, very high attack power, but he doesn't gain anything. Yeah. So that's why we actually pick the specific characters we pick, because they have a potential to grow into the things we need. So, you know, where there are equivalents of certain characters and that, you know, there are characters who may be better, when you get them, their potential isn't as high, and potential is probably the more important factor for a character. How can they go the distance in this particular run? And that's why Pele. I mean, Pele's good at the start and at the end, but there are other characters who, you know, are pretty good, but then don't.
And that is one of the very, very interesting things about the Shining Force games as a series is that you have people that start out very powerful and kind of peter off, and you also have
peter off. Nice.
That actually was on accident, but I'll take it. But you also have these kind of hidden diamond characters, where it's like, for example, we had a knight that's easily the best knight in the game for Shining Force 1 called Arthur that you could recruit in Man Arena. He is terrible when you first get him in for a very long time, but if you were to take the time to level him up extensively, he would become the best knight in the game, hands down.
The time to potential ratio is definitely something as well to take into consideration.
Absolutely.
How good, or how quickly can they get to that good point? Arthur's a little bit too far down the line to be worthwhile.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. We're talking like level 25 in promotion. It's like level like 15 in promotion, and we won't see anything really higher than 14 really at the end of this game.
Yeah, and that's all going to be funneled into the mages. Yeah. I guess that's another thing to note is, like, you might say, well, why not just have more people in order to have more bodies on the field? That's kind of true if you do need the extra bodies just to help out, like, again, from somebody that's just starting the speedrun or a more casual perspective. But for the purposes of this speedrun and when you're at this high level of play, you are trying to very, very aggressively funnel that experience into a very small cast of characters. Primarily the mages.
Yeah, it's all about, and this is where, again, where that experience management really comes into its own. Wanting to make sure that all the characters you need and want are, you know, exclusively focused on, but they're always kind of where you want them to be. The thing is, because you're being so aggressive with them, they have this high potential of dying, so you need to be very calculated and, let's say, cunning in the way in which you use them. It should be noted as well that Anri is going to start doing her thing now. She just got a 6 defense level up. Anri starts squishy as all hell, as we said earlier, but she does get tanky as the game progresses.
Yeah, she's hitting level 3 and 4. At around 3 and 4 is where she starts breaking 20 defense, and that's where she can take about 2 or 3 hits without too much issue.
Amazing to say that both of these players are incredibly close right now. You can see that earlier NoWorries did the menu. This is where Ty's doing the menu. So again, different points in the routing and different things to note. This is Ernest on NoWorries screen right now. I love Ernest. He's really, really good. But unfortunately, it's one of those, as we were just mentioning, the potential. He does have a slightly lower potential than Pele.
He's kind of a middle ground
Yeah,
character, I see him as. Is like Pele's very, very good offensively and defensively. May is very, very strong defensively. Ernest is kind of like strong offense with like a medium defense.
I see he's kind of like, I personally think he's slightly better than Ken, but Ken's got a little bit more versatility to him. So in terms of, you know, the high HP pull, and then that attack that he can get. So the potential there, I mean, Ernest would be better, but I think that then it's like more time to put it into a character.
All of the knights are actually pretty strong inside of this run, except for, I think a late game Ken's kind of a liability.
Yeah,
but the thing is like we only have so many weapons that we can spread out. We're going to hit a point where we're going to start getting like the magical weapons or like legendary weapons, and at that point, like, you can't be equipping basic equipment and still expect them to output the damage they need to do.
So, yeah, at this point we are now inside Ulaanbaatar, and this is the harbour, and this harbour fight is very, very tough. There's a lot of enemies that are going to funnel their way towards Max. There's a big blockade you've got to get to. Now, I'm not sure, the last time I really kind of focused on both of these two strats and routing of this fight, I know that NoWorries likes to go out of his way to get a lot of experience in this fight and really buff up his characters. And back in the day, Ty used to just try and blitzkrieg his way through it, and just kind of, you know, leave, you know, Domingo and well, Domingo will do his kills, but then have Yogurt, who's now been brought in for Ty, you know, to take some hits and hopefully, you know, dodge a lot to kind of soak up the turn order whilst making his way through this big blockade here to go and take out Balbazak.
Yeah, Ty has played this game, or has played this level a lot more aggressively. He used to run a force composition that included Kokichi, who is a second flying knight. That allowed him to do certain stipes that are kind of no longer inside of the run. But you still see that he does play this map a little bit more aggressively. He immediately ran up the center with Pele in order to test to see if he could basically get a one-shot kill on the artillery with Pele.
Big dodge for Balborough as well.
Yeah, so being able to do that is very important for his strategy, assessing where he's at power-wise.
Yeah.
You notice that NoWorries takes a much more conservative approach where he holds the middle ground there using Pele. And that allows him to group up, get in his AoE magic, and kind of
really strong as well. Yeah, like experience gain from multi-target hits like this, you know, and the damage that's going to be output. This is going to be really strong. So he's going to move around the side and get that nice cross formation. The C-bats are the biggest issue here, but especially when trying to like knacker down the enemy because they've got a lot of HP. This is where Blaze 3 is really going to shine because it's going to put them in range of, you know, potentially dying to a big hit.
Yeah, the artillery is going to put out
11 speed. She's fast.
A little bit.
I think that was a 4 defense also.
That was a 4 defense.
That was a big level up. I think it was like also a big chunk of MP as well. Henry at this point has freeze too, which is going to be enough to finish off that C-bat, which does have 9 HP. It would be risky to try and do that with Blaze. That's why the freeze is used there, just to guarantee that kill.
Yeah,
wow.
The artillery does have a much higher damage threat coming out of this than the C-bats do, but the thing you need to be careful of is the C-bats are very mobile and they can make their way to max, and if too many of them make the way to max like this, it could be a very dangerous situation for him.
Yeah. You might... Oh.
That was an enemy miss. Enemy miss, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
There's another enemy miss right there as well. Yeah, giant flying marshmallow there.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I like to call them.
Squid in a pot.
The mottled jellyfish.
I mean, Pokemon basically stole
Yes,
this.
exactly. Yeah. They saw this and like that was a great idea. Yeah, pretty much. So again, just trying to knock down.
We're kind of working our way through this battle. Balbazak will have the same boss properties as before. Balbazak does stand on a dime. With those two things said, I mean, Meta, if you have anything to do a little housekeeping with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same level you and I.
Got a couple of donations here. We have a $10 donation from Killiany211 that says, "Renounce Ken, receive bacon." Sounds like a good thing. $10 donation from Anonymous, a Shining Force run. Heck yeah! Gotta show support for a few of my favorite runners. The Shining Force, running the game, and on the couch can choose where the money goes. Kudos, guys. So, and we have a $10 donation from Gun Arm Dine. Bowie, your breakfast is here. You'd best hoof it over there and pick it up, since it probably cost El Magus a centaur too.
Dang, dude.
They just
Too
got it.
many
They're
horse
wedging it
jokes
in there.
right there. Too many horse puns. Do not approve.
Do not approve.
Do not approve. No, that wasn't intentional. But you, now I just, yeah.
A few more of these puns, and NoWorries is going to start hoofing it out of here.
Lol.
I normally can take it, but I think I might be dying now.
All right, so yeah, we're just kind of
+1 miss.
So we're just kind of cleaning up the remainder of this battle. I don't know why Balbazak is like, that evil puppet shall be my commanding officer. But yeah, he is vastly out of
10
his league
speed
here.
for you.
Yeah.
10 speed for Henri on Ty's side as well. That's not bad.
So it's kind of important to get Domingo. I believe it's Domingo 4 that gets freeze 2. So you kind of want to hit that within the next battle or two.
Punchy.
Now, unfortunately, that is going to be Domingo's primary source of damage for quite some time. But again, you know, just having that ability to do, 8 to 10 extra damage is very nice.
These battles are also really good for getting loads of experience on a lot of people because it's just, there are so many enemies that group up. Everyone's getting a lot of experience. Defense +6, speed 2, HP 3, MP 3. Nice level up from Henri.
Oh yeah, if you were playing this game casually, this map is fantastic to be able to level up people. Balbazak really likes that ship bridge right there.
All right, start counting the misses. I mean, there's not going to be a single one.
Nice before.
Easy every 10.
Yes.
So we see NoWorries is setting up for a power boost there by doing the reset. Doesn't want to crack his ring.
So, like, kind of a funny thing, a very, very minor optimization when you're resetting. If you hold the start button, then it'll bypass the beginning text for Simone to be talking. Get you immediately into your file select.
Smoke rises from the power ring. Have reset is incurred. It is the perhaps the most annoying source of RNG in the run, outside of your doubles and your misses. Is if you've got a 1 in 4 chance of smoking and all it's doing is just smoking every single time you use it, it is infuriating stuff.
Shoutouts to Mr. Uyama, by the way, who lent his Genesis to Ty for this run.
Much appreciated.
Otherwise, he would have to be powering down his console, and that would cost him 6 seconds each time that he did it. So he'd be losing about 3 minutes if he didn't have a reset button.
It was fun practicing with that. It's like brought this brand new, it wasn't really brand new obviously, but bought the Genesis and then reset button just gets stuck immediately and it's like, oh, that's great.
Actually, I'm going to do a little bit of research drill here. If you want to cover commentary for a sec here, Bowie.
Do my best. So yeah, we're going to be focusing down Balbazak as best we can, using magic to pepper where possible. But
Can.
Miss.
it's a +1 miss.
25, guys. Hope your arms are ready.
25 at the halfway point. Terrible.
Yeah, there's a lot of game to go. Do not worry. Balbazak is notorious. Well, +1, +1.
Plus
Another one?
miss,
Yep.
yeah.
Balbazak is kind of notorious for having a high dodge rate. Don't know why, but yeah, he's just one of the worst bosses for it, which is kind of weird considering his placement in the run. But he is pretty tough for that.
So it's just very quickly consulting. We do have a race category for this game, that is to defeat Balbazak and make it through this. So our PBs on that one are 2:14 for Ty and 2:18 for NoWorries. So we're actually at pretty good pace considering that they had to pick up the extra items and then they had to get a
I'm
couple
not
of
sure if I
safety
even
things
need
as
that.
well. So this
Another
is
miss.
a very strong pace for this at this current time.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Well,
Attaboy,
one
Ken.
miss on Balbleroy though, so add that on there, but we're good.
I guess I would also mention that these guys are the #1 and #2 placeholders for rankings for Shining Force on speedrunslive.com as well. So
And also in terms of the actual leaderboard, NoWorries is the only player to have a sub 5 with a 4-hour 50 PB. Ty is very, very close to it with a 503.
Yeah, Ty has threatened on multiple occasions to take a sub-5 and indeed world record. And
But
it's just
this run is
getting everything to fall into place on any given run.
and it's that thing. You can be on fantastic pace all the way through, and then the game will just throw a spanner in the works, and
Yeah.
suddenly it'll all go south. But
Even something as simple as like having to keep resetting because your ring keeps smoking can cost you time.
So with with Balbazak defeated, we take the boat from Ulaanbaatar and we make our way to the eastern continent of Runeforst. So we're going to be making our way over there. On the way, though, they do get accosted by enemies. A whole bunch of conches and shellfish make their way onto the boat to attack the Shining Force.
So I have a variety of questions.
Go for it.
Okay.
I'll try and well, these
Okay,
guys.
number one, how does a conch make its way onto the deck of the ship?
Yes.
Underneath and round.
Okay, all right, so now my second question, far more important. What mysterious vendetta do these shellfish have against the Shining Force that would force them to attack this boat?
Oh, that's easy. Think about it. If they eat seafood, it's revenge for all their fallen brothers they've consumed.
I mean,
Agreed.
perhaps they
That's-
just have a vendetta against Domingo himself. 'cause,
That's
I
true.
mean,
That's
he
very
gets
much-
to
yep.
fly. They have to kind of like squirm around.
I was thinking they like sailed the boat right over the conches town hall, and they
Just
kind of
destroy it.
these giants have come from nowhere and destroyed our lands.
You jerks, we're
This is
coming
a-
for you.
Now, this may seem like a nitpick, but apparently it was significant enough that they felt they had to justify it in the remake. So, I also like to know how the conches broke down your main mast and destroyed your ship this badly during a car
I don't
spin,
even
but,
know. Ships.
Water cannons.
Ships. There are certain games where ships don't do too well. Don't get on a boat. It's not going to end well, kind of thing.
I mean, that's a good thing for a tabletop RPG too. Never get on the boat.
No, I'll never get on a boat.
You have a
'Cause, I
boat,
mean-
or you have the sea to swim. Which do you do?
I'd risk the sea. I'd get in that current straight
Because
away.
I mean, because here's the thing. I mean, you know, the dungeon master. I mean, he's just got that big book of monsters in it, and you know, he's just salivating. He's like, oh man, how do I get them on the water so I can have them fight the Kraken?
Oh look, Leviathan came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Kraken's 6 best mates. A little difference in terms of what the two players currently have in terms of their setup. NoWorries managed to get Balborough to level 10. So he has promoted the Birdman into a Sky Warrior. And Ty is just trying to get Balborough to that level. So potentially there may be a bit of an experience discrepancy based in terms of who has what and who doesn't. Nice double attack from Ken for NoWorries
Not
as well.
nice double attack. I want Balborough to kill that.
I didn't catch it. I believe NoWorries. Did you use the Angel Wing?
I did
Okay.
use the Angel Wing, and it's actually kind of cool because it's reusable. It doesn't actually like
Oh, okay, you used
expend the item.
Got you. So one of the strategies that you can use, you could either do this with an Angel Wing or the Speed Ring, because on use it casts Egress. If you have an Angel Wing on Tau at the beginning of certain battles where you would like to egress and promote your people, or just where the chapter starts with a battle and maybe you want to bypass that, you can give an Angel Wing or the Speed Ring to Tau, and then she basically always gets the first turn.
Yeah.
So then you can egress immediately and kind of get to doing what you need to do there. So that kind of refers back to what I was talking about with Tau getting tons of speed being relevant to a certain section of battles.
And also, NoWorries obviously mentioned that he wanted that kill onto Balborough. The reason he wants to do that is because Balborough is going to be doing a lot of sniping in the upcoming, coming up in these chapters and the next fight indeed as well. So Balborough, obviously, we want him to be getting some level ups and getting some attack power. Balborough is actually kind of not really a linchpin, but he's kind of like a big up and down kind of character that's kind of important to get these this attack up.
I would say he is kind of one of those, because he is your primary snipe, and later on he'll be able to equip some questionable items lore-wise, but
Yeah,
that's
and-
not for some time to come.
and needing him to get those kills is really, really important. It's one of those things that you can still do what you need to do if it's not his absolute best, but if he does go balls to the wall kind of thing and just absolutely get attack +4s and stuff across the board, then you're going to be in a really, really nice spot just to wail on some enemies and clean up a lot of fights very quickly.
How do I miss a giant shellfish twice?
Double
Oh,
miss
no.
on Ty's.
Because
end
it
there.
wasn't Ken.
I guess.
That's how it is, and Ken we
Disap-
trust.
That's
disappointing.
actually, so I'm kind of interested what's going to happen on Ty's end here, because he does have some rather questionable HP on Jeannot right now, but we'll see how that all falls into place here.
That is why our lovely Yogurt, he's actually, I mean, yeah, he is a character that, yeah, he has high evasive and all that, but we just basically turn him into a healer.
Yeah.
So we just put a crap ton of healing seeds on him, and he'll go last because of that 1 speed, and I can guarantee that I'll be fine.
It also should be noted that a small thing about this battle is it can get quite attritional if you get poisoned by the conches and shellfish. I think only one of them poisons. I think it's the conch that poisons.
I believe it's the conch
They
as
both
well.
do.
Oh, they both do. I haven't seen anyone get poisoned by a shellfish before. But yeah, they have this ability to poison, which just sucks if it happens because it's time on the counter, and it's 2 HP per turn.
Yeah, and that's something that sets people apart as well. You notice that Ty basically knew he was safe doing that. It's partially because I'm watching both at the same time, but you do need to pay attention to what enemies have gone in a turn and when the new turn starts.
Yeah.
So Ty knew that all of the other enemies had already gone, so he was in no danger of getting attacked by the 2 remaining enemies, and he knew that Joker was going to be able to heal. So...
And
some things seem extremely questionable when you see them, but like they played the game enough and they're paying enough attention to the intricacies of what's happening, when turns are going to happen, that they make things safe.
and that's actually a really, really good thing as well. Having a character who is so diabolically slow that you know he's going to go last allows you to signify the beginning and end of a turn order. It's very frustrating when you have a lot of characters who are middle of the road kind of speed, and it can go up and down. It's harder to keep track of where that end turn is, and Yogurt plays a really good part in particular fights like this to know exactly where your turn is and go, right, I can set up.
And while this is very, very sparingly used, basically never used inside of this run, you can go ahead and make state saves on Jogurt if you needed to in order to force a turn order. Turn order is determined at the end of a turn, so you could basically re-roll your seed for turn order if you needed to.
Defense +7 on NoWorries, Anri there. But yeah, I mean, that's something that's used a lot more in the Shining Force 2 run, if you remember that from last year.
Absolutely.
It's more prevalent in that, but in this one, it's, it's a little less used. Because, the 2 main speed and damage dealers, Anri and Tao, are very fast. We pretty much know they're going to go first.
Yeah. In addition to that as well, as you get later on into the game, you don't necessarily need Jogurt because Max will fill that same role.
Yeah.
It will be the lower agility character to signify turn order.
Bye-bye, Jogurt.
No, he finally died. There's a cool little Easter egg with Yogurt as well. First of all, he shows up in Shining Force 2 on the sandal, on the chirrup sandals we get. But if you defeat an enemy using Yogurt and he levels up, so you have to level up with him, I believe.
He always levels up.
Oh, he was leveled up.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to kill an enemy, I believe. But basically, Yogurt hits by 1. All of his stats are 1. He's rubbish. But if you defeat an enemy with him, the enemy drops a Yogurt ring, and then you can equip that to anyone on the party, and they will assume the form of Yogurt. They'll have their own stats. They'll be able to do what they do, but they will be a hamster. So if you want to have a hamster running around you using Freeze 4 and just obliterating everything, you can do that.
Soon we will all be Jogurt.
Oh yeah, all become one. What we should that would be amazing if all of the Shining Friends had like in like college campuses, you always have like the championship ring, or like the you get rings and stuff for your college. All the Shining Force should get Yogurt rings.
It's
Get on that.
kind of an interesting thing. It was kind of a joke, but it does have some merit to it. We were joking around that if you did manage to get the Jogurt ring, you could put it on one of your characters that has like longer attack animations. And since Jogurt has
Plus
no real
one
attack
miss.
automation, it would actually save you some frames every time you used it.
Yeah. So, an item that has just been picked up, 2 items that have just been picked up, the Agility Ring and the Shower Cure. So the Shower Cure heals everyone on the map for their full HP, and you can just rack through that really, really quickly. That's going to be really handy in the end of the game. But also Ty has picked up the Agility Ring. Now, names of rings are really...
Mobility, yeah.
Oh, it was Mobility, sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought that was weird. The Mobility Ring, that basically is like the running ring in Shining Force 2, where you get an increase to your movement length. So I think Balboa can move 6 spaces.
He's
and
got
your
7, and he will go to 9.
Oh, he goes 7 and you go to 9. So when you promote him, he goes up to 7 to Balboa. I believe. I'm pretty sure it's 6 in non-promotion.
No, it's a
He has
7.
7.
It's
Yeah,
7.
That's,
Crikey,
that's a
can move
Peter
fast.
thing. Yeah.
But yeah, so increasing the movement is really, really good. So at this point, Balbor is going to have a bunch of rings on him. So we're going to be manipulating turn order, we're going to be boosting, and we're going to be using the mobility ring to go as far as we can to defeat this boss. This is a very specific fight where every single placement we're going to put our characters is decided and specific so that we can get Balboroy to the end to defeat the boss of this particular fight by turn 3, I think it is.
I believe that's accurate. We also have a slight change in strategy that's happened over the last few months, which is originally you just ran your Balboroy out there and got the snipe. We're actually going to hold the middle ground here of this map in order to force some experience as well from this initial group with the worms and skeletons. But, excuse me, potentially the side groups as well will come around and we might get those if it's a little slow. But in general, this is a very, very structured but easy map to complete.
It may look really, really risky, but it is all specific, and every character, as I say, every character is in a specific spot that enemies will, be leashed onto.
Yeah, you might think
characters.
the other thing too is you might think like Balboroy could easily just get run up to and hit. He won't because the trigger hasn't been met, or the trigger will be to retreat for the enemy rather than to engage. So very, very safe, very simple. You just got to make sure you're standing in the right place.
Oh yes.
Meta Sigma, if you had anything to kind of cover here.
I have a donation, another one from Fralky84. Hey brother, so cool to see one of the first games we shared as kids. Me playing you, helping. Getting absolutely obliterated for a good cause. Thanks for the excuse for a day off work. Fair enough. So looking forward to the post-run workout. Hashtag Ken just wants us to be shapely.
Thanks, brother.
Oops. All right, so we had, or I should say, kind of catching up on the story. We took the boat from Arambatal and it was damaged. However, luckily enough, we found out that this island apparently has a path to Metafa. Metafa is supposed to be the land of the ancients. So we figure, hey, I mean, if we can go to Metafa, we can find out how to deal with this situation, or maybe we can ask for help, or we could make our way more quickly to Ruinfrost using the ancient tunnels in order to get to the gate on the eastern continent near the former Protectora.
Because obviously the ancient gate in Guardiana has been defeated or been destroyed.
Or at least, yeah, it's been destroyed and sealed off at this point. So, unfortunately, when we come down here, there is this mage who is also trying to open the path to Metafa. In this version of the game, he is not directly related to Ruinfrost. For some reason, he just has some sort of diabolical desire to make his way to Metafa.
Third-party enemies, gang.
All this, you guys keep using the word meta, and I keep like looking over, like, wait, are you talking to
Sorry,
me?
no,
I know.
metaphor. I think it's a metaphor for something.
I mean, that's every time I see somebody says like you might as well use the turbo controller in like Twitch chat, it always highlights it for me.
So you're just kind of like, what's going on?
Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of where the story is going at this point inside of it. Another thing, I'm trying to think if there was anything else that we were informed of by this point. I think we're just trying to make our way across the ocean, and we learn of this gate to Metafa.
Well, it's more a case of the fight with the conscience and shells also kind of knackered the boat a little bit, so it's been repaired.
Yeah.
We landed here to repair it. The king, if you do speak to the king, he'll be like, I can repair your ship for £1 million. And then he's well, golds, multiple golds. And then he's like, lol, no, it's fine, I'll fix it. You go and have a little look around.
Yeah,
and
this is supposed to be a resort town. Actually, it's kind of one of the funny things about it.
And that's where we find this. So Ty has just easily cleaned that up and makes his way forward.
Just kind of a very neat battle of literally using all the rings at one time. It's kind of just shows how they all work at once.
So after defeating all the enemies, the mage comes back and says, "You will never get to Metafa," and then just decides to destroy it all.
Now the spirit of the lake inside of Manarina, she informs you. She says, "Okay, well the gate to Metafa is closed here, but what you need to know is that Dark Soul needs 2 things in order to unlock the Legacy of the Ancients. He needs the key to the Door of the Ancients, and he needs the manual of the seal." and she says, with this path blocked, you need to make your way to Dragonia, which is where the manual of the seal is, I believe. And I think she says that Dark Soul already has the key, I believe. I don't know if NoWorries is kind of a pretty big lore buff, so I don't know if that's accurate at this point in the game.
He already has the key.
Yeah, he already has the key of the Ancient, so he needs to find the manual of the seal. So that's kind of where we're going to be making our way to at this point. We noticed that Ty is now deciding to promote Pele into a paladin, so that's nice. We're also getting him into Sky Warrior for Balbaroi.
There it is.
So this is his promotion point right here.
I mean, ideally, I guess Ty would have wanted that a little bit sooner, but, you know, you've got to do it when you can do it, or, you know, if you do choose to kind of wait a little bit to get those stats, then you can wait. But
from what I understand, Ty likes to hold off here a little bit because it gives Pele a little bit of extra strength going into the first conch battle, and he likes to have Balbaroi to have higher agility to make sure that he's getting his right turn order in the fight that NoWorries is currently in. So that's why he kind of holds off on it for a short time. The agility, or the quick ring, definitely helps out with that, but it's just kind of a safety net on that part,
So now we're going to pick up the other items on the other side. You can pick these up really whenever you want, but you got to go back into this place anyway to speak to the king. So
that for item management purposes.
Yeah.
So
you go and pick up, you know, the mobility ring first. What you need to go do the fight, and then go do everything else in terms of narrative and story, and then head on out. Yeah, almost.
I was thinking to myself, and I don't know why I had to look up when I was thinking. That doesn't make much sense.
Funny enough, here this king actually runs the shops.
He does, yeah. He's great. Yeah, if you run down to the bottom,
does everything.
He's like, what do you mean a king can't run the shop? Just do your business and go on with it.
Yeah, fair business and everything. I'm just the king, can tell everybody what they can and can't do.
And now we've got another one of these long sea fights. This is obviously the harder of the two. At this point, we kind of really want to hope that Anri has freeze level 3 so that we can do the whole, Tao up front doing magic and then Anri just behind doing magic to kind of take out these big clumps of enemies, because there's a lot of conches and shellfish. And I believe there are also some reinforcements that come in, buffering the amount of enemies you have to get through at this point, which just sucks.
I mean, I would say that this battle, more than probably any other in the game, you are going to see a distinct funneling of enemies into those formations because it is extremely powerful inside of this map, as long as you can get your front line set up in time to be able to deal with the reinforcements.
So exactly, that front line setup is the most important thing. They're going to be making some very, very aggressive movements into the center, and basically going to go down the left hand side of the lower mast, and that's where all the enemies are going to funnel up. So we're going to try and clear out as much as we can from the top, whilst also making our way consistently down. And you can see there, NoWorries as well, just checking out the king there. There's no law saying a king can't run a shop.
I'm buying a Steel Lance because my Pele is not really gaining any attack. And it's noticeably too low right now.
This is actually a question I have, because I'm not too sure on the actuality of this. The rubber banding, does that only base itself on base damage, or does it, if you equip a stronger weapon, will it go, oh, he's fine, so I won't give him less stats?
Your base stats.
Sweet, okay, cool. That helps, because now that Pele has missed out on a few attack power, hopefully we're going to see a nice little chunk of attack coming into him, even after this Steel Lance has been bought. It is a bit of a contingency plan, but it's not too much of a loss. I
would definitely say it's a contingency plan. I can't recall either of them picking that up, so NoWorries must feel that he must be quite behind as far as attack power. Normally you could just ride the Power Spear until you pick up the Halberd in this next chapter coming up. Especially since the only battle where Pele is particularly relevant between there and here is this one. So he has decided that, he doesn't feel confident enough that Pele will be able to do what he needs to do in this battle. And he is very important in this battle to start that front line.
And really his movement is strong enough and far enough that he doesn't really need the spear. The spear's there more to kind of keep the distance that you need, but he can reach everything, apart from that one scenario just there. But had his Pele been stronger, it would have been better. But after that kind of first movement in this position now, he's probably able to reach everything that he needs to reach.
Miss.
Yeah, he outturned the conch, which is just really unlucky.
Yeah. So he would have been able to hit that conch with the Steel Lance had it been there. He could have then maybe gone for the Power Spear on the Jobby on the right, the Pegasus Knight, the Seabat, but can't really afford to do it right now.
Yeah.
Also, if I may request either one of you two, could I get a glass of water? Because my throat is like so dry, and I'd like to talk.
I'll tell you what, you took a bounce, so I'll take this one.
You sure?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Oh no, it's fine. No, they're getting it. I normally
got it.
pick up.
Alright.
I normally pick up bottles of water for everyone on the front, but I completely forgot to this morning.
It's okay. They
I'm sorry, guys.
Somebody has raided the fridge. There's only a few different types of soda right now. So.
All right. There's a bottle of water right there.
It's a half-drink bottle of water.
If you want to risk it, buddy. I mean,
Oh, well, whose is it? Some rando? Oh, sounds good to me.
Don't say some rando. Bowie might go after it.
all right.
Yes. So true.
That was scathing.
It's with meta as well. Love you, pal.
Oh no.
This is.
Didn't get the
oh,
damage
no, as
roll.
well.
Alright, so we're kind of getting into this position where we're going to have to draw our battle lines perhaps a little bit late on this map. We should still be able to set up a little bit later to be able to help out, but the first group of enemies has kind of broken into the back lines, so we do need to address that very quickly.
I mean, NoWorries Pele got a very, very nice defense upgrade of 8, but unfortunately no attack again. So this is by the point where NoWorries will maybe start to have a little bit, not a massive panic, but maybe just a little bit of a panic.
Well, for the first section here, it's not going to be too bad. Even if the halberd doesn't do substantial damage on attack from, which would be a concern, but he can always fall back on the halberd's use ability, which is Bolt 1.
Yes,
so.
of course, it's a very we haven't really talked about that. It's going to be coming into play in the next kind of chapter. Is that, you know, we were talking about it as well. Items have this specific. You were talking about legendary items.
Yeah,
they have a specific property where you can use them, and they have magical spells for the most part. So the halberd uses Bolt 1, which is, you know, a cross section. You know, the Blaze 2 kind of style AOE, but it's very powerful. I think it's like 13 damage. I think it is for Bolt 1, which is pretty big for a magic spell of that rate. I mean, if you were to cast it, it would cost 8 MP, so it's, you know, it's worth the magic cost. But to have a free usage of it, it does crack. You've got to be kind of careful to overuse it. You don't want to break it.
Right.
But we're going to start getting a lot more items like that. That some heal, some have a wider range. The evil ring is godlike.
Yeah,
You know, et cetera,
we'll
et cetera.
see that evil ring in action here.
Oh, yes.
You know, further down the line. I did cover the heat axe as well, which is
Yeah.
another item that's.
I think that's the first time you see it, isn't it?
Yeah, but well, if you're talking about specifically the damage spells, yes.
Go get my son.
Oh. +1 miss. That's like +5 misses. I can't believe you did that.
Does that count? Because Yogurt's accuracy is not.
No, if it counts, it counts.
It counts.
Risks were taken, but
It was calculated.
it was. I
So
saw what he was doing.
It was all for the charity.
Ty also has had a poison proc on him, so he's going to be suffering a little bit here. He's going to have to go for the Bolt of the Blaze 2, unfortunately. Use a lot of MP just to get this KO on the Gargoyle.
Yeah, gargoyles tend to hit fairly hard on this map in the next couple ones, so they aren't like lizardmen dangerous, but you do want to control them.
So look at this funneling down on the bottom and slash the left-hand side now for NW. He's going to have a... Anri's just learned Freeze 3 as well, but at this point, which means that she's able to reach really far down into that pack, and will be able to do some stellar damage.
Nice crit.
Very nice.
Yeah,
crit.
that's a nice crit. It's a really good crit, because now
I mean,
we
I-
can put Domingo right there.
I was going to say, I guess you really don't need attack power if you just crit on every attack.
That is a really nice positioning as well for Domingo. He's going to soak up a lot of hits as well. And also, as I said, Amri's now got Freeze 3, so she's got that extra distance she can go.
Yeah, and that's kind of the niche for Freeze. We mentioned that the niche for Blaze is it progresses very quickly and it does extra damage towards undead. The niche for your Freeze spell is that it has that extra range associated with it. As for the Bolt spell, the niche for the Bolt spell is it gets the extended AoE template at turn 2 and 3. And I don't just mean across, I mean it adds an additional square on top of there. So you can hit enormous portions of the map using a Bolt 2 or 3. And then at Bolt 4, it just costs 1 billion mana, but whatever you hit dies. It's
Yeah,
That's
Bolt
not good.
4, that isn't good. NoWorries is going to have a little bit of a struggle here. He's got low HP on his max. He's got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, So Ty has equally also recovered here, so he's starting to get some nice formation for his AoE magic as well.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. He's got his turn, and there's the healing seed. It's a little bit touch and go there for a moment, but we got it. There's freeze 3 coming out from Ty's. It takes up 10 MP. So the thing with all of the level 3 versus level 4 spells, they cost the same amount. Here, go on, Yogurt. Go on, Yogurt. No, +1.
Why?
+1.
I'm
to
trying
Yogurt.
so hard, Nakuri.
But yeah, as Bowie was saying, both your level 3 and level 4 spells for Blaze and Freeze both cost the same
And
amount.
Bolt as well.
Yeah, but it just costs an addition, or it just only hits one target for level 4, but it hits really hard.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
And, I mean, you'll see it. I mean, we're hitting by, like, what is it, 13 to 15? I mean, 15 to 17, I think it is with Freeze 3. It's very powerful. But Freeze 4 is...
it's in the 40s, sometimes 50s, just depending on what you're hitting with it. And I mean, that's where the real meat of bringing Henri into the party came from. Is it's like, because at the beginning we were like, we're spending so much time feeding her and not seeing really results out of it. But then she gets Freeze 3 and Freeze 4 particularly, and she's just killing anything that we want to send her towards.
The Magical Sisters of Death.
Particularly the final boss of the game. She does a lot of work.
So yeah, I mean, whilst we're going on to this, as you mentioned, our players are going to be focusing on just making sure that everyone has the right amount of attack power. Sorry, not attack power, MP, magic points, just to make sure.
+1.
+1 again, dang. So yeah, we're making sure that we've got as much MP as possible so that we can use as many Freeze 4s. I believe we want about 48 on Tau and 50 on Henri at least. I believe those are the numbers. That's kind of what that's kind of what we're looking for as we go. Attack +1 isn't bad for Balborough. It's still something else. It's more attack power.
Yeah, even getting 1 attack power on Balborough is nice because his attack growth just tends to be extremely stunted throughout the course of the run. So any that he gets is very much appreciated. There's a lot of situations where even buffed with the power ring, he might not be able to hit certain damage thresholds by like 1 or 2. So, you know, getting that extra level up might be the difference between getting a one-shot or having to double turn and potentially lose your power ring boost from the glitch.
Yeah.
So,
NoWorries is doing a fantastic job of getting his Tau level up. Level 7 for NoWorries. I'm not quite sure what your Tau currently is, Ty.
I'm not 100% sure myself. I think she's 6. Like, my mages are a little under-leveled. I'm a little worried about it. We'll see what
Unfortunately, my Joker didn't die. That's actually kind of a huge problem.
Oh, at the end of Chapter 5.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So covering what's happening here, as far as story-wise, we have been shipwrecked once again. Not quite good on the seamanship there, but they have crash-landed near Rudo, and Rudo is actually a town that's run basically by children.
Yeah.
And there's a very learned child there. I think it's Kryn, right? Is it Kryn or Karen that's the
Well,
bookworm?
Kryn and Karen are the sisters.
Yeah, Kryn is the bookworm, right? I believe.
Well, I can verify that in a
Yes.
second.
All right.
It is.
Anyway, one of the sisters says, hey, you know, you could go to Dragonia, which is just to the east of us, and that's where the Manual of the Seal is supposed to be. And she's like, I've heard about this thing called, like, the Chaos Breaker, and I'll look up what I know about the Legacy of the Ancients. So while that's happening, we're going to make our way over to Dragonia, which is the land of the Sacred Dragons.
Oh yes. So also there's a bunch of really nice items as well to kind of pick up in Rudo as well. I believe there should be a lance if you want to use it. I think it's not really used so much. In terms
I
of
think we passed it
speedrun.
on this one just because you're going to get the halberd.
Yeah, the halberd, yeah. But yeah, casually there's a nice item pickup there. I mean, whilst we're making our way towards Dragonia, it might be a nice time for just a couple of donations as we head forward.
Well, at the moment, we don't have anything coming in. However, I do know for a fact that going back to the king doing all the work in that previous town, you know, good guy king, I also know that the Yeti does a wonderful job helping us out as well. So I would call them king of the shirt industry. They're definitely partnering up with us once again, bringing us 9 amazing t-shirts. If you haven't had the opportunity to see them, I'm telling you guys, they're amazing. I don't know how many are left as far as how much longer they're being sold, but I know that it's closing down soon. Head over to theyeti.com/RPG Limit Break. Take a look at the designs. Pick one you want. I mean, heck, they all look good on Bowie, so you know they're going to look good on you. And just so you know, $3 of every single shirt purchased from the Yeti goes directly to NAMI. So not only are you helping a wonderful cause in NAMI, you're getting an awesome shirt in the process. And remember, Yeti is spelled Y-E-T-E-E. theyeti.com/RPG Limit Break.
Yeah, I actually saw the heel slime shirt, and that one looked kind of.
Yeah, there's been a lot of. That one looks really cool.
As a strategy RPG fan, I was quite a fan of the Sacred Twins,
Yeah,
the
that
Fire
was
Emblem
pretty
Sacred Stones. That was a good one.
Kind of fits with the Shining Force a little bit, does it?
Yeah,
A little bit.
yeah. I think we need this is actually a really good time to bring this up. That NoWorries has got one of the best shirts ever. I think you're wearing the hoodie for it as well. Actually,
Yeah,
aren't you?
yeah. It's a previous
Can you see it all right?
Yeti exclusive.
here we
It
go.
is
The
Chaos
Chaos
Breakers.
Breaker.
Oh,
I got the same as well, but it's all Guardiana from here.
Yeah, I actually gave these guys last RPG Limit Break. We got the Chaos Breaker shirt and the Guardiana one. Unfortunately, as far as I know, discontinued right now. But I think you can pick them up inside of like the mystery bags that they pick up also. But who knows? Maybe they'll re-release them at some point, or maybe a Shining Force 2 one.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to ask you directly now, Yeti. If you could do a Shining Force 2 shirt like that, styled like it with the Force sword and stuff, I would probably I'd probably give you my bank account. I don't know. I would. Yeah, there's no kind of shirt. I mean, it's such an awesome shirt. I mean, everyone knows that I have a preference for 2 over 1, and it's just kind of like. That shirt is just so cool, man. I love it.
So you buy 365 and wear a new one each day of the week?
Pretty much, yeah.
So what would you do on leap year? Would you just dress up in a tux or something to look totally snazzy?
Why not? Monocle, cane, the whole lot, yeah. That'd be great.
I could see it. Sipping your tea.
You know it, buddy. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing shirt.
Yeah.
So there are some great shirts out there, so the Yeti do provide them, so shout outs to them.
Oh yeah, so just touching on it, Ty just killed the boss of this, simple snipe, just smashing the Durahan there. By the way, not a Dulahan, it's a Durahan inside of this game. But yeah, just a really simple cross the map snipe using Domingo as support backup for Balbaroy in case he can't get the kill.
Yeah, Balbaroy would need to have gained about 8 attack, I think, in order to defeat the Durahan. It's just got a lot of defense.
Yeah, it's a tanky member.
Another reason why this works out is, besides the terrain itself, as you progress further along the map, there are ambushes that are set up.
Hey, we got Bakken playing in a sandbox. I like it.
Oh, no.
So Bakken, we've talked about NPC trolling. We got past the women. We got past the young boy. Well, no, he just pushed the stones. He might be a bit tricky later, but Bakken is one of the most can be quite trolly as well, where he's just kind of standing in the way of that one tile room to get that item. But he was nice.
NoWorries, I believe, holds the record at, I believe, 1 minute 58 seconds or so that he was blocked.
You serious?
It was something else.
There's our halberd that was mentioned previously. We're also going to be picking up another shower of cure here, I believe. This is Blue. We find out that when we run across that Cain had brought in his army to Dragonia, and they have slain all of the sacred dragons except for Blue, who is the last of his kind.
So
and he's a coward.
Yeah, the annoying thing about Blur is you get a goddamn dragon on your team. You know, you got a dragon.
It's a baby dragon.
Yeah, but Blur's not exactly great, is he? Like, I mean,
not at the beginning.
Yeah, but he's one of those characters again that when you promote, he takes a big dive in his stats, and at this point, enemies are getting quite tanky, and you really have to put a lot of time into him to really make him solid.
But yeah, he's he's just a small baby dragon, and like he's supposed to be a coward, but they give him his time in the sun here, at least for the story, as he saves the child Karen, who he cares about the kids of Rudo, and he just roasts this knight.
Roasted, kaboom, like that.
Spits fire and instantly gone. Too bad that never happens, actually.
I'm not very confident yet, but I'll join anyway. I'll do my best.
It should be noted as well that NoWorries did get a sandbox Bakken, so
Nice.
Sandboxing.
Yeah, that was one of our points of contention as far as where people could catch up.
if Ty has got troll for like 4 minutes, and NoWorries just takes the lead.
It happens really easily.
So this is going to be our confrontation with Kane, which the only thing we've known about him up to this point is he is the person who had slain Various, and he kind of has commanded the Ruinfaust troops up to this point in the field. At this point we've met Michaela as well, who we haven't gotten the opportunity to deal with yet.
Wait, is it Kane or is it Kane?
Oh, it's Kane, I think.
Not Kane then.
It's Kane.
Right. Wait, Kane?
Yeah, Kane.
Not Kane, not Kane.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay. So text boxes spell his name as K-A-N-E, but for some reason when you're fighting him on the field, his name is spelled C-A-I-N. So we've got Kane and Kane.
It's right?
That's right.
No, left, right.
No,
right.
no, that's
yeah,
right.
You're right.
No, you're
left.
right. Exactly, you're right. It's right. It's definitely Kane and not Kane.
You're gonna make everyone's ears bleed.
As if we haven't already been doing that.
So this is kind of a... I'm kind of curious if Ty is going to take the same approach that NoWorries does on this battle, because I haven't actually seen how Ty approaches this fight. So both of them do this, which is you want to move up immediately and start using the AoE magic of the halberd and your mages in order to clear out this initial group. This group does not really engage you as long as you keep your distance. High priests are very, very potent healers, so you do not want to deal with them healing people, especially Kane, who has his own pocket healer there that is extremely bad at his job.
It must be noted as well, actually, an interesting thing that Kane does, that he's waiting for you outside, and you speak to him, and he says, like, I'll challenge you to a fair fight. You know, he's got some semblance of... I guess, yeah, honor. I was gonna say nobility, but like, yeah, you know, he has sense of honor as a warrior. He wants to fight you fairly, and so he lets you set up and come back.
I mean, he may ambush you with completely dastardly enemies and highly outmatch you as far as number of troops, but he'll let you pick up your sword.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, he's a lot of things, but he's not going to be called a coward.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's kind of curious that he does that though. Why exactly would Kane, you know, not just slaughter you? What
plot armor.
Plot armor. Yeah. Gotta love that plot armor.
I mean, we're going to see how ineffectual any other type of armor is if Kane gets to hit somebody in this fight. Yeah,
so with that being said, our players here are going to make sure that Kane does not hit anyone, because he hits like a 7-car pile-up. Like, he is powerful.
I mean, he has 2 swords.
He's got 2, yeah.
One of those being the Sword of Darkness.
Yeah. So he got the Sword of Light from Guardiana, and he also has the Sword of Dark as well.
So Halberd doing nice work there. Halberd, just like the rings, can crack. So, like, depending on what you're trying to accomplish, that can be something to keep in mind. So this is a strategy that NoWorries does, where he secretes his max back kind of near the headquarters. That makes it so that the gargoyles do not come out to try and chase him. I think I caught Ty doing the same thing.
Yeah, that was one of those things that was kind of put forward and then adopted by both players. A very, very solid strat in terms of just kind of like culling the numbers that they have to deal with, and also increasing the time that they before they actually have to deal with them, you know.
So this is interesting because I haven't actually seen one of the players do this. Ty, I think, is resetting to use a halberd.
Yeah, I just completely don't remember if it cracked at all, and I cannot break this. So this is just me forgetting, and I should not be having to do this, but I have to.
That's fair enough.
You can see the power of that.
Fine.
Okay, cool. Now it's cracked. Now it's cracked.
That's fine.
Time to flip that coin or whatever.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, what do we flip now?
You can put Bowie there, so when Bowie's up, he's fine.
We got a pencil. We got some art.
Some art.
Would be okay.
But yeah, normally these guys would have things that they could place on it. I always figured if I did end up like very, very seriously running either of the games, I'd actually just get some wax cards made that actually had like the picture of the item and you could flip them back and forth.
That's some serious dedication right there.
Yeah, pretty cheap to get.
Well, that's what I just had flashcards for a long time. Now I just use dice, whatever's in front.
I use a pack of cards, so face down means it's knackered and face up means it's fine.
But yeah, you definitely want to keep track of these things.
Yeah. Messed up my menu wing.
I guess that's another thing to mention. So I come from a speedrunning background in Parasite Eve, and many other Square games are very snappy with their menus. Shining Force doesn't have bad menus, but like you need to get used to the fact that when you initially press it, the menus kind of have to come up from the bottom before you actually gain control of them.
Yeah.
And so because of that, if you're trying to go too quickly, you might press the wrong button.
Yeah, there are these kind of like, not dead frames as such, but you know, these moments where you can't do it. So, smoke rising, it means that he has to go and repair it. Repairing cost, I think, is the same as Shining Force 2, so 750 coins, right?
This one is 250.
Dang, dude, you guys get a steal.
Yeah, but the rings get progressively more expensive. The Evelyn ring's like 2,000.
Oh, okay, it's based
2250 or 2750.
It's based on that. Fair enough. So the power, yeah, it's based on the worth of the item, and that's fair. So yeah, Kane's got 70 HP, by far the most HP of a boss up to this point. And again, our players are going to be doing around 20-ish, like up to 30 damage maybe, and you're going to be using that magic as well, just to kind of cull the numbers as best they can. You do not want to be next to Kane, because he will one-shot from full HP everybody on the map.
I recall, I know you did mention that Marionette has magic resist. It should be noted that almost every boss in the game has magic resist. There's a couple of exceptions. The final boss actually doesn't, and what was the other
final
one?
2 bosses?
The final 2.
Wow,
Okay.
nice level 6 Domingo.
Okay, so
Oh, this is awkward.
Okay, so the Master Mage are actually coming up to attack Domingo here and putting a dent into that armor of his.
So something to note as well is that Durhan's behind, besides hitting extremely hard and having very high armor, if they hit you, they can potentially put you to sleep.
Yeah.
That is one of their status
The
effects.
problem is my Domingo hasn't gained enough defense, and he's almost guaranteed to die to this Dullahan, which I really hope doesn't happen, but doesn't look like I have much of a choice.
Yeah. Good level up there from NoWorries Henri as well, getting 6 HP and 4 MP as well as a little bit of defense. Just the that survivability is really important, and the longevity of their damage output again is key.
Yeah, I got a little unlucky coming into this battle. My Henri didn't get over 30 magic points.
Yeah, mine didn't either.
It's actually a really big deal, because then we are restricted by what magic we can use at the start of the fight, because we need to have 20 MP for Kane so that we can hit him with 2 freeze 3s.
So we did pick up earlier, you might say like...
Miss.
+1 miss, that would have been huge for that fight if Pele got that second attack out.
Something to note, at the beginning of this, we mentioned Bakken being in that side house.
Oh.
There's another die.
Plus
That
one
has to
miss.
be
Wow.
reset,
Another
yeah.
plus
I have
one.
to redo that.
Bakken actually is inside
Bounces
of...
right off.
Bakken is actually inside of a house that contains a broadsword. Broadsword is a much stronger weapon than Valbroy would normally have access to at this point, so he gets it quite early. That helps out his damage in this fight considerably.
It's why going out of your way to get that broadsword and going over to the right hand side and having to deal with Bakken is so worth it. Nice crit on Kane there from the freeze.
And you get to see, this is what I call the runaway Kane strat. He's
this guy.
so
Another
horrified
miss.
that he runs away.
And this is specifically an AI exploit. Like, you would probably never run across this in a casual playthrough, but because they know exactly how to move, like, this is a potential thing that can happen.
+1.
Dang
it, Kane.
Can we stop this? Because...
Well, I could go for the Pele kill, but I think I'm going to just use the halberd, and then I think I still have enough magic here. Yeah, so I can just feed the kill over to her.
Brainstorming here.
Miss. I'm not saving for Valbroy's attack. I refuse.
This is considerably safer, what NoWorries is doing, as long as for some reason Kane doesn't get his regen in between.
Oh, Kane does not regenerate.
Oh,
yeah,
Kane
he's
does not
one
regenerate.
of the few bosses that doesn't, so that's really nice.
Because this should...
Oh,
this
damn,
should-
+1 again. Stop this, Ty.
There we go.
Yeah, NoWorries takes the lead now in this
Kane's
race.
very notorious for his evasion.
And then,
especially so since he can just kill. Again,
as a precursor to Shining Force 2, Bowie appears. Kane looks curiously like Ziggy Stardust. So, don't know why, but he does. Small little lore fact for you. Well,
this kind of comes out of nowhere in this game.
Yeah, I'll let this cutscene take place first, and then I'll kind of we must stop Dark Soul at all costs. So Kane's actually helping you now. There's a reason for this, and I think it's discovered here. 2 heroes I have waited. Heroes? Are you sure? Kane hero? What do you mean Kane's a hero? Dark Soul, feeling more like yourself, are you now?
And so they have opened the door in Dragonia and allowed Dark Soul to make his way
Yeah.
to the Manual of the Seal. And Kane's like, I'll take him on. He doesn't do a great job of it.
No, Dark Soul is very, very powerful. And should we explain who Kane is, or should we wait for the cutscene to explain it?
We
would
can
say
wait for
that-
the cutscene.
I would say that Kane, one thing that you can say is that Kane was obviously corrupted by Dark Soul using the power of the mask
Yeah.
and the Sword of Darkness.
And that's why when
that
we-
is from Shining in the Darkness as well.
Yeah.
A reference in there, in that game, your father, who is a knight.
Mordred.
Yeah, Mordred is corrupted by the power of the mask and the Sword of Darkness.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So a thing to know about Dark Soul as well. You know that's not going to be anything bad, but like, you know, Dark Soul. There are three kings of the devils, and Dark Soul is one of them. So he's a very, very powerful guy. So someone as strong as Kane, even he can't really defeat Dark Soul just yet with the power that he currently has. Obviously, I think having lost really the power of darkness there, which is obviously a very, very strong power.
He was just in the
against it.
fight with the Shining Force as well.
Yeah, very, very weakened by the awesome effects of the Shining Force. So Ty, having done that in that moment, you know, just repairing his equipment here rather than going to the shop in Rudo.
But yeah, this is at this point, NoWorries makes his way over back to Rudo, and they're like, "So, did you get the manual?" And he's like, "No." And then they're like, "You idiot." Now he has the key and the manual of the seal. Now he can bring up the legacy of the ancients, and now Dark Soul is a threat, like
To the world
And they're like,
itself.
the only chance that we have, and the only thing that I've caught out of here is something that's mentioned called the Chaos Breaker.
And so we have, now the kind of game shifts in a turn of, well, we haven't got any other leads but the Chaos Breaker. So let's just continue on our journey, make our way towards Rune Force and see what we can find and what we can do.
I believe they say that you need, I don't know if it's yet, but I think that she says that you need the Sword of Darkness and the Sword of Light, and that's all you know. And conveniently enough, guess who has the Sword of Light?
So I believe we've grabbed the Sword of Darkness from Kane now that we've defeated him.
No.
Is it not yet? No, is it not,
Not
yet?
yet.
No, he still has it.
He
still
still
has
is
it.
wielding it.
Oh, of course, no, but yeah, I know when we get it.
You're jumping. Yeah, you're just
Yeah,
jumping
sorry.
ahead in the story. It's okay.
Small story segments still kind of elude me. I've played this game a lot less than Shining Force 2, as you may have guessed.
But yeah, at this point we
Have entered the worst fight in the entire video game. This is by far the longest fight in the game. There is no fight longer than this, I don't think. This is like 29 million years. It's very long, it's very attritional, it's very specific. Everything that you can think of when it comes to a tactical RPG, this has it in it, and it's...
yeah, the terrain here is the real enemy that we have to deal with. It's extremely brutal. Basically, the only people who are going to have any movement at all on this map are Balbroy and Domingo.
Plus one miss.
This map right here is pretty much the entire reason why Nakuri was suggesting maybe taking Guts. Because Guts can ignore the terrain here. And even though his movement isn't great, it's better than everybody else on this map that's not flying.
So, for the most part, if you have mountains and woods and desert are the top three that kind of stifle a lot of movement, and it usually will bring down most of the units who move through it to a space of two move spaces. And that's just, well, frankly, rubbish.
It's abysmal.
Yeah, absolutely abysmal. When you've got, Domingo who can move 6, I want to say? 5, it is 5, yeah. Yeah, like a regular mage, 5. And then Balbroy, who's currently on 7/9, depending on whether or not he's using the mobility ring, you're probably going to be using it. Yeah, he can just clear so much more space. So this is going to be, I believe, very reset heavy, because there's going to be a lot of power ring charges maybe needing to be used if you do kind of lose those stats. And hoping and resetting for, like, misses. Misses in this game, in this battle, are really, really bad when you're trying to, like, snipe all of the enemies. This is an all clear, by the way.
Yeah, it must be all cleared.
Of course it has to be an all clear. You couldn't just have, a snipe on this fight. This is an all clear.
And the
Now-
reason why we're doing this is because we're trying to make to the Demon Fortress of Mishala, which is at the southern part of the map.
Yeah, and she said, I have the Sword of Light Shining Force, come and get it if you can. So she announces that, so we immediately have our first lead. Now, this is where floating and flying comes into play, because obviously Turbo mentioned that Domingo is a floater and not a flyer. So flying means you can get over mountains, the big grey mountains. Floating just means that you can move freely, but you can't go over the higher terrain. So those big grey mountains, Domingo can't move over those, but he can move freely over the brown hills and the forest, but only Balboroy can just go wherever he pleases.
Okay. So, I mean, because this is kind of a longer section here where we're just kind of running through hills, Meta, if you'd like to talk to the people while we're here in Salt Lake City, by chance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do your thing, my friend, do your thing.
Okay, I'll do my best, sir. We got a $25 donation from Wipe ZZZ.
It's fine. Fun.
Awesome one-on-one. Really enjoying this battle. Hype, Rummel, props to the runners, and Nakuri and Venny in the Germensch restream.
Please kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
Nakuri, another person who has run this game. Nakuri, another person who's run this game significantly. I believe is doing commentary for the German restream.
Is Nakuri the third place runner right now?
Either third or fourth, one of the two.
Yeah. So might be. Yeah. Continue. Do your thing.
It's all good. It's all good. Didn't want to interrupt. We got a $25 donation from Lawrence Welk. Shining Force was one of my favorite games growing up, playing it on Sega Mega Pack 2, which took games like Shining Force, Kid Chameleon, and Vector Man and put them on PC. They have had it on, but now have taken it off the App Store on the iPhone, so I dare never delete it on my phone, so I had it with me constantly. This game beats Final Fantasy X for most time played, which is a lot, and I am so happy to wake up and see this stream. Please save Kane from Dark Souls Grasp, or Kane? Eh, whatever.
Appreciate it a lot,
Thank you
everybody.
very much.
Yeah, it should be noted that this game has gotten multiple re-releases. I think the one that would be most accessible for most people would be the Steam Sega Classics Collection. I forget which one this one is specifically, but whatever one it's in, it is a fantastic pack because I think it's Shining Force 1, 2, Landstalker, and a couple of other good games.
Landstalker is another great game. So actually, yeah, this game is not only developed by the now named Camelot Software Planning, but also co-developed by Climax, who also made Landstalker and the prequel to this, Shining in the Darkness. So Landstalker is another good game that definitely is, as Turbo says, a great bundle, and some of the best on Sega Mega Drive for sure.
Something else I'd like to touch on before we pass it off to Meta again. These Belials, they do have the ability to cast Bolt. They also have the ability to fart on you and take your MP. Which is pretty much completely useless against most characters, so that's kind of what you want to be seeing instead of the Bolt. I believe they can also Muddle. Muddle does nothing in this game except pretend that it's relevant.
Yeah. Domingo getting bolted there is pretty bad, but
Yeah.
with that Meta, if you'd like to continue, sir.
I'm just going to say a couple more quick things. We are currently at 39 misses, so I hope your arms are ready for
No.
a
That
lot
number
of...
is getting really large really quickly.
Yeah, that really jumped up when Kane decided, let's just kind of sidestep everything. I'd also like to point out that we currently have 3 awesome restreams in French, German, and Japanese. Le French restream, Germensch restream, and the Japanese restream. I want to give a shout out to every one of the commentators in those restreams for staying up and just powering through, doing amazing commentary for all these wonderful runs we've had today. And one other quick thing I'd like to give some love to is our community artists. LOK, Carrie Fry, Mega Weasel. They're responsible for a lot of the emotes that you get access to when you basically subscribe to the channel. Revenue from the subs, ads we run, pretty much doggone near anything will help us go to run future Limit Break marathons. And don't worry, the donations go straight to NAMI. They don't go into our pockets. That's totally different. So just thanks to those 3. Major shout outs to them, and carry on, brothers.
Yeah, Carrie Fry has a really, really distinct and fun art style that I like. A lot of the designs that she makes. I was actually a little disappointed because at one point I was like, I wonder if I could get a commission for her to do like a Shining Force 2. Like I was thinking like a Peter like seal kind of, or like a crest type of thing, because I thought that would have been cool. But you know, she's a very, very busy artist, so she I guess doesn't take commissions. So, but she does a lot of really, really awesome designs.
Pretty sure she did like a fully she did her own like fully illustrated strategy guide. I think, was it for Stardew?
I don't know off the top
Yeah,
of
but
my head.
she basically did a fully she drew in and illustrated her own strategy guide for a video game. I can't remember the exact game, but yeah, fantastic artist.
Also, I got a miss.
Plus miss 40.
40.
Thanks, man. My usual reps are 20, so this is going to be great.
20 over 10 minutes or 20 and...
Ha 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 ha.
Well, no, I'm being serious. I don't know if you do one at a time and then keep going and then...
All right, there we go.
I'm not trying to be
Should
that.
we just
I'll
should we just do like half of ours now and let them cash in later?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I might have to rain check mine because my shoulder is totaled. But
Oh yeah, mine too.
Oh yeah, mine too. Yeah, Mesa, do you want to just take
Everyone
all
just
of
looks
ours?
over at me. It's like, hey,
Gotta get pumped, bruh. Let's go.
no, I absolutely will do them once I heal up. But I will go ahead and put that on YouTube and definitely link it to some people.
Yeah, Turbo has had legitimate problems.
Attack plus
Quite rough.
1, defense plus 3. Defense is nice on Balboroy because he is our sniper, making sure that he doesn't get body blowed across the across the board when he's going for a snipe is quite nice. Muddle, funnily enough, much like other things in this game, like land effect not necessarily working out the way it should, Muddle doesn't quite work. Muddle doesn't actually confuse you the way it does in Shining Force 2, where
Which is devastating in Shining Force 2.
Mate, the worst thing is when you get Bowie confused and he bolts everyone when you want him to aggress. It's like, please, dude. Like, please.
Miss.
Plus 1.
Something else to notice. It was mentioned a little earlier. Max doesn't get access to traditional magic inside of this game, so any MP plus that he gets is kind of wasted. The only thing that could possibly happen is if a Belial stole your MP, then you might not be able to aggress. So, like, if you could get enough MP that the drain didn't take away your aggress, yay, I can aggress again.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's, you know, the MP gains are completely pointless for the most part on Max. Where he does get magic is that the special swords, this Sword of Light, for example, which will be seen shortly, have magical effects. So it does kind of give him a magical outlet in that case. Also of note is that the Holy Swords, as I'll call them, cannot break.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about them cracking or breaking because that would be an enormous problem for, just kind of beating the game.
Yeah. I found it's quite interesting. I mean, I was couching for Golden Sun: The Lost Age, which obviously was made by the same chaps who made this game, and a lot of these kind of things are prevalent in all those kind of games where they have items that both have battle usage and field usage, a chance to breaks, and all these kind of things. So it's definitely a specific uniqueness about this game. Over other things, like, I mean, a lot of people tend to always look at Shining Force and say, it reminds me of Fire Emblem because of the top-down, the grid-based, the battle scenes.
This game rips off Fire Emblem.
It does all that kind of stuff. This is Sega's FE, it really is. But it has those unique things, and I think the battle use of items like that is one of the things that kind of does set this apart, and change up the way in which you hold value in your items. You do have obviously items that do that for you in Fire Emblem, but nothing quite as specific as getting a weapon that has an alternate use like that, and then also have the caveat of the potential break. So don't rely on it too much. So yeah, it is a kind of specific uniqueness about this game.
It is kind of bizarre that they would have the caveat about breaking and yet they allow you to battle save. Like, that is kind of a weird.
Yeah.
But
it's kind of almost like this weird serendipity where it's kind of like it almost wants you to speedrun it because how fast can you do it even though they break? I don't know. It's been really, really interesting. And it's just kind of crazy to think that these games are this fast now. Like, I remember when I first met Ty and first watched him, his run I think was around the 7-hour mark, and now he's pushing on the gates of sub 5. And the work that he and NoWorries have put in to kind of bring this game all the way down, and Nakuri as well. It's been really, really lovely to see these games go from what they were to what they are now.
Yeah, a lot of these are very much community effort things. We had like a much larger group, I feel like, looking at Shining Force 2, but there still has been significant improvements to this route and different people looking into it.
Yeah.
Different characters proposed. Like I mentioned, Xylo used to be a mandatory character that we would get. Now he's been relegated, to staying in his jail cell insane.
I know that Ty used to hold on to Xylo and Kokichi very, very, very intently, and I know that
it's okay. We'll
Plus
heal
one
him.
miss.
We'll heal him by defeating Dark Soul,
and then
we'll live on to be a happy life and
yeah.
rule. I believe he's the ruler of Bustoke, isn't he?
Yes, yeah. He looks after it. Yeah, he's kind of like the king there. And I know that NoWorries used Gunts for a long time. I know he's not using him now, so he's let go of Gunts. You were a big fan of him for a while there, NoWorries.
He moves so good, and he generally gets very, very tanky. The problem was with some of the changes to some of the battles, I ended up having 2 weeknights. So by axing Gunts and changing up how I approach some of these battles, such as this one.
You get a very powerful Pele.
I'm able to have a very powerful Pele. So yeah, instead of having like 4/10 of a night or 2/5 of a night, however you want to look at it, I have a whole night now instead.
So NoWorries getting a little bit aggressive here with his max, sending him in, but only the 7 damage, because I believe you're still building just, is it a steel sword? No, longsword.
He's still using the old longsword.
Yeah.
This is still totally fine, though, because they can't move around his front line on the side there.
It should be noted as well that with class progression, you do have class progressive weapons, so anything higher than the longsword can only be used by promoted characters. So the broadsword plus is nice work, Henry. Is only usable by promoted characters. So
it's actually really nice that Master Mage outturned everyone, because now I'm going to get a nice little 3-man formation here.
You want to make bets on what High Priests are going to do?
Well, this guy's been hanging out with us the whole game, so...
Mine decided to move. Excellent. Woo!
Yeah, I remember on NoWorries' last PB run that I was kind of studying leading up to this event. He actually had built up a strategy using Balbaroy in order to stop the trigger that makes the High Priest run away from him. So that was a pretty interesting discovery.
Yeah. Just a small note as well that the High Priest that Mr. ty2358 is going to attack here is a major hypochondriac. So it has 33 MP and it has access to heal 4. If it takes like 3 damage, it will heal 4 itself back to full HP. Now, the reason, so basically heal 4 costs 20 MP and restores your HP to maximum. From whatever it is. Heal 1, I'm not sure on the exact number, I think it's 15, just like...
Heal 1, it's like 12.
12, and then Heal 2 is the same but with range. Heal 3 is, I think, up to 30 with even bigger range, and then Heal 4 is the small range, as in like 1 space away but max HP. But yeah, when that High Priest takes any damage at all, it goes straight for the Heal 4. Yeah, just like wildly just throwing like plaster on itself, just ah!
Nothing like going to surgery for a paper cut.
Exactly, yeah.
Very much so.
But yeah, because of that, as mentioned before, Max is currently kind of maxed out on his weapons.
He's maxed out.
But the other swords will be used conveniently by another person. So.
Yeah.
All right. One more save for the priest.
I've actually been a little bit concerned on Ty's end because his Balbaroy is rather low on HP, but I guess he feels confident enough in his hit rate that he's fine.
Don't jinx me now.
I mean, you didn't even save before the High Priest swing, I don't think.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like,
He risks it for the biscuit.
You know it.
I do not.
So yeah, NoWorries managed to get through that fight largely uncontested. Didn't miss too much with Balbaroy. There was the odd one, but it wasn't too much. A little bit of item management here, just to kind of move things around. Michela was an interesting fight. There are, I believe, 2 main things you want to do. Obviously, what we've got to do to defeat Michela, but you can battle search in this game. You can in the Japanese version of 2, but not in the regular. So that's kind of a really nice thing that you can do in this game, that you can battle search. So there's going to be a lot of space on Max, because he's going to run around and pick up some items and pick up some chests, so it doesn't have to happen at the end of the fight. So you're going to be doing 2 things at once. Moving Max to go pick up items, moving the rest of the force to defeat Michela. Is that +1?
Yeah, that's a miss.
+1
and
misses.
a lot of time loss.
Did you not save?
Well, no. It's an easy enemy to hit, but not so lucky. Turbo jinxed me.
yep. All right. So
That's gonna be that's a
rough.
fair amount of time loss, unfortunately.
Okay, so that's going to be the first real, like, kind of setback between the 2 runs.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of game to play. So we'll see how that kind of develops throughout the rest of this.
The main reason that was bad is not necessarily because of having to take even longer time to get down to the mage. It's more a case of now Ty has to go back to revive Balbaroy. So that time going back to revive Balbaroy is going to be the worst, because Balbaroy is a necessity. in this next. He's just he's needed for the rest of the game pretty much. Like this is the force we need. We're going to add in one more character, I believe, in the vein of Tarasu, who's got some sweet magic. But
and our sweet Nippon samurai.
Oh, of course, yes. But other than those two, this is pretty much the main force. I do forget about Musashi sometimes, not because he's not good, because he's godlike, but
+1.
+1.
Is he really good, like in a casual sitting, or is he real good in?
Oh, he's just good all round. He's one of the best characters in the force. One of two secret characters. There are more secret characters.
There's a handful, but he's one of the rather secret characters. One of the few characters that comes pre-promoted. But he just has a lot of health. He has a lot of defense. He's got a really good weapon that other people can use as well. Other sword users.
We mentioned that. We mentioned earlier that a shower of cure will heal everyone to full. That's actually not 100% accurate. It heals everybody for 50 HP.
Right.
And the only reason why that's relevant is because Musashi can actually get over 50 HP, so it might not heal him to full.
Because I know that Shower of Cure is in the
that's
remake.
an idea of how strong he is.
I remember Shower of Cure is in the remake healed by 20 for everyone.
Yes.
So,
And in Shining Force 2, they do heal for full, but in this one, it is the only full heal is actually heal 4 versus the Shower Cure and Aura 4 is like that 40 to 50 range.
This kid's in my way.
Like genuinely,
You just don't see it that often.
Yeah, I
because
guess exactly.
You got to take a lot of damage. So I really need Pelly to go here.
Oh,
He
no.
didn't go, so we're getting bad gargoyles. Ideally, he doesn't. He either goes after the gargoyles have all moved, or I equipped
my
I equipped that speed ring on him. He would go before the gargoyles, but in classic Shining Force 1 fashion, he will go after all of the gargoyles. Okay, we got one gargoyle there.
He was about to be exasperated with the game there for a moment.
Yeah, that is a classic Shining Force turn RNG right there.
Yeah, there's a term that I always like to say, like, just as a joke from like casual perspective. It's like you always leave an enemy with 1 HP, and then they always end up killing you as a result of it. And it's like you just got Shining Forced. Like,
Attack +2 for Balboa, defense +3. Very nice on NoWorries side. As Ty is just starting this fight now. So yeah, he did lose a little bit of time in that previous fight thanks to the Balboa miss. But again, going to be setting up the same kind of way, bringing the gargoyles down into a position of 3, then going to try and halberd them down. That's why Domingo is where he is, because all the gargoyles can reach him. One will try and muddle, it won't do anything. The other one will attack. All the while using Anri and then Domingo's second turn to start wailing on the horse riders up here, or bow riders rather, on the top right side. And then, oh hello, that's quite an interesting position for Ty's gargoyle.
Unfortunately, I had the reverse order of turn order that I wanted as well.
Okay.
So that guy can't quite reach me. So he's pretty much forced to go there and doesn't get my 3-man formation either.
So this next formation of enemies that NoWorries is now getting to, and Ty will be getting to it a little bit later, is this 4 Master Mage formation, which is obviously very, very strong. So we're going to be kind of going in there and just kind of throwing all of our magic out to try and get rid of them all at the same time, so they don't just, pile drive you with their freeze 3s. Freeze 2? Freeze 3?
Freeze 2s.
Freeze 2s. Yeah. If they had freeze 3, my word, you'd be knackered.
interesting kind of history lesson as far as this one. Originally, Ty had been working on the assumption that he would have Kokichi as a secondary person, and with that in mind, he was developing a snipe that could be used on Michaela to cut her off before she reached her throne. The big problems were 2. Number 1, it was notoriously inconsistent. Just because of due to damage ranges, Michaela, dodging attacks, things of that nature. And secondly, as we started to push a more mage-centric strat, we required this extra experience from this battle.
Yeah.
And so it does help out quite a bit, and it's not particularly that much longer than the average time it would take to perform the snipe.
Yeah. So, yeah, I agree. Ty, NoWorries is trying to get that kill, and again, 1 HP remaining on the Master Mage, which luckily the ladies got their turn first, so hopefully he'll be able. I mean, what I assume he'll probably do is hope for a crit on that one. Didn't kill it, unfortunately. It was a crit, but it didn't kill.
There's place 4.
Hopefully, and there's base 4 as well. at level 10. I believe it's level 13 for, or is it 14?
13
for
promoted, yeah.
Yeah, and then he'll Blaze 2 and get rid of the Master Mages, because I think getting rid of the Master Mages is much more important than getting rid of that Priest. The High Priest can die in one shot to something else, but this magic, it needs to go.
Interestingly enough, also, these Master Mages have a staff that restores, I believe, 6 HP every turn. So you kind of want to finish them off before they start regenerating back up.
Ideally, the Master Mage would have died, and if that crit had landed fully, the Priest, the High Priest would have died, making that a lot easier. But, you know, damage rolls wasn't great. The contingency plan didn't work out. But, yeah, we got through it. We got through it unscathed.
So Ty actually taking a little bit of time to pick up the power potion here. This is something that NoWorries is not going to be doing. The reason Ty does that is since he promotes his Balboy a bit later, that means that he has a few points less attack at any given time. So he can use the power potion to mitigate that effect and make sure he's hitting those critical thresholds for attack power for his snipes.
So at this point, we have 3 casts of Blaze 4 left with the 24 MP. I saw NoWorries was considering using a Blaze 3, but needs to keep as much MP as possible for this final fight because Michelle's got a lot of HP. And now that Blaze 4 is activated, I think we also potentially might use it just to lower the numbers as well around Michelle. You're probably going to take out a Durahan or 2 with that as well. But we need to leave a lot left over for the lady herself because she has, I think she has Freeze 3.
She has Bolt 2.
Bolt 2.
And she has some nasty evasion and magic resistance. Yeah. And the worst part is where she stands. It makes it very difficult to attack her because she's in that little cubby hole.
Bolt 2. Now, I could have sworn it was Freeze 3, but that's even worse.
That's her puppet marionette.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That is Freeze 3, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
I would also like to kind of revisit kind of what can happen as far as special attacks inside of Shining Force 1 to compare and contrast with 2. So both games do have the ability to get double attacks. Both do have the ability to get double crits. Shining Force 1 piercing attacks can double attack as well. In Shining Force 1, though, there are no counterattacks. So that is a distinct difference and something that helps out with combat math. If anybody had watched this last year, you might have noted that at one point in that run I had mentioned that getting a counterattack is probably one of the most swingy things for your combat math. Yeah. So having that off the table does help considerably when we're talking about Shining Force 1.
Yeah, saying that Ty just left 2 Master Mages with 1 HP with that Blaze 3, which isn't good. NoWorries has taken out 1 Durahan with the Blaze 4. Now, also Ty, obviously after picking up the power potion, went to the right-hand side to pick up the white ring. If you, upon cast, this is an Aura 2, I believe, which basically has a space. It has a large, wide range. It also heals by about 13 to 15. And also, NoWorries on the left-hand side, picking up the Evil Ring. There's also a Shower of Cure on the top right. The Evil Ring is a brilliant item and one of the most important for the late game. Again, it has a cast on use, and I believe this is Bolt. I want to say 3. I want to say it's Bolt 3, which just does redonkulous damage, and it has the widest. It has the
extended AoE.
Yeah, it has the 13 tile tablet, which is just damage for days, and a lot of enemies in that late game will stack up upon each other, and you're going to be hitting like 4 or 5 enemies by a lot of damage, because we haven't got the physical damage to like kind of get rid of all the numbers we have to deal with. Having Evil Ring is integral to this fight, or to this speed run.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of saves coming for that one as well, because there's a lot of times where you're not just using it once, like say maybe a power ring. Oftentimes,
yeah,
you're going to be using that thing like 3-4 times in a single fight. So yeah, they're going to have to kind of ration that out appropriately based on that. Are either of you going to be grabbing the black ring?
Yes.
Yeah, we both will.
Okay, so the black ring...
useful enough.
Yeah, so the black ring is another item. That one will be casting Blaze 2 on use. Again, not the highest damage thing, but as I mentioned before, sometimes you just want to guarantee a hit. And, you know, maybe the person doesn't have an extra attack range. Like maybe they don't have a spear or something, so even 1 space extra might be just that little bit to reach an enemy that needs to get defeated.
So,
yeah, lots of on-use items getting picked up inside of here. A couple other notes. The white ring is only equipable, I believe, on your hero or Vicars, I believe is what it is.
Yeah,
You're going to be
Vicars.
seeing it on max, though, for the purposes of this. It does increase your defense when you equip it. So you might go, wow, those evil and black rings, they must be really good, huh? Well, if you equip them, then they do give you a stat boost, but they are also cursed items.
Yeah. Curse does a variety of different things. Depending on the game that Camelot made, they have a variety of different effects. Some of them are set and based on what you actually have equipped. But I believe in Shining Force, you have one of three things you can do. You'll take no action whatsoever because you'll just be stunned. You'll attack and nothing will happen, or you'll get your turn off and then you'll take damage back afterwards. Ideally, the best you want is to attack and nothing happen. I'd say the worst is perhaps to get nothing happen at all. Damage can be quite bad because I have had the odd time where I've taken damage and then been in range to die, and then thanks very much for coming. But you know, the best. Obviously, you know, it could be worse, basically.
Yeah, and that is adjudicated by the item itself. So we want to try to only use items that are going to do damage. However, we will definitely be using items that unfortunately can stun as well. And so for the purposes of that, we will probably have to use combat saves before we do attacks with those.
So at this point, NoWorries doesn't actually care that he's going to get, you know, maybe Bolt 2'd across everyone. Oh, get a little bingo.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is
This
why
is the
Domingo
power of
is
the
so
bingo.
important.
But
Is that guaranteed to definitely go
Pretty
after
much.
that?
Mostly.
I
There
was
are,
gonna say, I've
on
definitely-
occasion, she has not gone for him, but
Yeah.
yeah, generally speaking, that's her focus.
Handy. But yeah, I mean, again, another clean setup, and Michelle is down. I didn't actually know that. I thought that was just luck whenever you did it. Because at this point, do you really care? Because you're going to be finishing her off. Obviously, having to revive everyone is annoying. So that's actually, I think, one of... not the first, but it is kind of a mention of Dark Dragon. That Dark Souls' goal is to revive Dark Dragon. Who or what Dark Dragon is, we don't know at this point properly. But yes, Dark Dragon is this
Please don't kill him.
unknown, scary thing. Wow, dude. Michelle
So, yeah.
going for the melee.
While
Her melee,
Michelle,
her melee is much worse than her magic.
yeah, while she does have Bolt, which is very dangerous, her melee is exceptional as well.
Yeah, I mean, because at least with the magic, it's set to be, you know, just 13, 15 damage with that bolt. But oh,
All right.
Miss.
+1, yeah.
If I may interject very quickly, we've just passed 88,000.
Damn, very nice. Thank you very much. Yeah. Nice.
All right, so continuing to whittle down Michelle. So now, NoWorries has made his way to Prompt, which is supposed to be the land of the descendants of the ancients, but everybody here is an idiot.
Yeah, everyone's
That's
like
kinda
saying,
weird,
"What do you
huh?
mean, ancients? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking
I'm
about?"
just gonna eat this burger.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here and do nothing at all.
You get thrown in jail, and then you get let out of jail
Yeah, but
immediately.
Boken, he kind of like lets you out. Then you kind of overhear this conversation, where actually it turns out that they know a lot more than they're letting on. And they're over to the right is the Tower of the Ancients, where they have sent two of their own, Aleph and Tarasu, and they're basically scouting out over there as they can. And we step into this room to find that Cain didn't die in his battle with Dark Soul,
Just seriously injured.
just seriously injured.
And he beseeches King Kusugo to allow Max to make his way into the Tower of the Ancients.
Yeah, because
So Froki will make his way over there. And this is another battle that had kind of gone over a little bit of, what would you call it? Overhaul, yeah. Originally, we had a strategy where we would be sneaking Max through the mountain ranges to make it to the Tower of the Ancients. However, once again, with the funneling of XP being of utmost importance, and the fact that this fight isn't that much slower, using many times the Evil Ring, it's much better to just kind of take the fight. Taking the fight will give us more experience. It'll also give us access to an upgraded weapon for Balbroy, which is going to be the Doomblade, I believe.
Wait, what?
You're right there, buddy.
My Pele failed to kill? I don't remember I'm losing boost. It's awkward.
Okay, so, you know, just kind of missing when he had lost his boost there is kind of unfortunate.
I'm not sure if he can actually do 15.
Oh!
Yes, he can. Clearly he can. Just like that.
Best Night Pele, pulling through when it matters.
Just
Okay,
do that
well,
every time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ken. I'm sorry. You've been replaced.
But,
Yeah.
This is another situation where your movement is just extremely hampered. But again, because we have access to the evil ring now, we can group enemies appropriately, and that'll allow us to exploit the vast power of the evil ring.
Which is really helpful because this is, starting in Chapter 7, this is where the game ramps up in difficulty noticeably, both for the speed run, but as well as just casually. We get a lot more enemies with their piercing attacks, so it doesn't matter if you have a billion defense, you still take damage. The double attacks, and a lot of these enemies have really good movement around here, whereas, like they said, we're very hampered. You know, so it's a very, very tricky part, and this is where the game really ramps up in difficulty. Hopefully it goes well for both of us.
And just no power or no ring cracks is all we need.
Yeah, this is the part where I had mentioned that eventually Domingo will kind of start falling off as a tanky character. This is kind of what we're referring to. It's like the Dualahans can now hit hard enough that they aren't hitting him for one anymore. We have magic on the Belials, we have piercing attacks on the Torch Eyes, which almost exclusively do them.
In this version they do. In the Game Boy version they actually did give them a regular melee attack, but in the Gens version, it's only ever that beam, and it's just the worst thing ever.
Yeah, the laser beam is probably the most terrifying move in this game. Like, some people will be like, oh, what about double demon bread? No, like, in this game, like, because it's so terrible, because it's like, okay, it's gonna do 20 damage, and you get hit by it, and it's so funny because the timing on the laser is such that it's like, you get hit by the first one, and then you're like, oh, okay, it didn't, and then it hits you. Yeah. So it's like just the minute that you start to think that it isn't going to dumble, it just zaps you again and you're dead.
Just enough time to make you feel comfortable enough to not think you're going to get railroaded, but you do anyway. Nice, +1 miss.
Balboroy.
Yeah,
44.
Jets are
That's not good.
Jets are pretty dangerous in this place as well. Since they're a flying unit, they have pretty strong attack. Also of note, robots take reduced damage from freeze, so Henri loses a little bit of effectiveness here.
The Jets are just magic resistant to everything, unfortunately. In the Game Boy remake, they actually take no damage from magic. So it's a slight advantage for us, but it's not much.
Okay, so check this out, boys and girls. Hold on to your butts. Kaboom!
Oh yeah, this is where Pele becomes our second best caster.
Attack +1, defense +3. Getting a lot of defense. Pele is not going to be dying to a regular hit anytime soon. But oh wait, no one hits regularly.
Yeah.
My bad. Domingo still being able to kind of like wear it when a Duran comes in for the finisher.
Luckily, he's been doing pretty good for himself. This is really where the Domingos get separated, if they manage to get that defense or not.
Yeah, mine has definitely not as much as I would like. He's fine in HP, but his defense is lacking.
So I suppose I should mention also, sometimes we'll see the same enemy kind of recycled again. It is actually not the exact same enemy. A lot of times they will equip a protect ring or change the weaponry on an enemy in order to kind of modify their stats for a later fight. For example, the Dualahans I do not believe had Doom Blades until this fight.
Well, just the one has a Doom Blade.
It's kind of like the
That's
Lizard
why
Man having the heat axe kind of
That's
thing.
why I was checking Henri there to make sure that she could pick that up.
Doom Blade. So I believe our good friend Mr. Balboroy can equip that.
Correct. He will be picking that up for, I believe, just the next fight. After that, it's going to be... we're going to windfall into some other weapons very quickly.
So what's kind of unique about Balboroy as well over his lovely wife Armun is that Armun has, whilst they're both Sky Warriors, for some reason Balboroy can equip weapons that she cannot. So we'll see that take a little bit of effect in a bit, but it kind
Curious weapons.
Yeah, some curious weapons indeed. But yeah, she has a little bit less of a weapon pool, which again kind of increases her... Shoot! Look at this. It's just the evil ring, if it doesn't crack, is just, it's so good to see everything just get absolutely blasted.
Gotta get on my max cape here.
You're right there, buddy. You're a little bit cold. A little bit chilly.
little bit warm. I had to
warm, right.
had to ditch it a little bit.
Making sure to enjoy the Chaos Breaker
There
itself.
we go.
It really is a great
I have
design.
it facing you specifically, just to rub in the magic.
The Force Sword in Shining Force 2 is technically the Chaos Breaker, but it's not named as such.
It also doesn't have freeze, unfortunately.
Yeah, it doesn't have freeze, unfortunately. It's not as good in Shining Force 2, I will admit.
I don't know. Maybe Bowie's just too stupid to use it.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Not-
whoa,
not-
whoa,
not
whoa,
you,
whoa,
Bowie.
whoa, whoa,
The
whoa,
character
whoa,
Bowie.
whoa, 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 still, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not having this at all.
Maybe it's only a descendant of the ancients that can use it. Oh wait, but then again, later in the run.
Come on, look. The
Spoilers?
illusion. Come on, guys. Think about it. Think about it.
Spoilers.
Was that like 19 million? No, that was just level 11, wasn't it? Oh, I thought it was like
Yeah,
speed
2
11.
more levels and we'll have freeze 4 for her.
To be level 11 already is quite incredible. So we're going to see Ty here using the white ring. Only heroes and vicars can use that.
That's that torch eye attack. Super balanced.
Yeah, we also have the dangerous attack from Minotaurs, and then we also have the Wyverns, which have a normal attack, which can... I think the Wyverns can poison on normal attack, but they also have a breath attack.
Yeah,
That's piercing.
The breath attack is the one you want to watch out for because I believe it's also stronger than the regular Hellhound attack from earlier. They are weak against was that a crit or was that just weak against ice then?
That was a bit of a crit.
That
That
was
was also
insane.
a really sick level up.
Yeah, that was really, really good for Domingo. But yeah, the Y burns, as Elmagus would like me to say. They can also move really far as well, so they are quite a danger when you're kind of trying to struggle your way through this. This is another fight where you just have to reach the location, I believe. But Max is so far back that it's just like...
Yeah, we'll just clear him out. It's a good experience and it's surprisingly faster.
What? Minotaur, please! And there goes the Y burn, goes down.
Such a cheesy, bad damage roll.
So as we're kind of cleaning up the remainder of this battle, if we had anything to kind of cover on the host side here.
Well, I have 2 anonymous donations, one $5 and one $10. Thank you, guys. I have a $25 donation from Suisse that says, "This goes towards the acting," in quotes, "of I want to be your canary in Final Fantasy IX. Wait, why is this not a thing again? I guess I'll have to go back and watch HDQ from years ago. In any case, Spike is one of the main reasons my wife and I have been watching these things since 2012. I'm happy to see a specific RPG event for the first time here, in fact. You runners are wonderful, and it's been exciting watching for the past week. Good luck, and see you all at SGDQ. Oh, and Brosentia is a hashtag silly goose." We have a...
Very good evil ring.
Oh,
No
really?
crackage. Yeah, no cracks.
Very nice.
We have a $25 donation from Lemon RD Burn.
Red Baron.
Red
yeah.
Baron.
I'm
that's
in the
kinda-
Red
yeah.
Baron.
Yep. It says, "Put me in, coach!" No worries choice.
Groovy!
For some reason, I thought of Earthworm Jim almost when you said that.
Oh,
Also,
game.
and finally, we have a $9 donation from Lethlin that says, "Whoa, 88K hype!"
Nice.
Events like this are a shining example of the force for change that communities like this are able to achieve when people come together with the desire to help others. Something, save the frames.
So we're going to be picking up the Devil Lance here, which is kind of an upgraded equipment for Pele. This is somewhat of a backup weapon for him. In the next battle, we're going to have the potential to pick up a Valkyrie.
Yeah.
However, if we do not pick it up in the battle itself, we cannot pick it up. So just in case we aren't able to pick up the Valkyrie, we do have the Devil Lance as a backup. We also
Which
got
I
the-
actually won't be picking it up, so it is just my
Okay.
my main. I used to route it out to where I would pick it up, but it's just one of those things that
It can be finicky, can't it?
it's just it's a combination of finicky and unnecessarily risky. The difference between the two, they have the same power. The Valkyrie is obviously ranged and not cursed, so that's the obvious advantage of using it. But it takes a lot more time, and then you have to expose Domingo to enemies that could kill him, and he has to also be alive. So I got really, really fortunate there. That was a really, really clean 7-1, so I didn't lose anybody. I knew that Ty does try to go for it. We'll just have to see how it plays out, really, is what it comes down to.
Ty actually has a really good formation if he can get his evil ring working out here.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's fine. It's 20 and 21 for the laser eyes, so as long as they don't double, you're good.
I'm just running out of healing items is my main problem.
Yeah.
So there's another thing that was picked up before we got to the Tower of the Ancients, and that was the Turbo Pepper. Basically, what that does is that increases your movement range. So we'll be using that. I don't actually know who on, actually. I've completely forgotten.
So I'm going to use it on Tao.
Tao.
And he's going to use it on Balbs.
On Balbs.
So interesting thing with that, well, is the Turbo Pepper inside of Shining Force 2 will guarantee 2 movement. Turbo Pepper in this game actually can do 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole thing with every upgrade item in this game is 1 or 2. So, yeah.
The kind of goal of this will be, I don't recall if one of them will make a combat save in order to use it, or maybe they'll use it after the fact.
Yeah, it just kind of depends when how the turn orders go down. I might do it just to save for this snipe. I can do it the turn before.
And absolutely,
just as like a little bit of a backup.
An absolutely 2 move is like, people might go like, you're getting at this at the end of the game, and it's like, yes, it is that powerful.
Yeah.
Like, just randomly getting 2 movement when your guy can only move maybe 5, or I want to say a couple characters have 4, maybe.
Yeah, there are 2 characters that have
Yeah.
4 moves. Not in our party, but in the game.
So, yeah, I was actually watching Ty, and I asked a specific reason, a specific question about positioning. I was like, did you really need to be there? Surely you can move to the left 1 space and attack the enemy, and it'll be clean this up quicker. And he goes, yeah, but watch this. And then the next turn, he moved exactly to the precise spot because of that space on the right to obliterate an entire session of enemies. And it's like, pretty much every single square is precise. So every single movement point.
Yeah, and he's just going to completely blow out this group. Like, this is value right here.
Value and a half.
So I'm going for the Turbo Pepper here. So I turned on battle messages because I'm going to actually need to see if I get the +2 movement. This
That's
is double
awkward.
purpose because I need her to have the +2. But then, like I said, if something were to go wrong and Balbs misses, then I will have a backup save here.
That was a massive evil ring as well from Ty. It did crack, but you know, he does. He did manage to get rid of 3 enemies, and 2 are very, very low right now. So that's level 10. So Blaze 4 acquired for Ty, which is, you know, good. Mobility +1. Goodbye, Das Domingo. You use Domingo for the next fight, don't you?
No, it's
Okay.
not needed. If I would need Domingo in order to pick up the Valkyrie, and I just don't think that's going to happen. This, okay, as long as he survives this, it's fine.
Follow. Nice.
Like
Okay.
golden.
2, there we go. Tao gets her +2, so she's going to be, yeah.
And that's just assists. You might say, like, why not put it on Henri? Because Freeze 4 is very potent. And that's specifically why, because Freeze has that extended range on it. So we're trying to mitigate the fact that Blaze will only get the 2 range template, basically.
And you can watch a lot of her movement, especially in Chapter 8. You can see a lot of the times where she's going to be moving. 6 wouldn't make it, and 5 definitely wouldn't make it. It has to be the 7.
So something that we aren't really going to see, the Sword of Light, in addition to being a very powerful weapon, on use, it casts Bolt 2, which is absurd. Like, you know, for Max not having any magic, he does a really good job of using magic. Later on, that'll be, he'll also get access to D-Soul and Freeze 3, but
Demon
those
Master.
will be later.
Doomblade equipped with the Demon Master exactly 9 spaces away allows...
Nice crit, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it was completely useless, but
Yeah, unnecessary. You probably hit him for like 50-something damage.
it's like, come on.
That's actually one of the nice things about Shining Force 1 is that you can tell when you get a crit because it had like kind of like sound before, so you kind of know that when it's going to happen. That's not in other ones in Shining Force 2.
This is going to be awkward. I'll have 54 attack for this
So,
one.
Should be good.
unfortunately, Dark Soul has now unlocked the gate, or the eastern gate to the Ancients, and he will be making his way to the Legacy of the Ancients.
Yeah. Dark
King
Dragon.
tries to stop him for the last time, but, well, he's become much, much more powerful since he's unbound the seal. So, yeah, Kane is unfortunately dead now. We also learned that Kane was supposed to be... he refers to him as Max's brother, which is extremely odd and seems to come out of nowhere. They try to elaborate on that a bit more in Resurrection of the Dark Dragon. It's an odd retelling of the story. Let's put it that way. It's not necessarily terrible, but it's very different in tone, let's say, from what Shining Force presents to you.
We should probably note as well that as you're making your way up the Tower of the Ancients, there were those kind of like dragon reliefs that were kind of on the side. You know, it was all leading to this idea of like, you know, Dark Dragon and, you know, his legacy of the Ancients. So
Are we grabbing Musashi here, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
I gotta repair the power ring before I forget.
Gotcha.
This is where we do pick him up. So we're onto the final fight. Well, NoWorries is onto the final fight of chapter. No, he's got two left. He's got two left. This one and then one more. So coming towards the end of chapter Zeben. And the next one is interesting for. Let's say. So the way this works is that you speak to that little thing there. And Musashi's like, I'm off. I'm going to join the force. And he's now at headquarters. So you've got to go and speak to Nova and then just kind of swap him in for someone who's probably dead. And then just throw the corpses into the HQ and then bring out the live ones. But yeah, Musashi has a great item on him. He's got a lot of defense, a lot of attack, a lot of HP.
That's good for the morale, by the way. You're getting sent in while they're just carting the other guy back on a stretcher. But yeah,
we won't actually put him in until chapter 8 though, because for this battle we don't really need him. This is actually a setup that Ty discovered and refined, basically turning probably the scariest and most difficult battle into a relatively straightforward. It's still pretty intense, but
it looks intense because it get hit a lot.
Yeah, it looks really intense, but it was definitely one of the major battles that gave us a lot of problems in the past.
Yeah.
So being able to figure out how to manipulate the enemies better was a very, very nice find.
So at this point, we return to King Cusco and Kusoku, not Cusco. That's a different film completely. And basically, Otrant appears and says that Max needs their Sword of Light and their Sword of Darkness in order to stop Dark Soul and defeat Dark Dragon. At which point, we say Max has got the Sword of Light, and then it's mentioned that Kane had the Sword of Darkness. Kusoku says he left the sword with me, you can have it. So we now have the Sword of Light and the Sword of Darkness. We go underground in Prompt and find that the Spirit of the Spring
I believe this is Metafa. I think.
Yeah, we are in Metafa.
Yeah, we
now,
teleported. The teleporter at the bottom of Prompt leads to Metafa, and they do confirm that this is indeed the land where the descendants of the Ancients went to. And it's kind of funny, once they admit it to you, then you go around town and everybody's like, very scholarly and intelligent and stuff. The children in the school are like teaching the nuns that are trying to bring education to them.
So we meet Adam, and Adam takes us towards Metafa, and then Chaos appears. And Chaos and Adam are two robots. I believe they're
24 HP.
There's a bit of an interesting thing about this, and we'll get to Adam and Chaos later. But in terms of their actual roles and who they are and what they do, and kind of thing. But it's really, really weird. It's really bizarre what they are. But yeah, it's quite cool.
Yeah, they basically are almost non-entities in this story. They kind of get rewritten pretty heavily as in Resurrection of the Dark Dragon. In this one, they're just more kind of caretakers of Metafa. But that gets changed significantly in the remake.
You'll notice, well, you may not have noticed, but I used Breads of Life on Max, the two that we've been collecting back in 6.3. Got +2 on each of those, and he now has 4 hit points, so he would have died otherwise.
I'm kind of in the problem where I did that, but my Balbaroy doesn't have enough HP to where he could actually not, or just instantly die to one hit when I probably need him to take a hit. But we'll see.
You can see the treasure chest on Ty's screen. It kind of passed by there. That's the one that's supposed to have the Valkyrie, but if you were to search it now, it wouldn't have anything in it. So, different contents in the chest during battle.
Smoke rise from the evil ring.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, definitely
you really
It's
want...
not, it's not catastrophic, but it's like, you really do want it, don't you?
You really want at least one more use on the larger party, but...
The bigger
hopefully,
problem is that he outturned so many enemies, so that worm,
Right.
the ice worms, besides having that piercing attack, they do have the capabilities of putting people to sleep as well. And,
Ty's going back to reforge his evil ring, I believe, to make sure.
Yeah, and that went poorly. Or did you suspend here, NoWorries, or did you just decide to...
I suspended.
Okay.
Boosting here, it's not totally necessary because we have easy access to repair. But since we have everything that we need, we can just leave town, which saves considerable amount of walking distance to the shops.
So currently, we've also given Balboy the Sword of Darkness. It's a very, very powerful weapon. The Torch Eye, though, 18 damage, it's not bad.
Yeah, see, that's Pele shouldn't be there yet. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah,
All those enemies should be going down towards Domingo.
So we have... How would I put it?
Using the Shower Core Cure at this point, just because too many people are low.
Yep.
So it mentions on Ty's screen during this exchange with Autrent, it does mention that the Sword of Darkness and the Sword of Light are needed to create the Chaos Breaker, which is the only item which may seal away the Legacy of the Ancients.
Nice.
I don't know if we've heard exactly what the Legacy of the Ancients is supposed to be yet. I think it's after you pick up the Chaos Breaker, maybe. Yeah, interestingly enough, so if you even look in the guide, like the manual for the game, curiously enough, Balboroy is able to equip the Sword of Darkness for some reason.
So that's what we've given it to him.
So what's particularly odd about that, so we know that we're going to be getting the Chaos Breaker. What's odd about that is for some reason he can also hold the Chaos Breaker, which is not in the guide, and it's not supposed to work that way.
It's supposed to be hero only.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure why. I've theorized that the reason why that works is because the Sword of Darkness can be equipped by Balboroy. They might have just, in programming, combined the two class selections or something, or referenced the class selection from both swords. And because of that, Valves can pick up the Chaos Breaker as well for some reason. But yeah, so instead of Max getting access to the Chaos Breaker, we're going to be passing it off to the Birdman momentarily here. It's a very ominous sound.
Just, NoWorries just cursing himself there by equipping the Devil Lance.
Powering up Pele.
Yeah, making him as strong as he possibly can. Now this is a save reset kind of deal, because if he does get the stun, it's going to completely take away a turn. We've got a few hoops of RNG to jump through. We've got stun, we've got missing. Let's see. Attack and land.
Big
29.
Good hit too.
Big damage.
29 is big damage. As you saw, the knockback attack just coming in there. Henry is fairly tanky, so the only thing that can really do damage is the break. Piercing breath. And of course, that's of course what happens, you know.
Not an official name, by the way, but just
about this.
something that I at least referenced, and it seemed to fit pretty well. You know, something that pierces armor or defenses. But
It's effectively just a.
Oh, did your Valves just fall?
Yeah. Which I had I was figuring that would happen. I was hoping Honor would go and I'd probably just save. Try and make it so he would live, but I didn't have a turn.
So here with the Sword of Darkness, which looks really cool, by the way, should finish off Chaos, and it does.
Yeah.
Nice clean fight actually there. That's very well done for NoWorries. Chaos defeated, and everyone just explodes. You know, they're like lemmings. Oh no! Off they go. So popping one sword on the left. I believe it's the light sword on the left and the dark sword on the right. They look so cool when they're in their little pedestals. It even shows you can see like the black ground on the right, and then the light ground or the white ground on the left means white and light and darkness. And there is the Chaos Breaker, a gloriously emblazoned upon NoWorries' chest as well.
Odd decision here for Max not to just pick up the other swords, of course.
Oh yeah, of course, they just leave them there.
You know, that's, you know, because obviously that would work.
It's forged by the power running through Metaphor into the central pedestal. So by taking the sword out, they are locked in.
Yeah.
That's not noticed anywhere, and it's not actually said or specified. But that's definitely what I'm saying. is the case.
But yeah, we're gonna pass that off to Balboroy, who's gonna make great work of it. So Chaos Breaker,
Best weapon in the game.
yeah, best weapon by a fair margin.
40 attack. It can use freeze 3. indefinitely.
Interestingly enough, Freeze 3 is actually a slight downgrade from the Sword of Light's Bolt 2, but it's still very, very strong as a magical spell. Still gives you the extended range, still gives you a minor AoE template. Still very, very good. Which also allows Balbroy to have the threat at a range.
Yeah.
It's not really relevant because his movement rate is so high, but you know, if you need a guaranteed hit, again, that's where your magic steps in.
Yeah. Darks will enter the castle at the end of these, but you must enter Runeforce and fight your way to the top. So now, with Chaos defeated, it's time to head south down to the once named Protectora and now Runefaust, either one.
You know, who would have thought that renaming them Runefaust would mean that they're bad guys?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So the overall world is called Rune.
Okay.
Rune is the name of the entire continent that's seen in
Yeah.
every Shining Force game.
Okay. This is no bueno.
All right, so we've had some bad turn order on the Jets to kill Balbroy. So yeah, we're going to see a bit of a discrepancy between the two racers here. It just kind of depends on how quickly Ty can get out of this battle in the next section.
Yeah, I just need a save next time on Tao's attack, because the Jet should be going after Domingo and not Balbroy.
But we do have NoWorries in a definitive lead right now. But again, still quite a bit of game to play.
Yeah, Chapter 8, although it's, I'm not going to say it's straightforward, but it's a series of boss rushes, really. But they can be very finicky, and if you know, enemies want to do things like double breath you, then they will. And you know, it's going to be tough, and you know, you have to kind of like play it out very correctly.
So if we could go ahead and so anyway, if we can go ahead and have Meta maybe catch. Sorry, we're getting breaking news happening right now.
Yeah.
I just want to take a quick moment and apologize. We had a technical error. The donation incentive for the Vivi Quinna wedding scene was actually not met. So that has been closed for a while. We've actually reopened that. That actually was not met.
Oh, right.
So we're actually $227 away from that currently. I just wanted to let everyone know about that. Sorry for the inconvenience. But yeah. Did we have time for donations?
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah,
absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure. Sorry.
No, feel free to ask as well. It's completely fine.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are doing such a great job. I mean, I got the easiest part of it, just kicking back and watching amazingness happen. So.
Yeah.
Got an anonymous
Use your words.
anonymous $50 donation. It says, thanks for organizing such a great event. You make the video game and the world better.
So by the way, would we like to talk a little bit about NAMI by chance, Meta, so that these people know what they're donated for by chance?
That sounds like a wonderful idea. So, NAMI stands for the National Alliance on Mental Health. They're a charity who is working very, very tirelessly. They're working to crack the code of mental illness, you know, through all kinds of different ways, education, leadership, increasing the availability of care, just all sorts of wonderful ways. You know, and since it is May, it is Mental Health Month. You know, it is kind of, you know, it is awesome that we're supporting NAMI being, that's what it is. You know, they're also working to increase mental health care, promote early identification, intervention, my wording apparently, because boy, that's all over the place. Apologies.
It's okay.
And support mental health caregivers. You know, if you want more information on that, you can reach out to NAMI on Twitter at NAMI Communicate, or you can go to NAMI.org. So, but yeah, let's get that snipe, guys.
I'd also like to mention that NAMI also does a lot as far as advocacy, also as far as like on the lawmaker side of things, or where kind of government money goes. Just really having the ability to kind of like reach out to these people and go like, hey, this is something that's important. Like, hey, this is something that we need to protect, that we need to put money towards, things like that. So it's a great thing for them to do on that end as well. So, you know, helping out those with the illnesses, the people that are,
saving for
you know,
a
important to them, and
Sorry.
a general goal in general of promoting mental health all around.
Ty finally got the role he was looking for and actually managed to survive that hit with 1 HP, which, you know, getting that re-roll, sometimes it just has to be the way it goes if you're just in that scenario. HP hasn't been great on Balboroy, so that's kind of been a bit of a stick in his craw right now.
Alright, so we have NoWorries making his way into Runefaust right now. He did a very, very simple snipe involving Balboroy on the Arn Skeleton, who's the boss of that. He guards the gates to Runefaust's northern border. We are going to be making our way into the castle of Runefaust. We had learned from the, what's his name? The advisor of Runefaust.
Mahato.
Mahato has told us that, yes, the king has basically been corrupted by Dark Soul, and you're going to have to fight his army, or the army of the Ancients, in order to fight King Ramladu. So we're making our way over to Runefaust Castle to basically oppose him, and hopefully get there faster than Dark Soul can raise the legacy of the Ancients. But yeah, Ty is coming through a pretty rough spell here as far as this fight is concerned.
Should be on the recovery end of it now. He managed to get basically Balboroy's out of the location, and now it's just a case of just getting the regular setup. Chaos is going to be making his way down. He's going to be peppering with the magic, and then going in with Mr. Pele, and then finishing off with the dark sworded Balboroy. So yeah, it was just that one turn that just kept getting to him.
That's why I'm almost in the moment where it's like, my max is going to get attacked again, but will 100% survive as long as a crit or double doesn't happen. And it's like, I almost want to save just in case if that were to happen and I have to redo that all over again. That would be quite brutal, but actually with Domingo's turn order here, I'm sure we'll be fine.
This is fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, ooh, okay. All right.
Yeah, again.
I mean, like, you know, he should go for Domingo, but you know what he should do and what actually happens is not always according to plan.
Yeah. So if you look at NoWorries as well, just kind of going into what I believe is the main Runefaust castle, where he's going to be doing a couple of fights. So this fight here, well, first of all, we meet King Ramladu, who's clearly not having his best day. There are a lot of new and dangerous enemies. First off is this one here, the Chimera, with 56 HP. There's a massive jump, which means that all of the magic damage that we're going to be doing and all of the aggression is going to be focused on knocking down these very tanky enemies. This is where obviously things like, you know, Blaze 4, when we finally get it, Freeze 4 is going to be integral to kind of clearing this out very, very quickly. Having the variety of different magic powers that we can use, like the Chaos Breaker's Ice 3, you know, and the Evil Ring as well, is going to really do a number on these enemies.
They are literally dangerous in every single way that an enemy can be dangerous in this game. They have a huge amount of health, as Bowie had mentioned. They have huge attack power. They have a piercing attack. They fly, so their movement is always going to be very, very large. They also are a flying unit, and because of that, they gain the increased evasion template. So they are extremely dangerous, as are the blue dragons to the north as well, for the exact same reasons.
So the mobility ring was moved over to Musashi, so he could go and fire his little energy wave at the Chimera. Very strange that a samurai is going to sit there and throw out some energy waves rather than just slicing some things up. But, you know, Shining Force, you know, they'll do what they do. Here goes Ty with his setup.
Okay, we had the save before it, so 45.
Nice.
Looking forward to that.
Ooh, +1 as well.
There's
too,
another
no
one.
worries.
Yeah, this is another place where the dodges can kind of pile up for some time. Alright, Ty's going to give this another shot.
It's a big chunk of damage, but he does have a stronger...
Okay.
That's actually an awkward amount of damage, because I can use the black ring still, but that does 4 or 5. And that may or may not be enough then.
We're going to find out here.
Give this a shot.
That was a good level up, though, for Pele with the 3 attack, so we get the 4!
Alright.
Video
So
game.
unfortunate.
Video game. So
Just
with
need the rolls. Please.
Currently, NoWorries' Tau is 2 MP off of 6 casts of Blaze 4. So only going to get 5 and then have a little bit left over. We have knocked down 1 Chimera though, which is in itself a feat. Musashi is also there to kind of like, and then Domingo and Max to funnel the enemies into that one section there. So
even the piercing attacks they're still dangerous for Musashi, but he can actually take a double piercing attack. He's one of the few pieces of the force that can do that. But yeah, this is our first time that we're going to see Musashi. Musashi has rather poor movement as base.
Another one.
Oh god, the Chimera Zono.
But having the mobility ring helps out with that quite a bit.
Why
He has
are you
great
hitting
HP.
so low?
His defense is already pretty decently high, but it also spikes up in his first few levels, usually by like +4s and +5s.
So
yeah,
just quickly on what NoWorries is doing right now is he could have got the Chaos Breaker on all 3 of those Chimeras. But what he'd rather do is, because he's going to also get an Evil Ring charge in as well, he's going to pop the Freeze 2 on there to hit those 3 as a whole, and then the Evil Ring is going to hit all 4 Chimera. He'll probably knock down 2 and gravely weaken the other 2, which will kind of allow for an easier cleanup.
Yeah, and at this point, we're not as concerned about pushing experience. We still want to put a little bit more on Henri so she picks up her Freeze 4. But at this point, especially with these particularly dangerous enemies, we want to get them off the field as soon as we can.
That's kind of the name of the game, is just removing damage from the field is the most important thing, because we haven't got any healers who can actively keep us going. Mitigating any damage is much more important than anything else.
Yeah, at this point in the game, you really have no access to healers that can keep up with the damage that these things are outputting.
In a speedrun. In a casual, you'd be fine. Should just be noted.
Yeah, so the getting rid of these Chimeras is also pretty important, because the top section of this fight is actually extremely structured. We have used the triggers on aggro very heavily in it, so the most important thing is to just get these 3 Chimeras situated and dealt with.
Also, good job to Ty as well for doing Chaos there as well, finally getting that one through. So bit of a tough fight, but
lacking that like 1 damage is pretty much all we needed.
Don't worry, Ty, just double attack Ramladu and
like that. We just got a crit and double for days, easy peasy.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how outrageously like your time can shift from behind to massively ahead if you manage to like double crit a boss and kill it. Like,
so NoWorries hasn't got a level 13 Henri. If you do have a level 13 Henri at this point, that is brilliant, because you're able to kind of like just burst down the archers in the back, who are very, very powerful. And it kind of like sets up specific positioning so that you can kind of attack all the enemies. So they will become aggressive as soon as you kind of like target them. So hopefully the horsemen should go down quickly.
These ones will actually stay unaggressive for quite some time.
Well, if you move within their range, is probably.
You have to move within the range of the bow riders, and this Evil Ring strategy allows us to put on excessive amounts of damage on them. So, this is, again, this part of the fight is a lot more mild than that initial Chimera rush. Also, the extended range on the Chaos Breaker and Henri's Magic will allow them to take down the Cerberus pack to the left and the Armed Skeletons to the right.
So the reason we're putting our characters just to the sides by these little blue little things is that they actually kind of block diagonal aiming. So normally the horsemen have the actual distance in their weapon kit, but because of that blue crystal, they actually aren't able to get the diagonal hit, so they can't actually go down and to the side because of that blue thing in the way. They literally have just linear lines to attack on. Linear lines? They have lines.
It's very odd. Like, some walls do that and other ones don't. It's kind of odd how that works out, but knowing which ones work and which don't is a key part of the run, and on this fight in particular. We forgot to mention that there is a robot skeleton with a machine gun. Oh yeah, we haven't really mentioned that. Yeah, the armed, quite literally the armed skeleton. He has 4 arms even. Yeah, he's got one is holding an Uzi. One's got and then the 2 axes. Yeah, the 2 axes. Yeah. And he's also got a bandolier as well, so he's he's ready to go. He's gonna fully just Rambo it up in a bit, but. Yeah, we can't use the Evil Ring again because it is Crackolaed, which is kind of annoying because that lot on the right really do take a stunging from it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, our whole team's going to get starched here in this next battle, though.
Right now, this
They're going to
guy
get their sweaters folded.
should hopefully
This
get.
next fight.
Yeah. I was just going to say that we're going to clear up all this on the left-hand side. That's quite nice as well. This is where, you know, magic just shines so much. Attack +5. That's
Wow.
amazing for Balboa.
5 speed, too.
He didn't have over 80 attack yet, so there's the rubber band.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're going to wrap up this fight fairly quickly before it drags on.
Brilliant, mate. Well done. You're on top form.
No kidding.
What's really interesting as well is that every single weapon or every item that can crack has a different sentence describing what's happening to it. So some there's smoke rising, crack appears, it's damaged. They all mean the same thing. Don't use it again.
Yeah, then the smoke gets consumed by flames, and
Yeah.
the other one breaks into pieces.
There's nothing quite like, you know, using it without saving and reading that and going, oh,
I made a huge mistake.
oh God. Oh no.
49 MP, of course.
Oh, so we kind of brushed over another hidden character that used to be inside of the run. He's kind of been cycled out. Hanzao is a ninja that you could pick up when you first arrive at Ruinfoss. He was originally picked up. He's actually a very good character. He has good movement speed. He has an increased rate of like criticals and doubles, I think.
Yeah, ninjas do that. They just do.
Yeah, and he gets access to some situational magic. I mean, it's not particularly great, but it's there.
He does learn one of the best defensive spell.
+1.
No!
Yeah, but
47.
He does learn one of the best defensive spells in the game. It just takes him a fair amount of time.
Yeah.
So it's not really worth it.
so he's a pretty good guy, and because he starts at such a high level and with such good base stats, I mean, he can actually be a part of the Force. It's just, from what NoWorries was saying, it's just after enough times running him, he just found that he wasn't contributing enough compared to what he could do otherwise.
The double. One of those things you just kind of, you can always see it coming sometimes. That is really bad.
That's a slight problem.
Yeah. We'll have to, well,
I mean, it's definitely going to
We
be a
might be able
time
to get
loss in
around
the.
it.
It's definitely going to be a time loss in the macro, like overall. But
Yeah, because you go straight into this next fight. So,
my concern wasn't even necessarily for this fight right here, but the fact that he's going to have to leave to.
oh yeah. But in terms of like, if you wanted to get this actually back now, you'd have to aggress now. So this fight's kind of fun. All clearing it is kind of nice. We have about I think it's 6 enemies that definitely use laser beams, and we have 6 enemies that might use laser beams on you. All clearing this is a bit of a challenge. I recommend you all give it a go some point. The Ramlado all clear is quite the feat. But yeah, it's just the steel claws just come in and
Mr. Slappy.
hopefully you get a slap and a miss. Very nice.
Well, all right then.
So
we're
Ty's
being ballsy. Either we die or we make it.
So
No guts,
Ty's
no
making
glory.
Ty's making his way into the former Protectora.
Yeah, just having done that nice long snipe. It actually isn't as long as it seems because of just how far Balborough can now move. I haven't noticed, but I think Ty must have just nailed that Turbo Pepper first time.
No, it was actually a +1.
Luckily, it's
And
only...
that's the thing, I YOLO'd the Turbo Pepper.
Alright, luckily it was just one hit. Like, I keep forgetting it's only 21, but it's nice.
So originally for Hanzo, they used to use him in order to hold the power ring. However, the job has been shifted, shall we say, over to Max. So Fralky and Jeannot will have to be using the power ring on the Force as we continue on.
And here's where that, the onslaught position is going to happen. 28 damage to Ramladu with Blaze 4. Because we're not touching him or next to him, he's not going to, be too aggressive.
If he had healed there, we would be in a lot of trouble. Luckily, he didn't cast. He does know Aura 2.
So, ladies and gents, freeze 4. Boom.
It's a big hit. Some big damage.
Still
right
going to
there.
be real close. But normally we have.
Ramladu, I do believe, has magic resistance, and that was 32.
Yeah, he
so
does.
crazy damage.
So Ty making his way into the Chimera battle momentarily as well.
Kept forgetting that my white ring was cracked. Not that it's really needed to be repaired, but I might as well. Never know.
So Ramladu, he will kill anybody he attacks. He also has the potential to cast Heal 4 and recover every bit of damage that you can.
Oh, that's Game Boy exclusive.
Oh, that's Game Boy exclusive. Okay.
Yeah.
So he'll just smash anybody that comes close to him then, I guess. But hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah, we just need Pelly to go.
Yeah, just.
No, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Rolo. Rolo.
Oh no, 50-50.
Oh! Dang.
We got the low roll.
And there's Pele's turn. Thanks, Pele.
Yeah, it's probably like 5 minutes saved if I would have died there and had to redo the battle.
Yeah. It's like 18 to 22 is that damage range.
Oh
so.
no. That's
Yeah.
+1.
Henry on a bit of a low side over here as well for Ty right now, level 10.
Yeah, she'll have freeze 4 at 12, which she will have at the end of this battle, or I sure hope so. I'll make sure.
Yeah, he promoted her a touch later.
Yeah, he did, yeah. So all the levels you gain are cumulative. So if you do promote at like level 12, you only need to get to level 11 for to learn freeze 4.
So another strategy that could have been implemented, Aleph, the person that you get with Tarasu at the Tower of the Ancients, she's another caster that you could potentially use. The caveat with her is that you really need to promote her and then have her gain at least a couple levels. She gains access to Bolt 2, but Bolt 2 is very expensive at 15 MP. And at the time that you get her, she cannot cast it twice. So if you can get those couple levels on Aleph, having a couple of Bolt 2s can be pretty nice damage output. But I do not think that we're going to be seeing her. We will be seeing Tarasu making an appearance, though.
Tarasu's got a very, very nice spell that we'll talk about when he uses it, and we'll go through. Well, I mean, it'll be very clear as to why it's good, but yeah, it's quite a good spell, and Tarasu's got a real place. So he's going to come in now. So with Ramladu down, it's pretty much time for our final ascent now. I'm going to first head over to, I believe, the gate. The western gate.
The, what is it? The westernmost part of the land, I believe is what it's called. It's referred to inside of the town of Rudo, which, you know, some people are like, well, what if I forgot how to use the gate? Well, maybe you should have been listening. But, yeah, we're going to be figuring out what the Legacy of the Ancients is.
Come on, Yoga, get in there. Oh, never mind.
No, just have to revive Musashi because he missed. He brought it upon himself. See, and that
Thank
again,
God I'm
that's
not missing.
classic Shining Force. He missed, and then he got double attacked and got killed. It's all right.
Okay, so there we are, heading over to the westernmost part, using the Chaos Breaker, and from the depths of the ocean rises the Black Castle of the Ancients.
And so we have found that the Legacy of the Ancients is indeed the Dark Dragon.
Himself,
Their
yeah.
great shame.
Yeah. There's something so dark in the world, but they managed to lock it away, but by unleashing it, well, the Chaos Breaker brings it to the surface so it can be defeated, pretty much.
Yeah,
And then the gate here is a warp to the castle itself.
Yeah, they didn't touch on it, I feel, as much in this game, but it gets elaborated on much, much more as far as Resurrection of the Dark Dragon and other parts of the lore that were kind of written over by the developers. Just as a touch on it, like, Dark Dragon was created by the Ancients.
Yes.
And yeah, you probably shouldn't create giant death weapons. So yeah, they decided to seal it away, and they had to seal it away because there is no true way to destroy Dark Dragon.
No.
It is as eternal as evil itself. So you know, if Dark Soul succeeds in using the manual, the seal, and the key, and now performing the summoning ritual to break the seal on Dark Dragon himself, then the world is completely doomed.
So we are up to our final 3 fights. These on NoWorries side. Ty's on the last fight, on the 5th to last. This is the Colossus fight. It is a snipe. You don't have to defeat all of the Colossus heads, just the main one, which is it starts in the very, very center. So that's the one that we will want to kill. I do believe that on the way we do take out one, or you used to take out one at least. But the center head is the one you want to go for. This will be pretty much Domingo and Balbaroi doing what they do, doing what they usually do, and all the while kind of weathering the storm from the Chimera and Blue Dragons on the bottom, and just kind of slowly taking them out, using Freeze 4 to bust some heads.
Yeah, controlling the side of the board here with the Chimeras is the first major concern. The Blue Dragons will make their way down, but they're actually a lot less of an issue at this point.
Good level up, dude.
Helly is properly rubber banded.
Yeah, getting nothing in that level. I'm pretty sure he's up to scratch now.
But very important to control these Chimeras because there's a lot of people on our team that can't take hits from them. We did have an adaptation of the strat that was quite some time ago. I want to say it's probably about 4 to 6 months ago. He will be avoiding the other Colossus.
He will, yeah.
It's with very, very structured movements, again, on the trigger. He may take a hit while passing it, but it'll still be enough to bypass killing that hit entirely.
This is scary for Musashi if it's going to be breath again, but it's just going to be a regular attack.
It's just a regular attack for 20.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, to kind of go back on that previous point, the Chimeras are nuts. Like, they are scary.
Yeah, they're mean, that's for sure.
So the High Priest actually getting a heal 4 off on one of the Hellhounds there. And Jeannot going for the Blaze Ring, or the Black Ring, whoever Blaze 2. Which is nice. It's nice to see Max getting kills this late in the game.
He's doing something.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. He's doing something.
Of course, Jeannot omnipresent in the RPG speedrunning streams, it seems like.
Opting for the freeze 3 here, just to be able to pepper more enemies with damage at this point. Nice crit! Of course.
It's actually a really bad crit. Now I can't use Bolt 4 or Bolt 3.
That's true. I thought it was the other one, because I thought it normally targeted the one in the center of the crosshatch is the one that you see first, but in fact wasn't in the end. +1.
So we have a serious concern about some of our companions dying here. Any deaths that you
really
need,
bad here.
Yeah, any deaths that you need to revive from are going to be significant time loss because you have to teleport back to Ruined Faust and reset the priest there, which means to run all the way back through town and all the way back through the Black Castle.
Make some work.
Blue dragons are quite weak to fire, as they are ice dragons.
It could definitely be in the step in the right direction of getting Ty back on pace, though. So
I had myself a good 8-1, assuming that this evil ring doesn't crack. I don't know why I said that, but okay, we're fine.
Yay!
But
discovers an atlas.
yeah, one of the skeletons has an atlas, which is kind of random, I'd say.
Yeah, atlas being the highest and most powerful axe inside of the game. Cast Blaze 3 on use as well.
I got Tau to 49. She's good.
Okay, Musashi, you got this, buddy.
He did.
Oh, dang. That's not good. That is a big time loss for NoWorries now after this fight.
Well, I mean, he still needs to control the fight at hand, though.
Yeah, that is the scary thing as well. Like, Musashi is a big source of damage, so it's just going to have to be blowing them up with Freeze 4. That should be a clean for sure. There you go. Alright. That's probably about 50 damage on the Chimera.
Yeah,
it can one-shot him.
Yeah.
If you get a good roll.
So just continuing to make our way up the map, we have, and Ty's making his way into the Ramladu fight that we were referring to before. He actually has a little bit more safety since Musashi is in here to kind of occupy some of the hits from the robots.
Yeah.
Mr. Metasigma, if you had anything to cover.
I do. We have a $7 donation from Cloud Nixus. I just remembered that Limit Break was going on this week. Oops, I'm a tad late. I'm excited to see the Golden Sun was speedrun this year. I'm trying to think of a joke to end this off, but I'm failing to think of any. Please help.
A Golden Sun-based joke or a?
I don't think
or
it
a
matters.
Shining Force-based joke.
Yes.
Okay, give me a sec.
But yeah, this is
or more.
Okay, I'm moving on. We have
we'll,
a $5
we'll
donation.
come up with one later.
Yeah. Well, I have a $5 donation from Meteor Rains. Love to see Ty, NoWorries, and Bowie all in the same place on the Shining Force stream. You guys rock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a
And Turbo.
We have a $25 donation from Lou Dolphin that says, "Here's to watching my boy Zwanzig marry my boy Hollow. $25 towards naming Vivi Zwanzig. Also, guys, just to be aware, we still have not yet met the incentive to have Vivi and Quinna get married. We're still $177 off, so get those donations in as fast as you can." We have a $25 donation from 666 Warbringer 666. RBG LB rules. Greetings from Germany, everyone. On RPG Limit Break is really awesome, and I really enjoy this event. Keep up the great work. And Dory for Vivi Dent.
Okay, so Ty just shaping up now to go ham on Ramladu.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Ramladu was able to outturn Tau, so I don't have to worry about him counter-healing or anything of that sort.
Good. So many turns getting passed on NoWorries stream that it's actually looped the music almost.
I have, if I have a moment.
Yeah, go.
I have an anonymous $25 donation that says, "A flood of childhood memories watching this Shining Force run. Keep it up." So yeah, guys, we're still 177 away. If you want to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that I did coming up to RPG Limit Break was kind of talk about my experience with kind of some of these RPGs. And I mean, Shining Force is definitely one of those games that was one of the things that taught me, you know, basic math, basic planning, strategizing, reading comprehension, things like that. Maybe it's not the best curriculum for learning how to read, right? But it's definitely something that made these types of activities fun for me.
Yeah, great.
I always like to tell, some people are like, oh, they're always playing Pokemon or whatever. I think Pokemon's a fantastic game for, teaching young kids those types of tools.
A long draw coming out of Shirasu as well. Not only a versatile healer, but a versatile caster, but a very good healer as well.
Yeah.
I also
Yeah.
got a miss on my end, so put that on there.
50.
Hey.
Wow. That seemed a bit low.
Yeah, my Bulbaroy is actually insanely weak.
Attack +2 though, gonna help out a little bit.
Actually, quite worried about
The
that.
town is doing her job. She is so good. She's so good.
All right, we're gonna. So, bit of a tense part on both sides right here. NoWorries is making his way to bypass the first Colossus head.
So yeah.
Trying to get the double turn there.
So that's why he puts. It may seem like he was flying so far to the left, but it's literally to pull the Colossus all the way around to the left and around that corner. So he's got the chance to swing by and then go straight through without being aggroed. So it is a. It doesn't get the outturn.
This could hurt. It hurt.
It hurt. So
It hurt a little bit.
outturning is kind of important for this snipe, especially with that much HP left, because he didn't outturn that one. He's kind of got to outturn the main head. He shouldn't be able to one-shot it.
Okay.
So it's kind of a case of buffing, attacking after the turn is gone, and then out-turning on the second turn to get the KO.
So because of that hit, I believe NoWorries is probably going to pop a Shower of Cure. Is that correct?
I'm going to save on Max's turn and see if I can't either get the double turn or if he'll just chase after Domingo. Which is what Domingo's doing up there, is just trying to pull that aggro.
All right, so we do want to try to maintain the Shower of Cure if possible, just to kind of keep momentum, I would say, on the last
Yeah,
battle.
we don't really even use a Shower of Cure in the final battle. Like, we don't have to, but it's nice to have them as backups.
Yeah, it just keeps your momentum, makes it so that you don't need to perhaps reposition on anything. You just know that you can survive that extra turn.
Should note that the music in this part is actually really, really cool. We didn't hear it earlier when NoWorries was doing it, but there it is. These music's really, really good in the Shining Force games as well. So Ty slowly trying to close his gap right now as well.
To go back to town anyway.
Okay, so both players in the Colossus fight. Obviously, NoWorries has got a little bit of a head start on it, but we do know that NoWorries has to go back. So here's where he's going to buff, and hopefully, cheeky chappy Mr. Colossus is going to go left. Nice, there we go.
Yeah, right.
And then I don't think he's going to pop the Shower of the Cure for the finale as well. He's going to see if he can get the double turn on the main Colossus head too. So as we gear up to this final bit, it's the very important thing about the final two fights that you have to do the two of them together. Really confusing actually, because in Shining Force 2 it says, oh, we can't go back. But you can, and it's still fine, you'll still be on Xeon. But in this game, you can't do that. Now, I probably people are asking why I keep making these references to Shining Force 2, because if you watched it last year, it's kind of that thing of just kind of highlighting all the things about this game that make this so different and a much harder speedrun, or at least a lot more of a what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, it's easy to see many similarities for the games. Also, it's just
it's tiny things that happen.
The tiny changes that make it significantly different from a speedrunning perspective. So that maybe, like, you know, you have some tools that can be carried over, but somebody who is strictly a Shining Force 1 or strictly a Shining Force 2 runner can't just jump in and instantly, you know, be a world record caliber person.
They're completely different disciplines is, definitely the point to take away from that. So Colossus again leashing onto Domingo, and you notice that NoWorries did pop the Shower of Cure for this point, so he didn't have to roll for the double turn and just go for it. Perhaps for the purposes of speed, a much better idea. One hit on Domingo still survived on Ty's side. So here's going to come the save.
See, Balb's outturned Colossus without the speed ring equipped. That's why.
Oh wow.
Yeah, good shout on using the Shower of Cure there. So yeah, these two turns, I couldn't imagine doing Gallum and Xeon in one stretch, dude.
Well,
Not
I think part of the reason that doesn't happen is, at least from the ending of the game, it seems to be that perhaps Gollum was never Gollum.
Oh, no.
That it was just Xeon altogether.
+1.
So, you know, he disappears and goes and becomes the King of the Devils at the top. So, but yeah, that would be pretty nightmarish.
Speedrun even more, because that Gallum fight's tough. But yeah, I mean, you have to do Dark Soul and then the final boss, Dark Dragon, in one sitting. So actually, I mean, if you are kind of struggling...
+1.
30 damage as well. That's not the best damage roll.
That's not good enough.
So even though he did connect there, that's a really low damage roll.
Yeah.
So he kind of needs a little bit more on the field.
Yeah. A reminder as well, actually, going into Dark Soul and Dark Dragon, that weirdly, despite being the ultimate beings of evil, they are somehow not resistant to magic, where every other boss is. So this is where, you know, the entire time of this speedrun, there we go, that's good. The entire time of this run, we have been, you know, feeding Anri and Tao kills and experience, so that when it comes to crunch time or cruncher time,
oh, what am I doing?
it's gonna be worth it.
Almost just randomly aggressed. That would have been awkward.
If I may interject very, very quickly.
Hit us.
I have a $50 donation from, you guys might know him. I mean, have you guys heard of the guy? His name is Rom Scout.
Oh, rings a bell. Rings a bell.
It does. He says, sorry I couldn't make it to RPG Limit Break this year. I miss you guys. Also, in case he hasn't yet, Turbo Dog should give us all a lecture about why Shining Force Neo is the best video game in existence.
If you would happen to like to go and find out more about this, you can go to both Speed Demos Archives 2016 and 2017 game submission forms for RPG Limit Break, and you can read my submission on there for the speedrun alone, let alone the game itself.
That sure is a very game.
I mean, is it really?
a really video game, that one.
But yeah, I
On
heard.
the upside, it makes excellent really good. +1.
I recall what's his name? I recall talking
Way
to
too
Religion about it at one point,
Yeah.
and he was like, "Oh yeah, we all had a pretty good laugh when we read the submission for that." So, yeah. But yeah, trying to stick to the strategy RPGs, let's say the better ones of the Shining series for RPG Limit Break. We don't quite have a
+1 meta.
yeah, we don't quite have a awful
Stop
RPGs
missing. Well, I
block,
mean,
right?
I don't know
Not
if I
yet,
want
at
you
least.
missing or not.
52.
I can't help it. Bobs doesn't know how to hit this thing.
At this point, we can go for like a full workout actually. Like if we split, I'm probably just going to cut mine down and do like a certain amount of push-ups, a certain amount of sit-ups, a certain amount of crunches and jackknives. It'd be much better than just doing nothing but pure push-ups.
It would be, but
This
I
is
don't know
a-
if that's what we're doing.
I know.
Well,
it's
look, if you
almost
guys-
it's almost as though Bowie is worried he won't be able to do even 24 push-ups.
I'm not. My upper body strength is not the best. That's not really one of these.
Squawk, squawk.
What the hell?
Squawk, squawk.
I'm always squawking.
Squawk.
You're a host. Calm down.
And you're a pansy. Man up.
Yeah, that's true. I do have to get
That
stronger.
is true. Meta is pretty into Team Fit at this point. But
This is awkward, but oh well.
so NoWorries has finally vanquished the giant brain monster.
Nice, good job. But I do believe he has got to go all the way back now.
Yeah, see.
After just setting up all of the characters for what they need to do, he'll activate the next cutscene and then start the fight and then egress out. So when he comes back to the Castle of the Ancients, he'll go straight to the
The
fight.
reason he is activating this fight is because in order to aggress, he needs to be in this battle now. So. It's nice to see that Henri has gotten Freeze 4 for both of them now as well. So they'll have that as a valuable spell in their toolkit.
Nice level up, Henri. Not helping me at all.
Yeah,
I might have been able to go for sub 5.
I know, I was going to say, you were on pace for sub 5, which was incredible.
Yeah, Ty does not currently have access to Musashi either, so he's probably going to have to head back as well.
Yeah.
Weird that of all the people, Musashi is the one who dropped the ball.
Well, he soaked up a lot of robots.
That he has.
Yeah.
He has soaked up a ton of damage.
So interestingly enough, to the slight left of where Tai is, there's a hidden item called Kaku-chan. So
This is true.
It's a voodoo doll. It has no purpose.
yeah,
There's a number of items in this game that have no purpose, just like the
actually no purpose.
two that we,
Like,
yeah. The 2 items that we picked up, they at least change sprites, but the other items have no discernible purpose other than to look cool in your inventory
That's not good.
And take up space.
and take up space, which is quite valuable.
Oh, big hit for Ty there. Again, getting the same thing with the Colossus, is just able to get that turn before Balborough can get away to safety.
My main issue here is this Jet decided to not come down yet because Balborough outturned him, and so it's going to go after Balborough, which is why I cannot be taking hits right now. Otherwise, yeah, this will get really dicey.
yeah, this is going to be a pretty nail-biting situation on Ty's end here. We'll see what happens on that. Moving on to NoWorries' side, we are inside of the penultimate battle with Dark Soul here. Dark Soul is surprisingly not as dangerous as you might think. He has a very, very underpowered melee attack, which he can do. But more importantly, he does have an ability called Demon Breath. Demon Breath has the basic AoE template. It can double hit, though. The damage isn't super high, but if it double hits, it is an extreme problem.
Yeah. It's kind of always the way it goes. You have like a kind of weakened version of the Demon Breath coming from the penultimate fight, and then you get the Mac Daddy version a little bit later.
Yeah, very similar to what happens in Shining Force 2 as well with Galam and Xeon proper.
Also, to notice like the song change from for Dark Soul, Dark Dragon is like you don't hear it for so long, and then you hear it, and I find it to be godlike.
Oh dear, here we go.
Yeah, this is really, I probably should have saved because
Oh my
that is
days.
insanely clutch
wow.
because this Colossus is going to attack Balbaroy unless...
It's perfectly calculated.
Yeah, that was all planned.
He knew what RNG seed he was on. This is still
This is really
this
close.
is still not
though,
great.
yeah. But Balbaroy currently on struggle street.
Yeah, I mean, Ty can't even really save here either is the problem. Because, like, I mean, he could blow an extra turn to pull the jet down and out of the way.
The one thing...
But he'd be going back some distance also.
Henri got over 50.
Good. Okay, so this is the thing. 48 MP on Tau, 50 on Henri is the goal for this particular section because just making sure that you have that. The amount of casts that you can you really want to kind of finish off this final few fights.
All right, Ty's just going to go for it because he did make his save. So.
Yeah, there's... The one thing, again, is the lack of damage is going to be brutal. Miss. And I'm not... I only have one Shower of Cure on Henri that I can still use, but that's still probably requiring a dodge from Balbaroy.
The trigger point, in case you're wondering, for this battle is the staircase. Once you're up on the staircase, that's when the rest of the enemies start moving.
I can't have that damage.
Yeah,
You had the +1 from that previous one as well, Meta.
53.
Oh, cheers, buddy.
Luckily,
Getting-
Dark Dragon can't dodge.
This is
No
true.
misses there.
We're closing in on that 60 though, buddy. Are you
Yes.
going to join us, by the way?
Told you I was.
See how a real man does 60 straight push-ups. Show
I
Matt's
don't know
done.
if I'm going to be able to get 60. I can get to 30, 35,
That's so
but
unlucky.
that's pretty rough.
Jesus, why you gotta switch it up and get on the old crunches as well, bro?
Crunches are good. Yeah, it's legit. Abs of
Legit.
steel.
That's the way to go, isn't it? I'm getting the shelf appearing, so I've got to start going for them.
Yeah, the robots here are very, very easy to deal with because, as NoWorries mentioned, the trigger's on the stairs.
Miss.
The more dangerous thing at this point isn't even Dark Soul, which is kind of funny. It's the blue dragons if they decide to come down and... okay. Yeah. If they decide to come down and kind of bash on your more vulnerable members of your party.
Henri
that's a
deciding to
problem.
outturn the dragon is a minor problem.
So you'll notice as well that Henri just used Freeze 4 and he didn't lose any HP. Dark Soul is the first enemy to have more than 100 HP. We've had enemies with more than, or with exactly 100 MP, that was with Ramladu. But you're going to be basically, in Shining Force 2 they implemented like a different color bar. So wow! Alright.
He was really
It's a
terrible.
big-
A different color bar so you knew how much HP they have. But in Shining Force 1, it's hidden. You just have to keep wailing away until suddenly it starts going red, which is, you know, when you face this, it's like, am I even hitting this guy? It does, how do I do damage to Dark Soul? What do I do? Is he that powerful? It's a real, I really like it as a gameplay mechanic because it kind of amplifies the narrative aspect of this as well. You know, Dark Soul is this great, powerful demon type character, and you know, what do we have to do to beat him?
Yeah, comparative to Shining Force 2, you would have many multicolored bars, so it's better indicated, and the only person that would have this kind of nebulous health pool would be Xeon.
I should have saved. Yeah, that's... Oh, God. Why did I do that? I need my Henri to outturn in order to even heal Balbaroy, so... That was a mistake on my end. This is just not good. I'm going to be here a while.
Well, sometimes how it goes. And, you know, this is the crux of it, really. You're looking at...
You're looking at the reason why Ty doesn't quite have a sub 5 yet. It's just, at some point...
Oh!
God.
That's kind of awkward, but I'll take it.
That's kind of awkward, he says.
Go, Yogurt. Go and do it this late.
Dang, dude.
So by
Right.
saving on Max's turn, which is the end of the turn order will basically change because it changes after the end of the turn. So we basically are now just saving to get a turn in which Henri or Balbaroy outturns that Colossus in order for Balbaroy to stay alive.
Do you have any more Shower of Cures available in your inventory?
Yeah, only on Henri. So
Only
I
on
need her to outturn this Colossus or Bulbaroid to dodge, I guess,
So
if it is to melee.
Do you not have any for Dark Soul and Dragon?
I do. I still have 2 left. I carried 2 in this battle. I already had to use one in
Alright.
the beginning.
So Dark Soul has expired to a big freeze 4, but with his dying breath, finishes off the ritual to open the portal and release Dark Dragon.
Yeah, and you can see that, you know, on the wall behind, you can see Dark Dragon's body kind of melded with the wall behind. He is locked in there, but he will try and break out. And as he's revived by the power of
He's
Dark
only
Soul.
somewhat through so far, so he is still immobile and still bound somewhat by the seal.
Yeah, this is a really unique fight where you have 3 different heads that have different properties and different skills and different attacks. I believe they have 200 and I want to say 200 or 250 HP each.
225 on the sides.
225.
275 in the middle.
275 in the middle. Okay.
And now we see the skeleton toilets, as I like to call them. Those holes will continuously spawn armed skeletons, even if you kill those ones, unless you park a person on top of those gaps, which we will be doing in order to stop this flow of extremely dangerous enemies.
Oh my god.
That's quite bad. But
Yeah, that's really bad.
But since he's so far up, it's recoverable. All right, so continuing to make your way here. So this is where we're going to also get access to basically Tarasso's role in this fight.
Ty made it through Colossus as well. Very, very tough
Nicely.
fight, but made it through. Well done.
Again, the 1 HP, just that's all it takes.
But making his way out of here, he's going to position people on top of these toilets, and Tarasso is going to be using Shield. What Shield does is it makes it so that for a number of turns, a magical curtain makes the recipient immune to magic.
Yeah.
That will block most of Dark Dragon's attacks. It will not block Demon Breath, which is specific to the middle head, and it will not block melee attacks. But everything else will be mitigated by it, so it's extremely powerful for this fight in particular.
So what's really important to know here as well is that both players have kept it until the second turn to kill, well, ideally you can kill the left side armed skeleton on turn 1 and then plug up the toilet. But on the right hand side, we wait until turn 2 to do that. After tanking with Domingo, move Domingo into a little bit further up and heal, and then defeat the armed skeleton using a Blaze 4 charge. I know we have only a finite few, but it will allow Tarasso to move onto the toilet on the right hand side and then shield himself so he can't be hit by the incoming attack with the right side head. So the right side head will be completely preoccupied trying to deal damage to Tarasso. It can also go after Domingo, but while Tarasso is shielded and also standing on the armed skeleton toilet, so no more can spawn. And then they're going to be focusing on the left and middle head first. You obviously buffing up characters, going in with the attack power, Blaze 4, and Freeze 4 spell casts, just to try and work this way down as much as possible. And having Captain Max on the bottom there with a Shower of Cure ready to patch up any major damage done by anything.
So we have the Power Ring smoking here, but that's not a concern anymore. We're basically just using as much as we can out of it.
It's really good as well that he went for the Demon Breath on Domingo.
I was going to say, and this is why having Domingo live at this fight is so powerful. You do not want that Demon Breath hitting the people that are attacking him because it'll hit multiple people, and if any of those people get double hit, they're dead. If Domingo got double hit, that'd still be bad, but it
That
would
is
be
pretty
recoverable.
bad. That is bad, because
That
ideally,
one's kinda bad.
ideally you want Domingo to be only to be attacked once, and the right-hand side head to go after
The other
to-
person,
yeah,
or
yeah.
to waste its turn.
Or to waste
Sometimes
it.
they won't do anything.
like the left head just did in that moment.
The real spells to be worried about inside of this fight are for the middle head, it has Demon Breath, which can double hit. The other heads have access to 2 spells that are particularly bad for us to see. One of them is Diesel. Diesel is an instant kill, but has a very low chance of succeeding, much lower than you would see in Shining Force 2. It can happen, though. It can also hit multiple people since he has Diesel, too.
Wow. That's a big crit. Jeez. 60. Masashi, please.
The other spell to watch out for...
She outturned.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
that's a really, really, really good turn order there for No Worries as well.
So we got a really good start here, because middle head's down. Okay, so The other
36
spell.
damage.
That's humongous.
7 MP as well. And the bolt spell.
The other spell that's dangerous here is Bolt 4. He might catch a Bolt 3 here, which is pretty painful. That's a 2.
2.
Okay, so Bolt 3 is pretty painful, but it's survivable easily. Bolt 4 will kill whoever it hits if it's not shielded. So
that's like 50, 60 damage. Bolt 4 is by far the strongest single target spell in the game, but coming at the cost of 20 MP, it's nuts.
Alright, so we've already made a lot of headway by getting rid of the middle head.
There's the joke from earlier.
But we still got a bit more to go through. Yeah, we'll go ahead and let NoWorries kind of finish up on this before we kick off to donations here, because this is it's always quite exciting and dicey, because you're never sure if he's gonna cooperate or if he's just gonna Bolt 4 and kill literally everyone.
The shield spell just lifted on Tarasu, which means that
this is okay. I mean, if he dies here,
She learned boost actually.
if
boost was it? I thought it was bolt. I saw.
No, she
Oh,
learns
it's
the boost. Yeah, the attack spell.
this is all okay. Now we have an issue. Yeah, definitely.
That's pretty
there's-
bad.
Yeah, there's no question. That's not like no, he's dead. Okay.
Brutal.
So if Tarasu dies, it's actually okay. And the only reason why I say that is because once you finish off of this head, which you're piling tons of damage on, you're going to be headed that way anyway. You can plug up the toilet again. Not as big of an issue.
Knowing that they can get the turn order they need just to strike him down. Again, lucky that Dark Dragon doesn't have the greatest evasion.
So losing Musashi there was kind of an issue. I know that Henri has maybe 1 or 2 casts on her.
Two
I do
more.
not, I don't know how
held off so
Tao.
we could do it physically.
I'm not sure how much Tao has, kind of.
I think she has 3.
Okay, so we have the firepower. We have like the gas for the engines. It's just making sure that we don't get completely destroyed by more Bolt 4s or a bad diesel.
This is going to be quite interesting as well, because Balboroy, the powering's gone. Doesn't matter at this point. We're not in the situation where we're fighting the final boss. But don't use the elixirs. We could need them. You throw everything you've got at this guy.
Yeah. All right. So once again, protected by the magic curtain there. So. All right, we're gonna get this freeze 4. We're also gonna need another freeze 4. So this is gonna be a nice start to this Dark Dragon.
Dark Dragon's going down.
We are still gonna need a little bit of support from our other people, but it should be fine.
Are we going to call time on last hit or on Chaos Breaker in?
On hit.
Yeah.
Aw, Chaos Breaker in's cool though.
It's pointless.
Ty agrees with that one. It is pointless. It really is pointless.
And as soon as I'm done, I'm running to the bathroom. Because for the whole entirety of Chapter 8, I've been sitting there doing a little happy dance.
Yeah, I've been kind of in the same boat, but
there's valves. Well, I was going to say we're going to kill him this round, but we might not now.
So that, even if the Shower of Cure was used, that wasn't going to happen. Just as we know.
Depends how much this does, and depends how much Pele does.
Ooh,
We're going to need a critter double.
I mean, Pele's got it, I believe.
easy peasy.
Crit. Yeah!
That's time for NoWorries.
Yeah, and time.
Very nice.
5
called that?
504 33.
All right,
504.35, I think that was.
33.
33. Yeah. Thanks, guys. So, that, just
quickly.
Granny grab the control and just like advance. Oh no, advance anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say it. It'll do it on its own.
But that was really, really, really good run. So 504.33.
Oh, hey, and if you were worried about Max not getting promoted, maybe you didn't get to see his cool black armor, you're gonna get to catch it here.
Yeah, don't worry, it happens anyway. Yeah. Stab him with the Chaos Breaker.
Because you cannot kill him.
So you promote
only
right
seal
there.
him. And
that's where we should do time, really.
That's where I do time, but that's
Yeah.
just an arbitrary thing that I've done for fun more than anything else.
So yeah, a really, really good rate. For marathon time, 504 is...
That is insane and a half.
Yeah.
Deathless run, wasn't it?
Deathless, yeah.
Yeah, that's very, very, very rare and amazing.
Okay, so
I'm
we're going to
glad.
see Ty just finish it up now. He's going to be going after Dark Soul now.
Should be able to hopefully have enough damage to all in him in like
he
one
says,
round.
And as you can see, Frolke here is bound to Dark Dragon and cannot escape, but he uses the Aggress spell, which is supposed to bring everyone out.
Miss.
But where is Frolke?
That's a very good question. He says, I can't break free, but you won't go down with me, and saves the entirety of the Shining Force.
Perhaps a great hero is needed to guard the seal. Perhaps he must stand as an eternal vigil to prevent Dark Dragon's return. Unlike Bowie, who lets Lemon take the fall.
I didn't let him. He does it without me knowing, all right? I have no say in that. I'm like, where's Lemon, bruh? And like, he's just gone.
You know, if you're supposed to lead something like that, that means that you need to take responsibility. You just let your friend kind of die.
I think something it's tragic, but something that always kind of made me chuckle in this
I
final
had to
thing.
make it home to the princess. She was waiting for me. If I wasn't there to kiss Ellis back to life, she wouldn't be. She'd die.
Somehow they would have figured a way through it, Bowie.
I'm pretty sure.
But something that always kind of gives me a chuckle is they're like, oh, don't worry, Ty will make it out. Like, he can't be gone. And then they're like, just give it a sec. The castle's still there. And then just on cue, the castle. Like, well,
Never mind.
he's gone forever.
And then there's this weird illusion that May is kind of in love with Max there. And then it turns out that Simone was reading the whole narrative to us the entire time. Rune saved the warriors of the Shining Force, returned home. So here we are. I think we're just going to get the finishing blow here on Dark Soul, maybe.
Led by May.
Kaboom! There we go. So Dark Soul down, and you didn't hear it earlier because obviously we got the audio on Ties, but the Dark Dragon fight is some sweet audio.
Well, it's the same. The one thing that'll be kind of funny, I'll actually make a save at the beginning of this because I did not move the Shower of Cure on my team before this. Not that I shouldn't need it, but if bolt 4s were to happen, then it'd make things really awkward, so I'll just play this safe.
Can we get the mic?
Yeah.
Anyway, they're working it out.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can.
There you go.
You're back.
Golden.
All right.
So
yes, I'm back.
Weirdly, the credits are just a bunch of scenes of our heroes getting attacked by enemies, and then now and then attacking back, such as that.
There's that 6 special attack for blue.
Yeah, you never get to see it, but
You never get to see.
who's that?
You never get to see Hans fighting Elliot in the forest either, and surviving an attack. Apparently, that's another thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that don't make sense.
Yeah, most of these cutscenes that they're showing are either not real or can't even happen. But
However, you will see a special attack animation at the end of this that you can actually do. That's really cool, actually.
In my opinion, it's one of the few things that I really think that I really wish Shining Force 2 had. It's so cool. But yeah, you'll see it in a sec.
Massive over leveling there for Tau to cast Blaze 4 on the laser eye.
and to somehow have the demon rod from chapter 7.
So you'll see different strategies being employed here as well. So where you saw NoWorries put Balboroy on the leftmost
Whatever that
armed
is.
skeleton toilet, you've actually got Pele doing that for Ty, and Ty's going to send Balboroy in with Musashi on the central head and do it that way around. Pele's got a little bit more HP, so I think that's perhaps why Ty did that. He kind of reacted to the fact that his Balboroy is, a bit of a wet noodle right now, so can't really do too much in the ways of damaging.
It's like Balboroy can be there on that square using the Chaos Breaker to do magic damage, while I can have Pele there with the Evil Ring doing this exact same thing. So it works out, and then I can have just
Just take care
Balboroy
of that
doing his own
skeleton.
thing. Yeah, I'll get him out of here, I guess. Wasn't able
There
to
we
get the
go.
50 MP, but
It's
that's
going to be
fine.
coming up pretty soon for that special attack. if
What?
you're interested.
Okay.
Also, awesome sprite on the promoted max.
Yeah. Now check out the finale.
Yeah. Be really nice if we could do that, but yeah, we don't end up promoting Max for tankiness reasons.
Yeah. Still waiting to see a solo Max run from these chaps.
Speed run or just solo run?
You look like you're a long way from home. We don't see many folk in full armor like that. Quite a fancy get-up. I've come a long way. Longer than you can imagine. Must say, you do look pretty tired and, well, your things have seen better days. I'm tired of wandering. I'm looking for a place to settle down and rest for a bit. Well, how about right here? Lend your hands to the fields of our village. That sounds like just what I need right now. I work hard, I'm a fast learner. Yes. Okay, so there's Domingo taking the brunt of that attack again, which is, you know, that aggro dude, we like it.
There we go. He survived.
Yeah, I just really want that other head to not kill Domingo, because if that happens, then I'm guaranteed to be completely fine. So I'm probably going to make sure that that head doesn't kill Domingo, which could be a waste of time. Okay, I did nothing, which is perfect. We're good.
It's all calculated.
Yeah,
He knew.
so-
He knew based on the twinkle in Dark Dragon's eye. And so yeah, just kind of trying to put out this last bit of damage on the middle head, and by last bit I mean he's still got some work to go. But it's, I mean, this middle head is. So the side heads can be an issue, right? The middle head's always an issue.
Yeah, pretty
So,
much.
You know, it's just.
It's just one of those things. It depends how much the side heads want to cast Bolt. 4, it depends if the Demon Breath wants to double attack, which luckily we haven't seen yet, but that's a painful one when you get hit for 60, 70 damage.
Yeah, that's overly brutal.
Not even Musashi takes that one. You got to be a severely leveled, like, casual character to have a chance there.
I like how Tao was able to outturn that, but it won't matter too much. Henri will finish it up, not... Oh, that's a nice
actually,
crit.
yeah, someone else did.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's not good.
That's really bad.
Hang in there, Valves. Hang in there.
Nice.
Okay.
Henri.
Everybody's
All right,
okay.
all right.
Okay.
Ooh, that's-
Oh, that was scary.
We do have one Shadow Cure left, correct?
We do not.
Oh,
That's the
right.
thing.
Okay, right. Okay. Okay.
And
Okay.
The one on the left one. You still have the white ring?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, we'll be able to heal a little bit, and it'll be fine. We only have one freeze 4 left anyway, so
A little
be
bit
okay.
is enough. Like if you can throw out that aura too, it'll prevent them from dying to a multitude of spells that they could cast.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Unfortunately, Pele can't move right now because of the having to block up the armed skeletons. Balbroy obviously just going to change his focus right now because we know that, well, we can take down the middle head whenever we want. 15 damage.
Yeah, he lost his boost. When he's boosted, he does 30, so
Dang, dude.
there's shield off. I'll save for this turn for sure. Just
Okay.
playing it super safe, but I would still prefer to do that.
That's fine.
Because the funny thing is, both of our practice runs that we did were actually like pretty much well over estimate. So it's like the fact that we both are going to be in a good spot both time-wise, very good runs on both sides, I'd say.
We had to get all the bad out of the way.
Yeah, I guess we got all the bad out of the way, and then
No dying
we're
at
able to do
Elliot, no
okay.
shattering the power ring in Chapter 6.
yeah, everything was okay.
Can't that guy reach?
What's that?
The middle head?
Oh, what am I doing?
Yeah, even his troll is
Let
some
me
of
redo
these.
that actually. For some reason, I thought that head was dead.
No, you didn't kill it yet.
It's like, he's still alive. Wait a minute.
Oh, classic Ty.
Yeah, this is the things that don't get me. This is why I don't have sub 5. I somehow missed that there's just this giant head in my way that kind of needs to die.
Yeah, even as kind of troll as some of the RNG can be in this game's very, very safe. Just because as long as you don't break your power ring and save
Okay, that's
afterward,
fine.
you can always recover.
That's actually better because then you can finish that with. You could save your Blaze 4.
Yeah.
Because you boosted Musashi, so you can.
Well, I think Bulbaroy should be able to kill that too. Well, yeah, and if I...
Assuming Valves doesn't die, yeah.
This is actually a peculiarly strange situation.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Very unlikely.
Blaze 3.
That's okay though. We pretty much literally only need Musashi. he's tanky enough. But funny enough, that ain't a viable idea. Yeah, we're just gonna have to have Musashi kill the middle head, which is fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, ty2358 has not. Wow, there it is, 8 MP. He didn't have 50 MP going into his battle, but there it is. That's quite unfortunate, really. But
That's the rubber band that we hate.
Yeah, it's like it would have been really nice to have another freeze 4. That's like 60 damage, which is a lot.
okay.
All right, so now just kind of trying to pile together enough damage on this last head.
Yeah, we have, still, I think I have 2 Blaze 4s left still, and Musashi, and I can send Pele over at some point. So it's like I'm not too concerned at the moment.
Is he still boosted? Yeah.
Yep, he's fine.
And he can get the shield spell cast on him too. And he's fairly resilient to Dark Dragon's physical attacks.
Yeah, it's like
Which
bolt
we didn't
4.
actually see. Ooh.
Lucky that the
that's
shield
funny.
was on.
And this
yeah.
is why shield is broken.
Nice.
Like, oh, what is magic?
What is magic?
I'll show you magic.
It's a shame that we can't swap Pele out. I mean, maybe we could for Henri, but
I could for Max, but I still want to use one more power ring usage.
yeah.
So
The thing is because the skeletons spawn at the beginning or at the end of an old turn, beginning of a new turn kind of thing. Because Pele's faster than or slower than Henri, it's hard to get Henri into position. But yeah, Max is perhaps the only one that we can really swap for.
And right now our magic damage is significantly lower. We basically exhausted almost all of Henri's options at this point.
yeah, it's like Blaze 1 or anything like that
she
isn't gonna
has,
do
she
too
has like
much.
12 damage on her.
Hey, 12 damage matters.
It can.
So that shield from Tarasu is really going to help out Musashi from in the way of surviving. She's got a little bit of magic left, so go for a double blaze.
I'll do a few blazes. Go for that 12 damage. Maybe it'll make all the difference. You never know.
Nice.
Double attacks make this battle go insanely fast. Be nice to see, but we'll be fine. So we'll use our last boost as this ring explodes into a bunch of pieces.
It's just
Alright,
one of those
this is
curious
totally fine.
things. I'll never forget the first time I shattered a halberd against Romladu. I was like, it felt so bad.
Oh,
I was like, but it's okay because the run is almost over. I don't need it anymore.
exactly.
I'll just pick up the other halberd and arrow if I want it.
So he's close to 100 now.
Yeah, he's
I
got
know
it.
he's-
This
like,
gotta
I
put
feel
him
like this
under.
might even bring him under.
Not quite seeing it yet.
Musashi then for sure at this point. Now with all of the girls having their magic exhausted, it's going to be on this chap here to weather it all. And if not, we're just going to have to pull Pele straight over and just bring him round to finish it up.
Yeah. Shield Tarasu in case he gets bolt forward, which would be awful.
Yeah, that's going to be Henri's down, but that's okay. That's
Yeah.
actually better.
Yeah,
actually
he's
better.
kind of useless right now, so.
Reduce cursor movement.
Thank you very, very much for your service, Henri.
I can send Pele over now, because he will be dead in 2 turns, assuming that 30 damage keeps on happening. Yep. So, it'll be more of a situation where Musashi will probably lose boost if he gets damaged in any sort of way, which
Nope.
he won't be happening. So no matter what, Pele and Musashi will finish this off, and we'll be golden.
So time is rapidly coming.
Yeah, it's like, unless I can somehow get him to 1 HP, because nothing is more insulting than Max just punching him in the face for 1 damage. I try to do that as much as I possibly can, but it's not going to happen here.
There we
All
are.
right.
All right.
That's
and
time.
All right. Very nice.
So it has to be said, really, that as you can see, this game's RNG is the random factor to it is very interesting. But you know, as I said, the roots of these two and you know the rest of the Shining Friends, that's the Shining Force community, have kind of like put together. These guys are great racers, great speedrunners of this game, and as you just saw, put together one hell of a race and kept it so close for 95% of that, and then there was just there was the one fight going towards it that you know, I think it was the
chaos.
Chaos is chaotic.
My Balbaroy was failing me so hard.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys did brilliantly. So congratulations to Ty and to NoWorries for again just being brilliant.
Really good job. 504. It's amazing. Like, wowza.
Closing thoughts, gentlemen, at all?
Well, I'd like to thank everyone for watching, of course, and everyone with the tech and everything for helping us get set up and be golden here.
Yeah, and thanks for having us back again.
Yeah,
we had
we
had a blast last year, and it was a lot of fun this year. Glad I was able to make it out again.
All right.
We have a Shining Friends Discord for anything Shining Force related if you want to come and check it out. Sometimes we hold good discussions, other times we post random memes of Shining Force that we
Seems
find,
like a lot of memes and random stuff, but it's
kind of
like
just depends.
It's a very friendly community, so it's pretty good. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and shout outs to some of the other people that we've already seen that are looking to learn this game too. So it's a great one. To
Looking
learn.
forward to FF9 also.
Yes, Final Fantasy IX coming up for the finale. Oh, I am so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Come here, buddy.
Yeah, and I think we have some. What's the count? What's the count?
So,
oh God,
we have 54 push-ups.
All right.
Is that okay?
Now, hold on a second. I want to get these donations in real quick.
Do it.
I'm joining you guys. That
Okay.
was
Good.
I said I
you can
would.
give me a chance to stretch.
Warm up the guns. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. Gives you a chance to go to. So, get through a couple donations here. We have a $5 donation from Debonair440 that says Announcer's Choice. Thank you, Debonair440. That's actually going to go to the wedding incentive for Final Fantasy IX. We got a $25 donation from Cog, squeezing in one last donation for Limit Break 2017, in part to irk the real Nilia. He hates Final Fantasy IX, and I know he's watching, and in part to say that events like this give people like me hope that maybe someday the general stigma of having a mental illness will be gone, and fighting the battles that come with it day after day will be less scary for anyone who has to deal with them. Keep going fast and keep up the pace. We have two different anonymous donations. One is $75, thank you very much, and one is $30, thank you very much. We have a $10 donation from Zetsu Boys that said, I promise that I donate during Geyer's run. Darn. But sadly, I was unable to do so. However, I still want to donate, so here's $10. And finally, we have a $50 donation from Maelstrom that says, from Maelstrom and Keel's Little Monster, Zwanzig must be VV. Okay, guys, I have one more that I wanted to just verify something on. We have a $50 donation from Susan Tenenbaum. Congratulations on this event, and especially for sponsoring with the National Alliance on Mental Illness and speaking so honestly and openly about why. I am more moved than I can say and filled with hope that your generation will make strides in this area, both personally and therapeutically, that my generation could not imagine. Susan Tenenbaum, Mike Uyama's mom. Hey guys, this donation form is confusing to non-gamers, like me. So, as we get set up for the 54 push-ups that was agreed upon. So, all right guys, we're gonna wait till everyone's back. Yeah, sitting down for a number of hours kind of does that to the human body. You know, you got to take care of things. So we said 54, but the question is we never defined how it's going to be done, whether it was divvied up or to each person. So therefore, so basically we're going to go down the line. I'm going to mark them off as we go, and so. Well, guess what? You agreed to it. So, okay. Yeah, move the couch back a little bit. Let me turn myself down just a touch more. Now remember, guys. Okay, so just so we know, Turbo Dog unfortunately cannot. Got it. Come on, get warmed up, guys. Get warmed up. The three of you. Get limp, get loose. Turbo Dog, you're gonna have to be in charge of making sure these guys can do it. You need to be their support. You need to be the moral support.
You gotta make sure they go all the way down.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. Yeah. No, you have to stay just off the floor. We're gonna see. We want good form on this. So, yeah, so, so like I said, there's 54 total. Well, do as many as you can, and I'll finish it off. I thought you were going as each, yeah. I thought it was each person does one, does as many as they can, then the next person, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, Turbo Dog said he can't do it. He's got the shoulder injury. He's the moral support. So you three go as hard as you can, and then I'll come in and finish off. So we're going to need some help counting, guys. That's the problem. That's the problem. Okay. All right, Bowie. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. No, Ty's 26, Bowie's 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 7, 38. Bowie, go all the way down. Don't half-tail it. Bowie, that is not a push-up. Bowie, okay. Bowie, when you do a push-up, you have to go down. You don't just basically look like you're moving your arms. Bowie, that was like a halfie. Oh, you're challenging me to how push-ups are done? I said I'm joining you guys. How many was that? They did all 54? Okay, I said I was going to do whatever you guys did, but you did them all. I specifically said it. Like I said, I can't do 54. I'll see how many I can get. I'm hoping to get at least 20.
All right, Alec K47 here, taking over temporarily for Meta Sigma. He's going to show you how this is done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, yeah, 27,
Come on. Push. 2 more.
28, 28. There's that Meta Sigma fitness. Meta, show them the power of the Atlas Flex. Meta, flex for them. Flex. All right, he's already off camera. We're going to set up for the next run. We're also going to run a quick ad. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And we're going to have a couple quick interviews coming up, one with the NAMI staff, and then the next one with some of the FF9 runners. So we're going to send to that ad right now. Please stick around.
Welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2017. Oh boy, that was a lot of push-ups. Oh geez, I'm just tired watching it, you know? I'm just gonna sit here and relax. This is gonna be, I feel like I got my exercise for the week just watching that. That was fantastic. Meta is out. Prosentia gonna be sitting down and taking care of hosting. By the way, we've got a couple of interviews coming up in just a second before the FF9 run. We're very excited for that. We also have some incentives, so there's not much time to get some of these names in the game. So I think biggest one first off is going to be Zidane. But luckily we still have a few minutes. If you want to get in for that, go ahead and do so. Oh boy. Fortunate enough that Spike Vegeta is giving me a back scratch. This is pretty much the best hosting shift I think I've ever had. Let me go ahead. We have a $10 donation from Near Shadow. They say, name Vivi Shadow, please. That's a very apt name. Very, very nice. Anonymous gave $50, and Anonymous also gave $120. Anonymous, you are pretty much the Bomba, okay? Let's be real here. You are a great person. We, by the way, this next run coming up is going to be a 4-person relay type of run. One person will be playing each disc. Yes. So we're currently setting up for the host. I want to say this is RPG Limit Break 2017. We support the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI. They educate, they advocate, and they lead, and most importantly, they listen. If you need to reach out, head to NAMI.org or use hashtag StigmaFree on Twitter, or you can tweet directly to NAMI at NAMI Communicate on Twitter. So feel free to do that. Oh, geez. This is going to be a super fun run. We've got, again, 4 players who are going to be switching off. We have some fantastic commentary coming up, and we still have those incentives. So let me go ahead and give a quick refresh and see where we are with the different names. I can assure you the internet is working here. Come on. You can see the stream. You know the internet's working. It just takes a little while to refresh. Okay, here we go. So Zidane, currently we have Coyote, who's winning with $608.17, and then Vivi right behind at $156.50. Maybe not right behind, but they're the next one on there. Vivi, on the other hand, Vivi is winning at $356. Zwanzig is next at $311.50. Well, great. What's that? Whenever you're ready. Okay, it looks like we are ready for the interview, so I'll go ahead and hand it on over. Go ahead, Clear Tonic.
Everyone, I'm Clear Tonic, and we are here on our final day of RPG Limit Break. It's been a very successful marathon so far, and before we get into our big final event, Final Fantasy IX, we wanted to talk with our representatives from NAMI, who have been instrumental in our relationship with NAMI and being able to be the great recipient of the donations that we've raised so far. So I'm joined here with Emily from National and Rob from the local branch in Utah. So how are you guys doing today, all right?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So could you guys talk to the stream and us about basically what kind of organization NAMI is, just so that people have a really clear understanding as to, what the whole effort's all for. if you want to take it.
Sure. So NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is really an organization of the lived experience. We understand what people are dealing with and their struggles with mental health conditions on a daily basis. And whether that's family members, the person themselves that lives with a mental health condition, the folks in their support system, friends, schools, we really want to be there to help them get on the road to recovery, to get better and to stay better. And we do that in a number of different ways. Through advocacy, through providing support and education, and through raising awareness. And that's what's really exciting to Rob and me for this week, that the event is happening during Mental Health Awareness Month. And it's a huge opportunity because 1 in 5 people, or 60 million Americans, live with a mental health condition. The World Health Organization has acknowledged that mental illness is a crisis globally. So we understand that there's a real need to provide help and support and services that help people to get on the path to recovery. And at NAMI, you know, we often say that mental illness doesn't just strike an individual. It hits an entire community. It strikes an entire family. And so the support and services that we provide are really critical to bringing that whole system together and making sure that people get the help and support that they need.
You have anything to add?
You know, one thing I want to say is this event kind of highlighted the fact that this really is a global issue. When I listened to the comments that were being made from the folks who were donating, you know, hey, I have a family member, me, myself, have struggled with mental illness. It was really amazing to see that sense of community here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. So could you talk to us a little bit about just generally what kind of things our donations would go towards? So many people have been extraordinarily generous about giving money. We're at 88,000, which is awesome. We're trying to push 100,000, and I'm sure it's going to happen during Final Fantasy IX. But if you could just sort of shed some light on basically the general initiatives or sort of the help that'll come from these donations, would be great.
Sure. So at the national level, one of the ways that we use support that's really tangible and helps people to access information and referrals is we have a 1-800 helpline. And that is staffed by people who are often family members or live with mental health conditions. And they're trained to be just very compassionate and understanding and helping people to get the resources and information that they need. And oftentimes that's connecting them to organizations in their community, like NAMI Utah, or the 900 other NAMIs that are found throughout the United States. And often people call us because they're in crisis. You know, they don't know who to turn to. They don't know how to get started. And mental health is a scary, complicated illness, and they really need the reassurance and direction as to how to get help for themselves or for a loved one. So that's one of the ways. Federal advocacy at NAMI is also a big area that we use support. Right now there are some changes that are being proposed to how healthcare in the United States is delivered and funded. And we want to make sure that we're preserving and protecting access and access to mental health services and the affordability of those services. And I know at the state level, NAMI Utah is also addressing some of those issues as well.
Right, definitely at the state level, the same thing. We want to make sure that people have access to appropriate health care and mental health care. What we also do is we actually provide the services. We connect families who have been struck by mental health issues. We connect individuals who have been struck by mental health issues to get them together so that they feel supported. We provide training programs and educational programs so that people aren't left alone, so that they do know what's out there for them and so they can have access to the support they really need.
Great, yeah, absolutely. And we heard the touching story from Dave earlier this week that the hotline absolutely did help him out. And whatever support can be there for people who need it. I mean, it's just, it could be life-changing, so absolutely. So if you guys could talk a little bit about if there's somebody out there who maybe doesn't know what to do or doesn't have like the step in mind as to basically what they need to get help, if they're sort of in this in-between period and they just can't quite figure it out, do you guys have any recommendations or sort of tips for anybody who's could just use that extra push and what NAMI can do to sort of like help them along?
Sure. I think there's a number of resources that are readily available. One, go to NAMI.org, NAMI.org. You can find your local NAMI if you're located in the U.S., and that's a great way to figure out what resources are available to you. The second, that helpline that we talked about, that's another resource for getting connected to medical providers, to finding your local NAMI, to understanding what your rights might be in terms of accessing mental health services. The other place to go to is online. I had mentioned when we kicked off the event that we have a number of social media platforms that no matter where you are in the world, that you can get help, you can give help, which is often a very therapeutic component of recovery. And those are found at NAMI.org. There's the You Are Not Alone blog. There's OK to Talk. So there's a number of different ways that people can access help and support, but also to give that to others.
Yep. Same thing, and then locally, certainly the NAMIUtah.org website, as well as our Twitter. You know, you can get connected very easily through those methods.
Cool, absolutely, great, thank you so much. So, yeah, I mean, we are obviously a speedrun marathon, but you know, our donations are a big part of our marathon, and we just wanted to give some context to people who are watching to make sure that it's very clear as to what we're raising money for and the benefits of the donation dollars. So. We're getting into our final game here. We're going to have an interview with the Final Fantasy IX crew with Spike in just a minute. But before we go, can you guys give us a little bit of inspiration to get us over to the $100,000? If you could just like a quick word would be great.
We are amazed, we're inspired, we are grateful, we are so thrilled and excited to be the RPG Limit Break 2017 charity beneficiaries. I cannot believe you've already exceeded last year's donations. You are so close to meeting your goal before the final game starts. And everything you do, everything you give, just lets people know, lets people who are living with mental illness know they are not alone. And that is a really, really powerful thing to do. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Absolutely. I just second all of that. Thank you.
Great, great. All right, guys, stay tuned. I'm going to kick it back over to Brocentria for a minute, and we're going to get set up for our next interview. So take it easy.
Sounds good. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for that wonderful interview. Honestly, I think it really helps for people watching to learn a little bit more about what the charity does, the outreach that's going on here. Also, big apologies to NAMI in chat for getting timed out for posting that link. That's okay. It's been posted again, so it's in there. Thank you again, NAMI. It was kind of funny. It was kind of funny. With that said, yeah, we have a big push for the end of the marathon. We're at $88,852. We are aiming for $100,000. That is going to be our main goal, and so I want to see us reach that as soon as we can. By the way, we're getting a whole bunch of donations coming in right now. Meads gave $25 and said, I need to donate in honor of those push-ups. Good on y'all for trying. Oh my gosh, for trying. Okay, I love that comment. A great job on the monster hitting 28. Now bring on the FF9. We have Vold Adone, $199, who gave $27 and put a flex in the comment. Very nice. We have multiple people flexing. Anonymous gave $50. Biscuit Mouth gave $5. We have $25 from Anonymous. They say, hey guys, nice push-ups. I was a little disappointed that you all didn't have to do them by yourselves. So I did 53 by myself in about the time it took 4 guys together to do them. Wow, humble brag right here. I like it. Looks like you guys need to speedrun some fitness. Wow, this is the kindest donor here. Okay, they finish up. As someone who suffers from ADHD, resistant depression, and anxiety, charities like this mean the world to me. Thanks again. And thank you so much for that donation. We have $28 from Anonymous. They said, I had to donate $1 for each Omega Sigma push-up, showing the boys how it's done. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. And we have $20 from Anonymous. They say, go, good luck. Okay, we have $10 from Scrivo. They say, Dearest K-Rob T. Mutsky, you never call, you never write. I have to donate to RPGLB just to talk to you. I miss our Zelda races. dreaming of sub 130 until I got it, that is. Did you? I hope this goes better than your last marathon run. Does Final Fantasy IX have save states? I hope not.
Ready when you are.
I hope you have a successful relay segment. Final Fantasy is too complex for me, so I'll make sure the segment explains everything to me in simple terms. Good luck, go fast, and always remember, this is fine. What's that? Oh, okay. We have a lovely interview coming up. Spike Fajita. Oh, wait, no, Vegeta. Vegeta, sorry. I'm in.
I've been called so many different names this week for it, but
honestly,
all of them, I don't think any of them were mean-spirited, but whatever.
Go ahead. We've got a lovely interview. Go on.
Yeah, sure. All right, guys, welcome back to the finale, actually, of RPG Limit Break 2017. I am Spike Vegeta, and I am joined by the final 4 runners of the marathon, all bringing you Final Fantasy IX. I'm joined by Toju, K-Rob / Mutsky, whatever he wants to go by today. We got Karakarn, and we've got Luzbelheim on the end of the couch. We're going to do some kind of like quick blitz questions. We know we've already got one interview for you guys just now. I want to get you into that run. First one, just ask you guys, what was the inspiration of kind of bringing this together and doing a relay run for FF9?
Well, I think it kind of started a couple of years ago, really. Like, last year, him and I were going to submit it as a co-op, but it kind of fell through. So we made sure to make sure it happened this year, and found out that Kara was interested pretty early on, and we actually intended to submit it as a 3-piece, but then this guy over here all of a sudden says that he's coming all the way over from Spain to join us. So we're like, this is a good submission.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So I want to just go down once again. I got a couple of predictions and just quick blitz questions for you guys. First up, give me the number of encounters that you think you guys are going to get. We definitely got a video game here with a little bit of randomness in it. The winner I buy a certain drink for that we'll talk about here a little bit later in the interview. It's nothing bad, don't worry. All right, so we'll start with you, Toju. How many encounters are we getting in this run total?
65.
65? All right.
63.
61.
57. I would just like to note, like, it could be all over the place. Then I'll just went for
I think we all know it's gonna be like
$1, like 100 or anything. All right, so let's get some of the more serious questions going on here. Toju, I know you are Canadian, and as the internet lets me know, all of you are nice, which has been true. I've never met a mean Canadian. It's kind of crazy. So who is the meanest American you've met since you've been here?
Honestly, probably Puexel. I mean, like, what was he thinking letting me run at RPG Limit Break? He clearly wants me to embarrass myself.
That's what I think every time I meet Puexel. What a real RPG jerkbird. K-Rob, I know you're a teacher, so I know probably a lot of your students are watching from home right now. Who is your favorite student? Just so they all know.
Shout outs to my girl Karen, always killing it. The rest of you guys, look at Karen and be like, I want to be Karen someday.
Karakarn, I don't know if I have so much a question for you, but so much as a fact I want to point out to the audience and a request afterwards. So there's this boss in Disc 1 of Final Fantasy IX coming up called the Sea Lion. And he's got this orb in the middle of his chest, and as you damage him, he very clearly goes from blue to yellow to red. You've been running this game for 5 years. I talked to you about it a month ago. You never noticed that before. So I want to make sure that when you get there, are you going to be willing to give us very specific commentary on how that mechanic works?
I still don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
All right. And Luzbelheim for you. All right, so you've also met a lot of Americans since you've been here, coming over from Spain. Lovely to have you here. Who is just the straight-up weirdest American you've met since you've been here?
Definitely you. No. Everyone
we had a
been
different answer
out.
before we came onto the stage here, but all right, I guess we'll take that. I've also got a couple of requests from one of your fellow couch people here. What is your favorite food you've had since you've been here?
Pizza.
No. So this is apparently what I owe you. I've been told about a certain thing from Wendy's. Hey, Rob, you wanna tell me that little story?
So we all went to Wendy's. And we were like, oh, we'll get some Frosties because that's what you get at Wendy's. And Leswell just kind of taps me on the shoulder and he's like, what is a Frosty, mate? And so
The lady who was the manager who had served us heard that he had not had one, so she got him one for free. Did not give him a spoon, and he just looks at it, and he takes his finger and just. But no, the best part is that after he does it, he just looks at us and his eyes light up. He's like, "This is nice." It was nice.
I am never leaving America. All right, one final question for each of you guys. On a serious note, what is the number one part? Again, each of these guys are going to be running one of the respective discs. Discs 4, 1, 2, 3, actually, as it goes down the line. Just tell me what is the number one thing that you are most worried about, I guess, of your part of the disc, the part you're stressing about building up to it.
Probably going to be death, guys, since we can die beyond our control, which people will see when we get there, I'm sure.
I think that was probably pretty easy answer for you. How about you, K-Rob?
Definitely the Gizmaluke fight in Disc 1's pretty sketch. I got to make Zvanzig proud.
All right.
My best.
Karakarn, for you?
Probably the stretch of cage swing, guard skip, and Tentarian.
Yeah, that is something. It's going to be a little bit different route than you guys are used to seeing with FF9 years ago. If you saw about myself and Poexel, they've revolutionized the route. We're going to be fighting the book. If anyone doesn't know what that is, optional boss. It'll be exciting when we get there. And for you, Luzbelheim, what's the number one part you're worried about?
Probably the Serpadas, because you don't have the flee ability. So you can't flee from the enemies. So you have to hope to flee.
Yeah. Desert Palace, no flee. I liked that back in the day. Y'all had to just take that out of the route. I was pretty upset about it. All right, guys. Well, that was awesome. We're going to, once again, be jumping right into our finale of the marathon, Final Fantasy IX, coming to you from RPG Limit Break 2017. We're at 89,105 right now. Let's get the big push for 100K for NAMI. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the run.
Thank you, Spike, for that wonderful, wonderful, wonderful interview there. Spike the Cheetah is just a fantastic person over there. So thank you, thank you. We do have several donation comments coming in as well. By the way, for people on the couch, I have a question. When are the first incentives cut off? I know that we're doing lots of names here.
So Zidane's pretty much needs to be done by the time the first FMV is done.
Okay, so you've got the first FMV to get a name in for Zidane. And then after that, a little while?
Probably about 10 minutes till VV, and then another, I don't know, another 5 to 10 after that for Steiner.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead, think about your time. About 10 minutes after the FMV for VV, and then 15 minutes after the FMV for the next one. So let's go ahead and do that. By the way, I want to give a big shout out to Steiner because his name currently is going to be Arby's unless somebody snipes it, okay? I'm just very happy about that. We have $50 from Chuck, who says, for the 1 mil. Maybe one day. I don't think we're quite close on that this marathon, but we're looking to grow in the future. Anonymous gave $100 and said nothing. Thank you, Anonymous. Brain Chewer gave $50 and said, love what you guys are doing. Keep up the good work. We also have $33 from Anonymous, who said, sadly, I need to sleep through this, but here's some money to cheer you through some vigorous text box smashing. $10 from Anonymous. We've also got $100 from Lipid. Lipid said, thank you for doing this. As someone struggling with bipolar 2, it is nice to see people raising awareness for something that affects so many people silently. I'd just like to give a shout out to my dad who supported me all these years as I went through my struggles. May you rest in peace. Thank you so much for sending that donation in. So yeah, I see the donation total jumping quite a bit as we're getting ready to start. This is good. This is good. Be sure to keep that coming.
Gentlemen, could I get you all to talk a little bit and then decide how much you like the mix of your voices next to the game audio? Check. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Check. Yeah, I think everyone sounds good. The game audio needs to go down just a little bit. What are they plugged into? Are they still in the Octas or in the subs?
The headsets, they're all subs. Okay. Yeah, you can control that way. Let me see who's who so I can figure out which headsets are which.
By the way, it does look like we hit the wedding. We're going to have a marriage today.
Sounds good.
Everybody is wishing Solomon a happy marriage in chat, so thank you so much, chat. He's on an airplane. Well, he'll know when he gets home about the marriage, trust me. Yeah, I kind of dig it, though. Wait, do we really? That sounds so sad. Can I wish him a happy birthday on his birthday? Okay. We have $25 from Anonymous who says, thanks for what you do. Hoffer055 gave $50 and said, love the Shining Force race. I played it a lot as a kid, but never beat it. Maybe we need a Sega channel block for a future GDQ. Hey, bro, Sencho, what do you call my illogical arguments about record players? Vinyl fallacy mine. Oh, my. Well, it started early. I'm so sorry. Mafunian gave $25 and said, best wishes to the Final Fantasy community. Hope you're having a wonderful time over there. Thanks to RPGLB for a great week. With that said, Zidane, remember Zidane's cutoff is coming off after the first FMV, so be sure to get donations in for that. I'm doing a quick refresh to see where we are right now. Coyote is still winning at $608.17. Vivi is not too far behind, $156.50. Again, it could be sniped, but be sure to snipe early. Actually, that's not how sniping works. Snipe right now, please. Okay, because if we cut it off and you don't get it in time, too bad. Tough luck, okay? Tough cookies. You don't want tough cookies. Kibetha gave $20 and said, FF9 is such a great speed game. Aiko is probably the best character of all time. The couch is laughing. Good luck, guys. Make Zwanzig proud. Well, we are going to go ahead and throw it over to the runner here because I think we're ready to roll.